Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Committee on Criminal Justice. At this time, we ask you to please place phones on vibrate or silent mode. Thank you, Chair. We are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Criminal Justice. Thank you to Criminal Justice Committee members for being here. I know online we have Councilmember Tiffany Caban and Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala. Congratulations to Commissioner Linnell McGinley-Liddy. Welcome to your first Criminal Justice Committee hearing as Commissioner. I'm also excited to be chairing this committee for the first time. Great to see you, Commissioner Juanita Holmes, Jasmine Georges-Yila, and additional leadership who have joined us today. Today, I'm looking to gain insight into how the mayor's budget proposals for these three agencies align with the goals of creating stability on the island, getting people the support they need, ensuring people have a plan to successfully re-enter our communities, and working towards the legal obligation to close Rikers. In the fiscal 2025 preliminary plan, these three agencies have a combined total budget of $1.15 billion. Which supports just under 10,000 budgeted positions. The plan includes minimal changes, but today I would like to dig into a few areas of discussion and concern. First, given the daily risk of harm, injury, or death at Rikers, we should be doubling down on programs that divert people from the island. Expanding alternatives to incarceration is a commitment in the plan to close Rikers. However, this budget decreases funding to these programs. In the last fiscal year, the mayor proposed a $13 million cut to the supervised release program, even though the administration testified last year that its caseload was growing exponentially. The admin is proposing to cut $8 million to reentry programs, despite all evidence that they reduce recidivism. In addition to these proposed cuts, I think we can all acknowledge that the decision to abruptly cut $17 million in funding to trusted, credible organizations that provided ATI and reentry services was a mistake. These programs are proven models that set people up for healing and transformation. This disruption was costly in terms of time lost for individuals on Rikers who were making progress and then were abandoned, but also to the organizations who lost talented staff. The DOC's decision to reverse this cut rather quickly affirms that this was a poor choice. We welcome the course correction of restoring $14 million of these funds for programs and the forthcoming RFP for organizations to apply. However, this does not fully restore the PEG. The failure to expand ATI programs leads to my other concern, which is the projected jail population increase to 7,000 people by 2027. Not only is the administration failing to fully utilize the programs for diverting people from and getting people off Rikers, but it has used this projected increase to justify increasing the number of beds in the borough-based jail plan. The admin was able to add beds by reducing the number of therapeutic housing units, even though 53% of the jail population is diagnosed with mental illness and 40% with addiction struggles. More concerning is the increase in beds for the planned women's facility. We know many cis women, self-identifying women, and gender-expansive individuals often end up in jail for surviving intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. The city is falling short of its commitments to alternative supportive housing where women can safely heal and get the support they need. I also want to dig into DOC staff operations and deployment. Reports from the Federal Monitor and the Board of Corrections show the ongoing disregard for protocols when deploying staff. We see protocol not being followed when de-escalating and using chemical agents. Reports state that routine tours occur less frequently than protocol prescribes. While visiting Rikers, I spoke with many detainees who were not getting to their medical and court appointments on time. Transportation to court is not the only challenge. Once people are at court, there are extensive delays bringing people from the pen to before a judge, with individuals staying in the pens until 7, 8 o'clock at night. While we certainly have heard the arguments that DOC vacancies are increasing through attrition and recruitment challenges, Rikers has the highest ratio of officers to detainees in the country. Uniform headcount reductions should be consistent with reducing the jail population, which we are required to do to close Rikers. So I'm hoping to get an update on how many of the officers reported as chronically absent in 2019 have returned to work or been terminated. Reports also describe that not enough officers are deployed to jail posts. We have many people working at Rikers, but not where the highest need is to ensure the safety of other staff and detainees. Failure to properly deploy staff to critical posts and ensure consistent tours has directly resulted in fatalities, such as the case with Eric Tavira and Gilberto Garcia. So I would like an update on how DOC incentivizes and trains officers to work in jail housing units. There has been recent reporting that DOC is failing to meet minimum standards of care, such that detainees are reportedly washing their clothes in toilets or showering with their clothes on to clean them. I personally have seen unsanitary conditions in housing units, such as piles of trash and other issues such as lack of air conditioning or heat or issues with the commissary. With such conditions in the jails, the Board of Corrections must have the resources required to provide oversight. The budget proposal reduces their staff positions and cuts BOC's budget by nearly 18%. While Commissioner Jha testified that this cut is because of vacant positions, it's important to note that these posts are particularly hard to fill, and the opportunity to recruit and retain staff for the board must remain available given the humanitarian crisis on the island. Another concern is that the administration has failed to comply with the Renewable Rikers Act and transfer land over from DOC to DCAS. And I know that DOC cannot fully speak to this, but JATC has been closed for 20 years. AMKC is now closed except for the industrial kitchen. From my tour last summer, vacant land is abundant. There seems to be no rationale for why the admin chooses to be non-compliant with the law. We would love to hear about any conversations DOC has participated in regarding this. Lastly, we'll not spend much time on this, but I would like at some point an update on the litany of task force, working groups, and commissions that exist by law or executive order. It would be great to get updated rosters, get a list of which ones are incomplete, a breakdown on which of these met and what outcomes there were. I don't normally go this long into remarks, but I just outline all of these concerns because as I step into chairing this committee, it really feels like I'm stepping into a big mess, and it's really not clear if the mayor is committed to getting us out of it. And this budget proposal certainly does not reflect a commitment to that goal. At the end of the day, as our speaker often says, no one should ever come out of city care worse off than when they arrived. We have a legal and moral obligation to close Rikers, and that obligation requires this administration to be laser focused on keeping and getting people off that island and then demolishing those jails. That said, I want to thank the commissioners for joining today. I also want to thank you both for making time last week where we were able to introduce ourselves. I really enjoyed learning more about the two of you, how you got to this work, your approach, and what drives you. And I hope that as we engage this year, we can have productive and forthright conversations. I want to work with you to identify roadblocks and challenges and the resources needed to get people off the island and safely back home. I want to thank Speaker Adams for appointing me and trusting me to chair this committee. I know that Rikers is a personal issue to her, and that closing those jails for good is a top priority. I also want to thank our committee staff, whom I have had the pleasure of working with for the first time for their hard work. Financial analyst Casey Leisky, Counsel Jeremy Whiteman, Legislative Policy Analyst Natalie Meltzer. I'm truly humbled by your knowledge and expertise. And thank you to my Chief of Staff, Samori Toure, and Legislative Director, Anel Hernandez. I'd like to also recognize my colleagues who are joining us today, Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse. I also want to recognize our public advocate, Jumani Williams. And now I'm going to pass it over to the public advocate if you want to say any remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Jumani Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. I want to thank Chair Nurse and the members of the Committee on Criminal Justice for holding this hearing. First, just wanted to make mention that when we had conversations about the budget, it didn't seem to include funding or a plan to actually close the jail. and I heard comments about issues around particularly capital funding, which makes some sense. My concern has been combined with things that I've heard the administration say before. It just appears that there is no real want or belief that we should close Rikers Island by 2027, and I think we have to at least get on the same page and have a plan to how to do it. Omitting it altogether is not a good move, and it wouldn't be the first time that the administration just skips over a law that the council has passed. So I'm hoping that will be reconsidered as these conversations move forward. The existence of Rikers right now does not make anyone, the people incarcerated there, the people who work there, corrections officers, and residents of New York safer. So I have always been very concerned about the violence inside our city's jails, both against incarcerated people and corrections officers and staff. However, New York City is not on track to close Rikers by 2027, as I mentioned, and that's something we should at least agree upon. It's one thing to try to execute a plan that doesn't work out. It's another thing to say we're not going to do the plan or present another one. Recidivism is a challenge for correction systems across the country. We should all acknowledge with New York City's high cost of living and competitive job market, it is especially difficult for those who have been justice involved to stay out of jail. Still, Mayor Adams last year eliminated programs that would help those who were incarcerated get jobs, find housing, receive mental health and substance use treatment, and reconnect with their families after their release to save $17 million. Subsequently, despite a promise from DOC that programming would not be lessened in either quality or frequency after being moved in-house, during the first 4 months of fiscal year 24, the number of group-based programming offered dropped by 29%, and one-on-one sessions dropped by over 30% when compared to the first months of fiscal year 23. While I am very heartened to see that Mayor Adams just announced $14 million in funding for DOC to increase programming initiatives for people in custody, including trauma-informed programming, transition planning, and transportation and supplemental education services, I still have some concerns about DOC's ability to deliver that programming themselves. Still, it is a step in the right direction. I look forward to working with the administration and the City Council to ensure that the city delivers high-quality programming to people in custody and complies with all city laws. The city should also be investing in pretrial, non-incarcerated services and also post-trial services and alternatives to incarceration, so fewer people enter Rikers Island in the first place and people have a better ability to assimilate into society when they leave. Court backlogs and slow processing of cases also contributes to the rising population. Detainees spent an average of 115 days in the jails last year. That is 4 times the national average, and I'm hoping we all work on getting some speedy trial and getting folks out of there. Across the city jails, 86.6% of people are just waiting for their cases to conclude, and the sentences ultimately may require less jail time than what they served waiting for those cases to resolve. We must ensure that cases and trials are being processed in a timely manner. There is data that also shows the longer someone is on Rikers, the more likely they may be involved in something violent. In 2021, it cost $1 million for every 2 people incarcerated at Rikers Island, one of the most expensive jail systems in the country. Yet the conditions in the jails remain abysmal. Being incarcerated takes a significant toll on a person's physical and mental health, and many people on Rikers Island have complex health needs that require specialized care, particularly mental health. There is a significant shortage of health staff, often with one healthcare professional making rounds in multiple units. Rikers Island is the largest mental health services provider in New York City, probably one of the largest in North America. This week, Mayor Adams announced that the city constructed outposted therapeutic housing units at NYC Health and Hospitals Woodhall and North Central Bronx, and that it has started construction on a 104-bed unit at NYC Health and Hospitals Bellevue, so that incarcerated people in need of care do not have to travel back and forth for treatment. These units are for people with medical, mental health, and substance use needs, and I applaud these investments in care for some of our most vulnerable New Yorkers. My hope is this is the direction that we could begin to go in, make sure people have the care they need, getting people, less people in Rikers, getting people what they need in Rikers, and having more ability to get them out on the right path. Hopefully, you can all work on that together. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Public Advocate. I also want to recognize we've been joined by Council Members Marte and Stevens. And now I'm going to turn it over to Committee Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will swear in our first panel of administration witnesses. With us today from the Department of Probation, we have Commissioner Juanita Holmes, Sharon Goodwin, Matthew Granoff, Bridget Hamblin, Robert Maldonado, Andrea McGill, and Razwan Mirza. If you could all please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record, all witnesses answered affirmatively. You may begin your testimony.
Also, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Chair Nurse and members of the Council, Public Advocate. I'm Juanita N. Holmes, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Probation. I'm joined here today by the following Executive Cabinet members: Deputy Commissioner Sharon Goodwin, Matthew Granoff, Bridget Hamlin, Robert Maldonado, and Andrea Miguel, as well as our Chief Information Officer, Razwan Mirza. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the important work being done by the Department of Probation and our preliminary 2025 fiscal year budget. This is not right. Sorry. Probation is an alternative to incarceration emerging from the desire to reform rather than punish. The probation system offers a rehabilitation path to advance the goal of addressing the underlying causes of criminal behavior and equipping clients, their families, with the skills and resources necessary for a law-abiding life. Our mission at the Department of Probation operationalized through various programs and interventions aimed at addressing substance abuse, unemployment, and education, or vocational deficiencies, as well as creating a stronger connection between clients and their communities. Probation is unique in that it is comprised of law enforcement officers who can manage risk while providing the essential support and supervision to assist people on their path toward change. As one of the largest alternatives to incarceration in the nation, I am proud of DOP's critical role in safely supervising individuals on probation citywide. In fiscal year 2023, the Department of Probation provided intake, investigation, and supervision services for over 30,000 cases, which is a 6% increase from 29,000 in fiscal year 22. More specifically, our intake has increased 25%, from 8,800 to 11,000 individuals from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23, respectively. Furthermore, Department of Probation provided supervision intake to an additional 4,514 individuals, which is nearly a 15% increase from the 3,946 in fiscal year 2022, leading the total number of individuals supervised in fiscal year 2023 to 15,101. It is safe to say that the number of individuals the Department of Probation is touching is growing. Alternatively, for fiscal year 2025, the Department of Probation has a preliminary budget of $105.6 million as compared to our fiscal year 2024 adopted budget of $119.9 million. This is a 13% less inclusive of the $9.1 million PEG reduction. Of the preliminary budget, $71.9 million is for personal services, and $33.7 million is for other than personal services. $84.7 million are city tax levy funds, $14.6 million are state funds, and $6.3 million are intra-city funds. Despite a rise in the cost of services and the decrease in our budget, the Department of Probation is committed to ensuring that the best services are provided to justice-involved individuals in the most efficient and effective ways. We are also committed to building stronger and safer communities while working to curb gun violence and reduce recidivism. Our hardworking probation officers are at the heart of DOP's mission to help people change their behavior, remain safely in their community, and lead a better life for themselves, their families, and our city. DOP's current headcount of probation officers and probation officer title is 423. This is down 271 probation officers from our peak probation officer headcount of 694 in 2019. To ensure DOP remains staffed to operate safely and successfully, we have been approved to hire another class of probation officers off a current active list, and we are on schedule to onboard this class within the upcoming months. Additionally, an administrative probation officer exam, which has not been administered in over a decade, is tentatively scheduled for May. We also promoted 26 officers to supervising probation officers last year. Like the 75% of union contracts that have already been signed, we anticipate that probation officers' contract will follow suit, giving our officers a pay increase with the hopes of mitigating attrition. While community safety can be achieved in a number of ways, public safety remains the paramount concern in the administration of probation. This includes the safety of all our officers. As a result, active shooter training has been implemented at DOP, starting with the boroughs of the Bronx and Manhattan. This is also the reason why wearing uniforms have been reinforced, so our officers are clearly identifiable if met with such circumstances while working with clients or when out in the field. I would like to take the opportunity to clarify that this is not the first time probation officers have been required to carry firearms on their persons while performing duties. However, a policy has been implemented to ensure that our officers are complying with the requirements that have been in place since 2003. DOP wants to remain on the offensive and not the defensive when it comes to the safety and security of our officers who continue to work with the support at-risk clients. In order for our probation officers to provide the best support possible to clients, our officers need to grow their knowledge base, improve their job skills, and become more efficient in the workplace. This is why DOP is looking to build out in-service training for our officers, beginning with our supervising probation officers, who will soon be sharpening their hard and soft management skills that are essential to performing their duties, such as effective case management, communication, problem solving, and decision making. In addition to the great work done by the women and men of the Department of Probation, we have also established a new programs and evaluation team. This team has been created to obtain data beyond program attendance, to ensure the programs being offered to clients are effective and will also lead to successful outcomes. Since I last testified before council, my team and I have met with our service providers to explain our program expectations and also to assist in capturing the outcomes of their programs. We have begun collecting data from 51 contracts, including 26 service providers covering 13 different programs. We will be using the data obtained over the next year to assess key performance indicators relating to recidivism, employment opportunities, and educational attainment, and we'll be happy to share our findings with the council. Another way in which DOP is further developing performance and productivity is through technology. The case management program currently being used by DOP is over 10 years old. Post-evaluation, it was found that it no longer meets the needs of the agency or the city. As a result, DOP has hired a new chief information officer who is working with the department to update all of DOP's technology systems. Not only will this safeguard the department, but it will make sure that our officers are able to efficiently track their cases and afford DOP the ability to run accurate data sets relating to our cases with the push of a button, making DOP more efficient and effective. DOP is also focused on building and expanding our collaborative efforts with our sister agencies, including with the New York City Public Schools and New York City Police Department, to better deliver timely services and resources to at-risk individuals. DOP has collaborated with New York City Public Schools to identify students within the school system who are currently on probation and undercredited. A list of 461 students have been compiled, and our agency will work together to ensure that each of these students is in the right school setting to meet their needs. Probation officers will conduct follow-ups with schools to ensure each of these students is attending classes and receiving the proper educational services. This initiative is in the beginning stages. There is more work to be done, though we look forward to witnessing its achievements. Department of Probation has also partnered with the NYPD to include justice-involved youth in the Girl Talk and Blue Chips mentorship programs. These programs are designed for young women and men who are brought together in a judgment-free zone to talk through problems, learn skills, and walk away with role models and a strong support system. This collaboration allowed DOP to leverage existing opportunities and make them available to our clients. One of my primary goals as commissioner is to curb gun violence and reduce recidivism. Using a combination of prevention and intervention, our probation officers work to restore an individual's connection with their community and peers and help them change their behavior, creating a pathway out of the criminal justice system. In accordance with these goals, we are focusing our resources on the people and communities where they need it the most. This philosophy is encompassed through the Neighborhood Opportunity Network NEON, a unique and trusted place-based approach that provides a range of services to high concentrations of people on probation and other community members in the 7 New York City neighborhoods historically impacted by the justice system: the South Bronx, Harlem, Jamaica, Bed-Stuy, Brownsville, East New York, and Northern Staten Island. Over 30% of our clients come from these 7 neighborhoods alone. Since its inception, the NEON model has had a tremendous success in terms of impactful engagement and providing services to local community. In partnership with the New York City Gun Violence Prevention Task Force and the New York City Human Resource Administration, the Department of Probation is launching NEON Expansion, an initiative to increase access to governmental benefits and provide more effective support. In addition, NEON Expansion will focus on creating employment opportunities as well. Our juvenile alternative to placement programs, ECHOES and AIM, actively monitor youth through regular home visits and wellness checks with parents and guardians. They diligently work one-on-one with youth to underscore the detrimental effects of gun violence on persons, families, and communities. This is in addition to the many other programs that hold violence prevention groups and discussions for our city's youth. Internally, DOP has also initiated a specialized gun branch with the Department of Probation Adult Operations to combat gun violence. This branch is made up of 58 probation officers and 10 supervising probation officers who specifically supervise individuals sentenced to probation with a gun charge. This process will allow our officers to create strong engagement through dialogue and trust and identify the needs of these particular individuals, which in turn will reduce further gun violence and help shift their path toward a law-abiding future. We are also relying heavily on the work of our intelligence division to get guns off our streets and out of our communities. Over the past year, Intel conducted 10,918 field visits and 2,089 enforcement actions. This has been a 30% increase from the 7,955 field visits and 1,463 enforcement actions in calendar year 2022. These enforcement actions, including gang-related investigations, failure to report, home visits, and bench warrant enforcement actions, and transporting prisoners to and from other jurisdictions. Our intelligence division does great work, and we discovered over the last year that over 20,000 individuals have an active warrant for a violation of probation. In effort to locate these individuals, our intelligence division partnered with the NYPD and their ability to use their domain awareness computer system to conduct warrant enforcement and to return these individuals to court. Moreover, enforcement actions often result in the recovery of numerous firearms, drugs, and other contraband. In calendar year 2023, Intel recovered 24 firearms while conducting field visits, also an increase from calendar year 22, where they recovered 20 firearms. Some of the most common reasons for recidivism include a lack of employment or economic opportunity. This is why DOP is offering new programs for individuals to obtain their commercial driver's license within our NEON's location. This program offers an opportunity for clients and their community to obtain a license in order to seek permanent employment. We are also looking into introducing entrepreneurial programs such as beautician and barber certifications in the near future. These programs will benefit all of our clients, especially our undocumented clients who are unable to participate in the current employment programs. In an effort to assist clients in finding employment, we have also partnered with the Department of Transportation to hire justice-involved individuals to work at DOT sites to assist in managing vehicular, bicycle, or pedestrian traffic. While appreciative of the assistance third parties offer to engage our clients in employment, DOP is becoming more proactive in establishing economic opportunities for individuals before the completion of their probation sentence. In the same spirit, DOP will be requiring clients to participate in an exit interview a few months prior to leaving probation supervision to ensure each individual has established their basic fundamental needs, such as employment, housing, education, proof of identification, the ability to obtain food, access to formal banking, and access to proper clothing and furniture needs. Lastly, I would like to touch on one of the most vulnerable populations within our city, individuals who are homeless. Our probation officers are dedicated to working with individuals to overcome barriers and seek permanent housing. However, we recognize a gap in services and have engaged in constructive conversation with organizations and agencies such as DHS, Covenant House, and DYCD to explore options available to individuals who are homeless or living in shelters. We look forward to sharing more information about additional programs and benefits for our unhoused population with Council once they are more established. The work that this department engages in is not only impactful, it is also life-saving. This is attributed to the unwavering commitment of our probation officers to meet the needs of our clients and their families. Our work, however, is far from done, and there is more that each member of this agency can do to assist some of the fellow New Yorkers and improve the quality of the services provided. We look forward to working with Council on the path towards increasing the effectiveness and efficiencies of probation and, in turn, improving public safety and reducing recidivism. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also want to recognize Council members Shahana Hanif and Shauna Bray who have joined us. Thank you. Okay, so I want to start questions with the ARCHES program and the reestimation. This plan reflects a savings of $600,000 in FY24 and FY25 due to the reestimation of the ARCHES program. The DOP stated that these cuts were made due to underutilization of some of these services. Can you please state which services were underutilized and how many participants attended the ARCHES program in the last year?
So I'll speak about ARCHES overall. When I took office and came in, ARCHES was a program that originally was 5 days a week. I was briefed about the ARCHES program being scaled down to 3 days a week when I went to do some visits at the NEON Center. And that was a result of not necessarily referrals, but lack of participation, which led me to say, okay, what is being offered there? We need to take a look at it, or who's delivering the particular mentorship? Let's take a look at it. So I will defer to the Deputy Commissioner of Adult Operations in order to get the number of individuals that are in attendance. Or, I'm sorry, Deputy Commissioner Robert Maldonado.
Hi. Thank you for the question.
You got to turn it on.
Your
Sorry
mic.
about that. Thank you for the question. In calendar year 2023, we had a total of 381 participants. New enrollees, meaning that were in the actual calendar year, not brought over from 2022, was 275.
And what was some of the reasons you found when you started looking into the program that there was an underutilization from your point of view?
Right, so we're naturally, we have credible messengers, not necessarily credible messengers that were previously incarcerated, but are key stakeholders in the community. So as a result of such, Deputy Commissioner Sharon Goodwin from probation, she oversees our adult operations, which the NEON falls under, have been conducting interviews to make sure that the message is standardized, that they are engaging. We are currently down 7 credible messengers, so those positions have been posted. Naturally, we were at a point where we were met with a hire freeze, neither here nor there. We still had individuals to provide the services that were needed when individuals were attending. What I did see, though, is a lack of compliance, which naturally I spoke about earlier, by our clients in attending these particular programs. So as a result of such, we have met with a vendor that I like called Street Smarts. It's used in the New York City Police Department. It's a program called Options. We know young people love virtual reality, so we're in the process of purchasing 3 of these mechanisms that would be more engaging. It is customizable, so we can create scenarios, and that's how we reach our young people. So we really had to step up our game with what would entice them to come in and want to participate in the program. Long gone are the days sit here and just listen to what I have to say, you know, and sometimes they look at it like we're a parent just talking. So I think this program, putting this in place, I think is going to be very intriguing, and not just young people, but even adults are going to love to participate in this. And especially the mere fact that it's customizable, because we can give them options, and options is simply this. We create a scenario they might have been involved in, and the outcome are 2 options. And so now we say, what made you make this decision? It's very engaging, it's thought-provoking. So I think that's going to be phenomenal. We're currently meeting, Deputy Commissioner Maldonado is currently meeting with them, and we're in the process, and we do have the funds to purchase 3D systems.
And when do you expect that to come online?
I'm hoping in the next month. We've met. Okay.
We're actually meeting with them on March 18th. We're doing to figure out next steps as far as procurement. It may be within the next 30 to 60 days.
Okay, so the credible messengers that you were down a certain number, I think you said 7, that you were down. Is that going to continue forward, or you're completely transitioning to this other?
No, because the credible messengers are going to be trained in the usage
to
of
do this. Okay.
Yes, they're going to be a big part of it as well.
Okay. And my understanding is these programs are often mandated as a condition of probation. So I'm a little bit unclear about how it's possible to have low utilization if they're mandated.
Right. So that was my question when I came in as well. And naturally, we don't want to hit young people with technical violations for not attending. But, you know, that's why I focus also on the educational component. You still have to be going to school, and you still have to make your visits with your probation officer. Yes, it is mandated. That was my perplexity. But also, I know it has to be something that they're interested in. So moving forward, hopefully, this will reduce some of that noncompliance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Regarding the impact program cancellation,
Yeah.
can you break down a little bit of the reasoning behind canceling the program and which specific service types will be affected?
Right. So coming in, the program that was canceled, when we tabled it, it was never used. As a matter of fact, Deputy Commissioner of Adult Operations wasn't aware of it. The Deputy Commissioner of Juvenile Operations wasn't aware of it. That was supposed to be designed or built out, I think, to touch the youth part. They didn't have any clients. They did have staffing that they put in place, but it never got off the ground up and running. So therefore, that particular vendor, I think we're in the process of paying them for administrative fees, $300,000, because they did kind of put some staffing in place, but however, they didn't have clients for the program, so it never got up and running. So that's what was brought to my attention. But in addition, the same vendor has an impact program currently that we use both for young people and adult. And Matt Granoff, you want to speak to that?
So you're saying
That's
the program had staffing, but who was, can you just kind of name who was delaying it? Was the administration delaying it, or was it the provider
I
delaying it?
think, I really don't know, because when I came in, it wasn't up and running. Was it DOP? The provider?
The provider.
Oh, the provider.
So you're saying the provider was delaying the program?
That's what that's what we were told, the
Okay.
provider. But they're still part of us, because we have the mobile, what is it called?
Adolescent therapy.
Adolescent therapy. That addresses juveniles and adults. This was some sort of expansion of what they, a proposed expansion of what was in place. And we can revisit it.
Okay.
Because I don't have a problem revisiting it, but at the time, they said that the provider was delaying it, so I didn't understand why it was that it was just,
We've heard the opposite, but so how many people does MAT serve versus what the impact program was scheduled to serve?
does what serve?
The MAT,
The mobile?
Mobile Adolescent, sorry, I'm still learning all the acronyms, Mobile
MAGRADA?
Adolescent Portable Therapy Program. How many individuals does that program serve versus what impact was scheduled to serve?
I don't know about the impact number.
So there was,
But
I don't know if that program had a number scheduled to serve, the impact. I didn't see one.
So I believe in prior testimony, impact was scheduled to serve 175 youth, and the MAT program is scheduling is serving 36 youth, is what
Okay,
was
so they-
testified
yeah, because-
before.
All right, so 175, but I know that the mobile adolescents serve several, adult population and young people, so whoever calls is provided with the service. But that particular program that I was briefed on when I came in, the impact, I was told that the provider was delaying it and that it never got up and running. That's what I was briefed on.
Well, I guess in the follow-up, it'd be great to get the numbers and more clarity on what exactly were the reasons for the delays, if you know, because we were under the impression that it was your decision to delay the program.
No.
So if you're saying it's not, it would be great to hear what exactly transpired, because it seems like they were scheduled to really serve quite more people than the MAT program.
Okay.
And then one last question on impact. What kinds of analysis did the department conduct to determine whether programs with overlapping services are redundant? And is there a cost-benefit analysis involved?
Right, so no cost-benefit analysis involved. I know originally when we looked at a program, Next Steps, that I had canceled, looking at that program, the reason it was canceled wasn't funding. It was the fact that there were no real key performance indicators. Even though it was scheduled to be canceled and it was canceled, I extended it. I met with all the vendors, I spoke with them, I asked for the evaluations, the support. Even some of them personally stated that they didn't put anyone in place that should have been in place, that they, to evaluate the program. Moving forward, the majority of those vendors, with the exception of one, is still part of Department of Probation's programs. So what I did was, I made sure that with the changes that were put in, we met with all the providers. We spoke about what key performance indicators look like, successful outcomes, not just having 16 people attend, 20 people attend. It was a total, I think, of about 210 clients that they had. 40-something had went back to school. The remaining clients, some actually are part of programs that some of the vendors had in place, so they're part of that, and the remainders went to the Arches because it was underutilized. I didn't want to lose any funding for it looking, as though it's not used,
Right.
so we ended up plugging them into our Arches program.
So when these folks are contracted in their RPs, there's no description of indicators of what the success of their programs would be?
That's right.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing differently.
Okay, but-
That's what's being done
Yeah.
differently.
I guess I would say that doesn't seem like that would, if I was ever to reply to RFP, I'm pretty sure it would ask, how will you determine if your program is successful? So I would love to see those RFPs and if those providers in fact provided out like their metrics of success, because I can't imagine that folks who are have organizations to work with justice impacted individuals aren't, assessing their programs and aren't being able to articulate, this is why our program works, this is why we should continue.
And I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Even when I met with them, they said, we're keeping people out of jail. I know in my previous profession, I kept a lot of kids out of jail. But my point is, with that particular program, when we looked at our RFPs, because I'm going to do my due diligence. I want to see the RFP. What does it state? It really had attendance. And so naturally on our receiving end, and this is Deputy Commissioner Maldonado, new position created for programs and evaluation. On our receiving end, I believe it was inputted into DOP Connect. That's what you would see. And then you would see us, the previous administration, saying, get your numbers up. Maybe I got a different lens. I'm not saying anything's done wrong. I want to see young people successful. I don't want to see them again. I want to see them employed.
No,
the
I
undercredited individuals should have been identified to go to school, get them up to grade, remedial courses, tutoring would
Yeah,
be in place.
I understand. I agree. I know, we've had the conversation before
Yes.
this hearing. I know what your intentions are, but I think it would be, I personally would love in the follow-up if we could look at those contracts and really make a determination whether or not, in fact, there were additional metrics of success beyond just attendance. I personally find that very hard to believe. I want to move on. I just have a few more questions, and then I'm going to turn it over to the committee. I want to recognize Councilmember Ressler has joined us. So one of the things, stepping into this role, when we talked to a lot of providers, there was a real concern about probation officer firearm possession.
Right.
We've heard reports that in your testimony, that DOP employees in the probation officer civil service title series are now required to carry firearms. What improvements have you seen in the department specifically since implementing this policy?
Right. So I didn't implement the policy in 2003. The former Commissioner Horn mandated firearms. It is part of the notice of examination for the probation officer's position. There is a 5-day training firearm course that's part of their training. In order to qualify to get the job, you have to pass the firearm qualification. I didn't implement that. What I saw was probation officers doing visits, home visits on adult services operations, not having their firearms on them when it was mandated. So I reinforced that, especially when arrests are being made sometimes off these visits of firearms. So that it was really out of safety, being proactive, being on the offense, that this policy was put in place 20-something years before I took office. So I don't know how it was presented as though I mandated firearms.
I understand. Can you share any number of injuries or fatalities that have happened during these kinds of inspections over the last few years? I mean, you said this was mandated 20 years ago. It really hasn't been enforced. So it would be great to hear some data to back up the need to kind of reinforce that mandate.
Right. So I thought the same thing. The first thing I said was, how many probation officers have been injured? But the second thing I said, that's a good thing, because I don't think there's ever been a line of duty death with a probation officer. And me reinforcing the carrying of firearms coming into office, I believe that Horn had it in place for 20-somewhat years. In addition to that, it might have been loosely, maybe not enforced with the previous commissioner. But no, I don't. Probation officers, we do have some injuries, not life-threatening,
Okay.
I should say.
It would be
So-
great to get in the follow-up specific, what's like an injury report. What has been sustained injuries during these inspections over the last, let's say, 3 to 5
5
years?
years, 5
Yeah,
years.
5 years
I'll do
would
a
be great
5-year
to get
look
an
back.
understanding.
Right.
And then are they required to carry firearms on all of their duties?
They're required to carry firearms. The decision.
I'm just on all day, like, are there times where it's not required? I understand you're
No,
saying
not
for
according-
inspections, but if they're sitting with someone in a community center, checking in, how's things going, how's things going at home?
They can cover their firearm. They have lock boxes to secure their firearm. If they want to make a more comfortable setting, they have the liberty to do that, if that's the question.
Okay. I know that, providers are in organizations within the NEON network.
Right.
Have asked that officers not, wear uniform or carry firearms, and wondering if you all are considering that ask.
Well, the ask is, well, they can actually cover their firearm. A young person or an adult wouldn't even know that they have a firearm on. The uniform shirts are in place, always have been in place. I think it's important, especially when we think about the number of individuals we're supervising with gun charges, the guns that are being removed on home visits, but more importantly, they're the authority. It's not even for the reason to scare a kid. You're the authority. Individuals should know who the authority is, and that should be easily discerning. And God forbid, if it is something where an active shooter or something goes awry, people responding should know who's who. I think it makes it a lot easier. And it's not a full uniform.
Yeah.
They were in shirts, soft shirts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like
Yeah, I
a
mean,
gun
I think a
belt or-
teenager would understand who's in charge there with
I-
or without the polo shirt with the insignia, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I can understand what you're
Okay.
saying. I have a question. Why hasn't NEON launched? It's our understanding that it had funding. Has an RFP been issued or will one be issued?
You're talking about the expansion?
Yes.
So you want
Neon
to
Plus.
speak to that? Neon Plus.
We put out the RFP. We unfortunately did not get any responses back. We are now targeting vendors that we think would be able to provide the service that we're trying, the benefits service that we're looking for. But we haven't gotten any, we're still working through the process of getting it out to those vendors and getting responses back.
So it's live right now? The RFP is live?
The RFP is out.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been out. Is that the HRA we're talking
Yes.
about?
Okay, I'm going to open it up to council members who have questions for probation. Councilmember Narcisse?
For probation right now. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy that you're here, but most of my question is not for you. But one quick question I have, I think, how many New Yorkers who are on probation are securely housed? How many are homeless? What does services the department offer to get these folks properly housed?
So we have about, what's our number, 300 and?
How many?
300 that are currently homeless or living in a shelter, 55 that have been identified as being homeless. Currently, we've been working with DHS and some other third-party facilities that offer housing as well. One in particular is DOFUN. We've had several meetings with them. I like them because they do have housing, and they also, when you're part of their housing, you can be part of their programs. And they have some real, what I like, significant programs such as welding, that they have some cohorts going on with that. So the 55 individuals, we're actually looking at where are they now. And even if they're in a shelter, we can transfer them to DOFUN. Or if they show up at the address, if they show up at 33 Beaver for DHS, DOFUN will actually come down, meet them, and have them transition. And they do have the availability in what's called their porterhouse, I believe, in Harlem, they stated. But more importantly, DHS is right in the building downstairs. We're working with them. So those 55 names we have, and we're meeting with the Deputy Commissioner of DHS regarding those individuals as well.
Okay, thank you. Governor Hochul has proposed closing 5 state correctional facilities in the next fiscal year, a plan that she says would save the state $77 million. Do you see any potential impact that the closing of these facilities will have on the Department of the Population at Rikers or the population at Rikers? Has the DOC been coordinating with the Department of Correction? Oh, no, that's not yours, sorry. So this one I want to answer. Do you see any potential impact?
Yes, so I do. And even with the commission that's being formed now, and I think hopefully we'll have the confirmation of the last 2 individuals that's going to be part of the conditional release commission. So even that we're planning for. So I'm going to need more people. So I stated this. I actually put in for PARs to hire bigger classes, because yes, I feel as a result of that, more people may be under community supervision. So we're forecasting for that. In addition to that, we're looking at real programs such as I spoke about the CDL, overwhelming attendance with that particular program. Naturally, they need a license, there's some fees. So we're trying to mitigate and work around some of those circumstances. Welding is another vendor that we're looking at that I think it would be huge. You don't need a high school diploma. You only need to know how to operate the machine. So the hiring of more people will be needed for the Department of Probation, but we are definitely forecasting in the right direction that we're going to have a lot more people under community supervision. So,
Okay. According to the preliminary budget, the average compensation for a non-supervisory probation officer is approximately $50,000. Do you believe that the salary makes it difficult to retain and hire probation officers? Why and why not?
So I think the salary plays a big part on keeping them, maintaining our staffing numbers. The hiring, we do see people taking the exam, and they are eager. We just brought another class in, and they are currently being vetted for the position, and they were equally excited because the onboarding process has been made smaller, a lot smoother. But keeping them, the salary definitely has an effect on it. But I do believe, and I know this was stated, quoted by the mayor's communication person, that like the other 75% of unions that have contracts have been signed, that probation officers will see an increase in pay.
I hope so.
Yes.
What is the Department of Probation's role in addressing the city's rise in gun violence? How is your department working with other agencies to address gun violence? Did the preliminary plan include any additional resources for addressing gun violence?
So what we did in Department of Probation Adult Services, they're broken down by what they call branches, intense engagement, and various other different components. There was a total of 6. What we did was parse out anyone that's involved in gun violence, they have their own branch. They need a different type of supervision. We want to reduce their gang attendance. Naturally, even with raise the age, we have an increase in our population. We have, what was it, 2,000, I think was the number, for the gun cases?
Yes, 2,000.
2001. I believe approximately 2,100 of the 9,000 individuals under supervision are on for a gun charge. So as a result of such, we took 58 probation officers, 10 supervising officers, and we want to focus on their basic fundamental needs, if they need a high school diploma, if they have family, if they have children. You know, you want some type of leverage you want to speak with them about, and with the hopes of keeping them on the right path, but more importantly, 84% of the adult population are over the age of 24 and are men. And I always say this, I know women need money, we need money too, but men need money. It defines their character, defines who they are, they need employment. So as a result of such, some of them that are undercredited or don't have a high school diploma, we want to work with them to get them, if they have no interest, some people, they don't have an interest in education, but you need to read a seventh grade level or be able to do math to even have a bank account. So we are definitely working with them with these remedial courses, but more importantly, plugging them into these vocational programs so they can have some real significant employment.
As a former former nurse working with people on probation, reentry program, one of the things I heard my colleagues just mention is how people are not objective to the decision. When it comes to schools, they don't give them flexibility. I used to have people complain all the time. They cannot go to school because by the time the curfew, they get in. I know it become an individual things, but I would like for you to look into it, because when young folks trying to do the best, we don't want people to use their authority to abuse their authority over people that looking for opportunity.
Right.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, not here. That's not the case. And we even have a high school equivalency that we plugged into one of our NEONs, as well as tutoring services. So absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. Public Advocate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner. I had a few questions. One, I wanted to go back to the guns conversation. And there was, and I hope you agree with me, there was an exception I wanted to push back on to the framing. I think you said we have to know who the authority figure is. And so I was concerned about assigning that with a gun, because I think that's a different message than what we're trying to tell our young people, and can be misconstrued. Whoever has the bigger gun is what shows who the authority figure is.
No, that was regarding the uniform shirt, the soft shirt, not the gun. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
all right.
just the uniform, not the firearm. Absolutely not the firearm.
Okay. But in that, so this is, I don't want to get into a conversation of who should have a firearm, who shouldn't. But I think something unique happened here. So this was put in 2003, and for whatever reason, it wasn't enforced. So we have two decades of data of what it's like to carry out this job without the firearm. And so have we looked at that data to see if we're able to do it without the firearm before we made the decision to reinforce it?
Right, so I want to clarify, everyone had a firearm. I didn't give them one. It's part of their job. So what was happening was exactly like I said, if they're in a neon and they feel they want to secure their firearm, it was my job to make sure they had a space to secure their firearms while dealing with their clients. They have that space has been provided. I put in cameras over the space. There's an access card to get in, so even clients coming into the facility won't be able to compromise it. It's their discretion to, when they're interacting with a compliant. When they're going out and responding to someone's home, that's a whole different story. And I don't think something should have to happen before we say, oh, well, maybe if they were carrying, when they're going, go ahead.
I think that is a fair point. I'm just saying, I think we had a unique opportunity to have a discussion about something that we otherwise might not have. I think the assumption would be that you may need to take a firearm on some of these visits, but we have 2 decades of where that might not have been happening. So that might have been an interesting way to look at whether it is necessary on all of these visits. And so my question is, did we digest any conversation of data to see if that was something that we needed to reinforce?
So yes, those data is my life. I did look at data. I don't want it to be where people think for 2 decades they weren't carrying firearms. Several members were and some weren't. That's what it was. But yes, the data.
So that's even better. So we had a control.
Well, I don't think it was a control because God forbid something happened. Now I'm using you as a shield because you got the firearm. So, but my thing is, what happens is that when we took a look at the data, no line of duty deaths. I don't know if that was attributed to not carrying or just them, that just God is good. But with that being said, I know that probation officers have suffered some injuries, but nothing, that I've seen when we looked at the data. And I have members that's been here 30 years, and we probably got over 100 or something years of experience here. And so we haven't seen that. Which is great.
Were officers who weren't carrying it to all the visits complaining?
Yeah. They were? You can speak to that. Okay. Press it, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make some clarifications. It was mandatory back in 2003 where everyone carried a firearm.
Understood.
Then, with the switch of a commissioner, it was people who are in supervision carries a firearm. All other people who are not in the field, they could. It was an optional for them. It was optional for them. However, what the commissioner was talking about is that we have officers who either got injured or for whatever reason their weapon was taken, but they were still in supervision, and they were still going in the field with someone who had a gun, and they didn't have a gun. And
So there was
that
already a
became-
gun present?
Yeah, one, but somebody else didn't have one. And that became an issue for the officers.
So the clarity is, if they're inside and they're dealing with neons, it's optional. When they go out and they're conducting field visits, the supervision operations, they all should be carrying a firearm. Does that make sense? I think maybe the
No.
clarity.
But, my time is on, so I just want to say, I think we're trying to find a world where we can communicate without guns. And if you had asked me in 2003 whether they should or shouldn't, I probably would say they might need it. And what I'm saying is now, for whatever reason, we have 2 decades of where it wasn't mandated, and it seemed to have been, whatever was put in place, whether the supervisors who had it and not everybody, that seemed to be working. I don't want to belabor it here, so maybe that's a conversation to have after. I'm just saying, if it was working, why at this moment would we have to change it? Perhaps having less of a firearm calm the situation to make it go a certain way? I don't know the answer, but I just want to know if there was conversations that have occurred before we made that decision.
Right. So it was conversations, but I think it's confusion. The majority of people in operations had their firearms. Some members may have had their firearm removed for a domestic incident, personal violations or whatever that, against the agency's policy. Those are the individuals that are in operations going out. I think it's about 33 people now. So those were the individuals that we wanted to make sure had their firearms along with the rest of the supervision. Because that supervision was always mandated and always had firearms for the last 21 years. That's what she's saying.
Yes, and some
Yes.
people didn't. And as I understand, my time,
yeah.
my time is up. So thank you. I look forward to having the
Okay.
conversations. I was going to ask a question. We can ask it later. Maybe I'll just make it a point. I think young people don't like adults and they don't like law enforcement, and we're usually the ones making the program. So I was just wondering if you are using other people to help design the programs and implement it. And Commissioner Magnoliti, I won't be here for my questions because I have to head out, but I'm looking forward to have a conversation with you about Rikers. So thank you for being here as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Public Advocate. And as I mentioned, I think, just having an understanding of are people being injured and do the type of scenarios that they might be injured merit a firearm, and even would a response with a firearm be necessary? I don't want to belabor it because we spent enough time on it, but I have Councilmember Stephen, followed by Hanif, followed by Ressler, followed by Brewer.
Hello, good morning. Well, still morning, I think. I just have a couple of questions, and I guess it's interesting because to just piggyback off where Public Advocate left off, I do want to hear more about how you are incorporating young people into the program model, because I know you mentioned that you're having a new virtual program and those type of things, and I'm a program person, and too often adults are sitting in a room saying, like, this is going to be a great idea, and we know nothing. And so I want to know what that process looks like, what young people you spoke to, do you have an advisory board, how are you getting young people's input and feedback on the program that you're providing? Because I know you were very excited about the virtual program, but how do we know kids are going to like it?
Because that's what we do. We get surveys, right? And we
So you have surveys?
that we created, and we've had these conversations, even for adults, not just young people. It's their decision. Like, we do good at saying, even when I looked at the programs we had in place, who made the decision to have these programs in place? Some of those programs were not offsetting recidivism.
No,
so
I
you are
agree.
absolutely right. So that's what we do, not just with the young, but even adults. What type of employment are you interested in? What do you think would help you? So yes, so that's...
I'm just, and I hear you, we're on the same page. I'm a program person, and honestly, I'm only asking about young people. I'm the
Yeah.
chair of
Oh,
Children
young
and Youth
people. Okay,
Services.
yes, okay.
So that's where I'm going to stay. I'm going
Yes.
to stay in my pocket.
Okay.
So, other than the survey, what does that look like? Because what young people are filling out these surveys, how does it look, and how are they being implemented? Where are you getting these young people from? I would love to hear what
they're
that looks
part-
like.
So they're part of the juveniles that we have, right? And then we also have young people that are stakeholders in our neons that just live in the community. So even for them...
How many surveys did you get filled out?
I don't know how many surveys she has. I'll get the numbers. for you.
Yes, please
Well,
give me
we
that
don't
number.
have
That would
them,
be
but I'll
great.
get it. But also what we're doing now is we have what's being built out. That's why I have a new chief information officer, right? We know technology is the way to communicate with people. So he's building out something called mobile DOP, where not only just where they can conduct surveys, like how are we doing? I want something to say, how are we doing? Because you're absolutely right. We think we're doing the right thing for them. So for adults and for children. But in addition to that, reminding them, this is your court date, reminding them you're due to come in and see, your counselor, your probation officer, or either we're coming to conduct a home visit today. Don't forget, curfew is this time. We're trying to offset a lot of these nonsense violations, but more so arrests, right? Because we're seeing the recidivism, and it's I'm not going to say it's an increase, it's just always been here. It's just been not really looked at through that particular lens. And you want to reduce recidivism. You want them to have a productive life. So how do we keep them occupied, right? But we also need their buy-in as to what they particularly like. Their, you know, their
No, I
particular
agree.
interests.
Like I said, I've been in program. I was in program for 12 years, and I often, coming in this role, there's always a room full of adults making decisions, and I am the person who's always like, well, where are the young people?
That's right.
And so I would love to get the information on like who was surveyed, what that data looks like, because I think those things are important, and making sure that that is happening not just here, but across the board. I'm always asking these questions.
Yes.
And so I'm very.
And we also, you know, like I said, we partnered with NYPD, 2 mentorship programs that I created from way back when, and Girl Talk, and we just had a big event at police headquarters with young ladies from all over. DOE was, you know, Department of Education was a part of it, Probations was a part of it. But what I like about that is that they say kids don't like law enforcement. That program there, they feel so empowered just being in the room. They've gotten awards. They
Well, I
gotta
want to
give
say,
back.
because I think you're saying, you said that kids don't like law enforcement, and I think that's a misconception, because it's not that they don't like them. It's often that they have been terrorized,
Yes.
and we have not done the work to improve those relationships in those communities. And so I think, you know, we shouldn't say that they don't like them. If I've only seen abuse in my communities, and I have not seen you come in and actually try to help me, then I'm going to be standoffish about it. And so I do think that we need to fix the work, and often we're not doing that. We rather play basketball and take pictures and make it look nice. But that's you know, that's a whole nother thing. And I had another question, even around the STEPS program. I know you said that there was like no evaluations and like the RFP. That sounds strange to me, because like I said, I was in program for years. I've never seen an RFP has had any indicators of success. Like, there's no way that an RFP was put out. That's just not even how RFPs work.
I'm going to tell you something. I said the same thing. I've been in city government for 30-something years, doing programs myself, right? You want successful outcomes. I walked into this seat, and I'm telling you what I saw was metrics of attendance.
So
and I have a program person, my guy that's over the contracts and they're here. We look. Everybody at this table looked at the programs. He did a deep dive in it. I have no reason to tell you.
No, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that, but even a metric of attendance is a metric.
Right.
So to say that there isn't any, that is a metric, and especially for that program specifically, I think what happens in programming, right? We often say like you have to have all these things and we have to have all these things. Sometimes you do need programs that have lower hanging fruits to engage these young people, and so attendance is the prime purpose, right? And so that program was a mentorship program that was in developments that were engaging young people who typically aren't engaged. And it was really hard. And so getting them there was a challenge. And so to get someone who is really hard, that doesn't come to any other programs, that's probably not coming to the community center, that's probably not going to school, and is engaged in other illegal activities, it's really hard to get them there. So that is why that bar was so low, because to engage them took so much work. And so I think we have to also look at the differences. There's different programs for different things, and saying that attendance isn't enough for that program, it made sense because it was so difficult to get those kids there. So maybe you want it a little bit more, but maybe it's like we could have layered it and said, okay, attendance is the first step, something is the second step, and instead of saying let's eliminate it, I think sometimes we don't take the time to say let's stop and evaluate a program and then address it and change it, because it doesn't make sense. It was working, and let's say even if it was only 200 kids in the program, we just lost those 200 kids because now we have to re-engage them. Even if it's a new program, it's still re-engaging them in a different way. So I'll leave it there, and if there's a second round, maybe I'll ask some more questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I wanted to kind of touch on it on a piece while Councilmember Hanif is out. There was some reporting where it was reported that you had directed staff to issue probation violations to people who aren't attending school or working. And this is for youth ages 12 to 17, which drove data up 44% for technical violations. But earlier you had mentioned you're really not trying to do that, and based on what Councilmember Stevens is saying is like we're cutting these programs where, okay, we lost 200 youth or 35 youth, we still lost them. It seems like we're not focused on keeping them engaged and looking at the root cause of why they're not showing up to school or why they're not showing up to to work. I understand that some of this has to do with, like, well, maybe the type of programming isn't what they wanted, and you're looking to bring in different types of programs from what they've said that they would be interested to, but it seems like these things aren't necessarily in alignment.
I can assure you, I didn't put in, listen, paper's gonna do what they want. I came from PD, so they want to try and say, oh, she's law enforcement. They have no idea what I did in PD for young people and mentorship. So my thing is, that's not the case. Even if you look at our violations, the highest violation numbers are arrests. That's it. And if there's an increase, then there's an increase in arrests. And if there's an increase in arrests, that tells me we got to do something different as far as programming when it comes to our young people. The next highest thing for violations, and we took a look at it and have the data, failure to appear, which will result in, if we don't see you for a year, 6 months, that can result in a warrant. So I took a look at their data. There is no technical files. I'd rather put a solution in place for school if you're not attending school. Then there's remedial programs. Then there's tutoring. Maybe we can get you up to 7th grade reading and math level and you pass the GED. I'm never going to violate a child, but papers or sensationalizing.
So you're saying you didn't direct people?
Absolutely
You didn't direct staff?
not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you for being here today. Commissioner and DOP team, would just like to remind you that you're under oath and the integrity of what is said at these hearings is of utmost importance to the members of this committee and to the public at large. I've been concerned about some of the inconsistencies in the things that I've heard today. I'd like to just start with the reality that the number of kids in jail has doubled under Mayor Adams' tenure. Doubled. And DOP has a central role to play in sending these kids to jail. So after a young person is arrested, they go to DOP for an interview, and then the decision is made to refer the case to the law department for prosecution in family court. DOP is not required to send every case to the law department for prosecution. Why have so many cases, how many cases have been referred to the law department so far in FY24?
Do you have your number, Matt?
So I don't have that number, but it sounds like you're indicating every case is being referred.
No, of course not.
That's clearly not the case, right?
But a lot more are.
A lot more are. We're also seeing a lot more violent felony arrests and felonies.
There's a choice on that. I mean, there's a 44% increase in violent felony arrests that was celebrated in your all's PMMR, but only an 8% increase in gun arrests for those same kids. So you're choosing, the Department of Probation, the law department is choosing to send more kids to jail. That is why these numbers have skyrocketed.
So two responses, right? The first one is there's eligibility and suitability. Some cases are not eligible. But the second thing is the fact that we refer a case to the presentment agency doesn't mean they're going to jail or going to juvenile detention.
Of course not, but we are seeing more and more kids get sent to jail, to juvenile detention, to secure detention. So since you've come into office and brought in a new leadership team at the Department of Probation, and I just have to say, I had a great working relationship with multiple commissioners over multiple administrations, and the senior leadership team at DOP was reform-oriented and thoughtful. I'm very concerned about the change in trajectory that we're seeing under your leadership at the Department of Probation. We've seen cuts of $700,000 to the Impact Program, $2.6 million to Next Steps, $1.6 million to Arches, nearly $5 million in cuts to alternative to incarceration programs under your tenure. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
Do you know how much we're spending on increased incarceration of kids in jail in our youth secure detention facilities?
No.
It's increased by $20 million, a 50% increase from FY19 to the present. So over these years, we've seen spending increase by 50% in our jails, by $20 million, while we've cut by $5 million the programs that serve to keep people out of jail that are effective alternative to incarceration programs. You said there's no data for the Next Steps program.
Not Next Steps. Next Steps was...
You said there was no data. Is that right?
Next Steps program was community-oriented. Impact program was never off the ground and running. So it served,
Let's do one
and
at a
it
time.
wasn't for youth. You're mentioning juveniles, right? The increase. That program was not for young people. That
Impact
program,
would have served 175 young people.
what, that wasn't for young people.
Impact program would have served 175 young people. Are you saying that's not accurate?
Was it for young people? 'Cause
Yes.
I thought it was
Of course it's for
adults.
young people. It's for
Was
young
it for
people.
adults?
Please,
Young-
could somebody
young people
clarify?
who
It's for
have
young
adult
people.
kids.
We all know this. Come on. Sorry, I get too upset.
Well, you're saying, with all due respect, counsel, you're saying 175 young people. The program was not running, and what was stated to me, right, coming in the door, I met what's thrown at me, right? What was stated to me by, I believe, the former Deputy Commissioner of Administration was that the providers was delaying the start of the program.
I've spoken with
So-
Cases. Cases was selected as the provider through your RFP process. Is that correct?
I don't know, I wasn't.
Could somebody
I wasn't in
testify?
probation.
Yes? Could
It
we
was
just get-
cases.
Cases was selected. They were selected to provide a contract for 175 at-risk young people that were in family court. Is that correct? Just yes or no's, please. This is the most basic stuff for programs that you all cut. You should know better. What's the
It
answer?
was correct.
Okay, so I'll take a yes on that one. Cases was ready to provide the services. They have shared that with my office, with Councilmember Stevens' office, I'm sure with Councilmember Nurse's office, with Chair Nurse's office. Why was the program cut? A program that was when youth incarceration rates are skyrocketing. Why would
Because
we eliminate
the
one of the most
program was
effective
cut.
diversion programs in the city of New York?
The program was cut because we were informed that they already had an existing impact program, and that one didn't get up and running.
There is
And
no
that
alternative
existing-
to the impact program. There is nothing like impact that operates in the city of New York.
I mean, I disagree.
Well, you
I was
said
told-
there's an
I was
alternative.
told-
So let's hear from your deputy commissioners. Was there an alternative? What other services are being provided to these young people?
Cases
Because
was
all you were
providing
doing
it.
is sending them to jail.
No.
That is the only policy that we are seeing. That is the outcome we are seeing. The services are being cut, and you're sending more kids to jail. That is what. Tell me.
I'm
Give me the
sending more-
alternatives that are being provided.
I beg to differ, counsel. I
You
beg
said
to
that the
differ.
alternative to Next
There
Steps
is-
was Arches. You cut $2.6 million. You testified to that an hour ago. That
Are you
cut.
listening?
I'm listening,
It
and
was
I'm listening to your testimony and the
here's
inaccuracies
what I
you're saying.
testified
Please let
to.
her speak.
Here's what I testified to. When I walked in the door, I was told Arches was 5 days, scaled down to 3 days. I said, why? Because young people weren't compliant with attendance. I said, why? I have to come up with something that's going to bring them in the door. Do you think I'm intentionally cutting programs while still creating programs, while still being concerned? I walked in the door and no one ever had a meeting with DOE about kids coming to us undercredited, no education, not going to school, not listening to their parents. I put that in place, right?
I'd like to
you need
focus on the
base-
questions that
Listen,
I'm
a program is important. School is 10 times more important. But we are definitely putting more programs, the right programs in place.
Okay.
That's what we want for young people.
You testified that you were cutting
So,
Next Steps because it didn't have data. Former DOP staff
I
have reached out to my
testified
office
that they
to
didn't have
send us all of the
successful
indicators.
outcomes. There was no successful
said-
outcomes other than metrics, other than 16 people
Okay.
attending.
If it would be helpful, former
And
DOP
those
staff have
16
sent us.
people weren't the 16 people. So when I say 16 people attending, that means 16 names touched it. The names might have changed. They didn't
I have
complete
witnessed
it.
this program up close. I've met with these providers. This is a highly effective program serving at-risk NYCHA youth. Former
The
DOP staff
providers
have
are still
sent
part
us
of DOP's
metrics and
programs.
outcomes that are, but you cut $2.6 million in funding that we're serving these at-risk youth in our NYCHA developments. And then you testified today that that program was folded in, that you were serving them through Arches. But you cut
That's
Arches
right, we
by
are.
another $1.6
I didn't
million.
cut Arches. Arches was not being utilized
Was there not a
because
peg
there
in the
was
budget
no
for $1.6 million
compliance.
cut to Arches?
No.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Was there a peg for 1.6? Yes. Thank you very much. So I just got to remind you, Commissioner, you are under oath.
I
So when
am
you
under oath.
deny the
Right.
things, the facts that are real, it undermines our faith and confidence in you, in this agency, and in this administration.
I'll tell
I am
you-
deeply concerned
I'm deeply-
about your
I wanna tell
policies
you,
and the driving
Counselor-
up of mass incarceration of our young people in New York City, and I am
Oh,
deeply
God.
concerned by your testimony today. I will be asking the Office of General Counsel to review its accuracy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, y'all, do the little hand thing. You know the deal. Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Just for clarifications, Next Steps was terminated,
Next steps was, yes, they weren't renewed. The contract wasn't renewed.
and Impact is fully canceled, never having launched.
Right.
Okay. And what programs are replacing this?
So what we're looking at are real
We have Street
programs to
Smarts.
replace
Is-
that. So currently, we do have cases, is still part of the impact that's serving, it says 35 people, you know, I guess that's bare minimum, these RFPs with the numbers, but they serve way more than that. And they serve adults as well. So there is an alternative to impact, and it's the same vendor cases.
My
that's
understanding was
actually
that
serving them.
Impact was going to offer more service than what the MAP
didn't-
was.
No, it did, they didn't, my staff members here, executive cabinet, they didn't even know about impact when we brought it up. It's only because I was doing a deep dive into the contracts of Department of Probation that surfaced.
To me, that would seem like there's an issue with a transition plan and some other.
No.
thing.
These are
You should be
members
able to
that-
find where you've had contracts before.
They've been here, and so, they've been here for 30-somewhat years.
But in 30 years, you didn't know that the program was there?
You want to speak to?
I'm sorry, in the last few years, you did not know about the program.
I did not know about impact. What we're saying is, what I've learned since the commissioner came on board is that we had this program impact. My understanding and my learning was that it never really launched. So I think they got the people in place, but it never went to the next level. And I think the time ended, right? Before knowing should we renew the contract or not. Am I correct?
What happened was it never started. The members,
I understand.
the cabinet members that preceded me for decades didn't even know that this was in place. It only surfaced because I hired him to do a deep dive into all the existing programs. As a result of such, we brought up our contract person who's here, and they said, oh, by the way, this is a contract also. So we said,
No,
well, where did it come from?
I understand, and because we're now coming back again. I think the takeaway from this exchange is that this program had a lot of potential. There were people in place. There was money ready to go. It would have served more people and had more expansive services than some of what was already in place. And this might be an option, an opportunity to reconsider launching that program.
I'll go back and take a look at it, because maybe it was presented in a different way with the individuals that was here before.
Okay.
I'll definitely take a look at it.
Okay, going to move forward. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I listened earlier, even though I wasn't here, so I just had a couple of questions. What's your program percentage, just generally in terms of your agency? Like, what's the percentage of budget that goes towards program?
What is it, 21 million for programs?
For FY25 is approximately 18.5 million for FY25. For FY24 was 21.4 million.
21 and 24 and 18 and 25.
21.4 for
Okay.
FY24 and 18.5 for FY25.
Why is it going down?
That's due to the pay?
Due to the PEG?
Yes.
Right, but it's technically, we still have funding. I have intra-city funding that I 6.3 million that I plug right back into that. So we're not losing any money, any funding for programs. I'm not allowing that to happen. There's money there. There's state funding as well.
Okay. Number two, recidivism. What is your recidivism rate? Maybe you did that earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Right, no, we didn't, because, I walked in the door probation and there was no true source of data. Now we have one.
So what's-
So the recidivism rate for...
Maybe for young and for adults?
27%, and I believe adults are 30%.
30%.
29% and 30%.
For adults? Okay. And my question is two other questions. One, I'm a big supporter of the residents of NYCHA, and I feel like NYCHA does not provide programs that would enable people not to end up in your system or anybody else's system. So my question is, what is the percentage, if you know, of your caseload that is a resident of NYCHA? Do you
right.
have that number?
You want, I thought you had that, NYCHA residents. We'll get it, I'll make sure I get it back to you, because we have looked at that, because I wanted to look at it. I know a lot of the MAP locations have some programs that are going on, and I believe it used
I know
to-
MAP very well.
Right, so it used to be about 16 MAPs, what is it, 30-something now, I think?
MAP has its challenges, however. Okay. Okay, I mean, I know MAP very well. The issue for me is NYCHA needs support. They need their community centers to be open more often. They need, if it's not MAP, something else, et cetera. So I guess my question is, I don't know what your percentage is. I was just wondering what it is for NYCHA, because if it's fairly high, which I assume it is, I don't know that, then why are we not doing more at NYCHA, not so they don't end up in your system? That's my question. Do you
Right.
work with NYCHA to say, NYCHA, I scream and yell about this all the
A
time.
lot of our neon centers are right there in those locations. So we have the 7 neon locations open to the community. That's why when Next Steps was canceled, we plugged most of the children right into the Arches, which was not being, it didn't have enough clients attending it. So there was plenty of space in Arches, which is right there. But most of our 7 neon centers are in those specific areas.
Okay, so I guess I'm asking is, maybe not now, but I'd like to get a breakdown.
Yeah, and also, you
So
want,
we do have a program right now where our clients are run through a service provider that then provides workforce.
At NYCHA?
At NYCHA.
Okay, but that's one. You got about
It's a
400,000 residents or 600,000, depending on who's counting. All right, so you need, what I'm saying is, are you working with NYCHA to see if there are other places where you can provide programs, they can provide programs? I can't get the city administration to say more support for NYCHA.
I will definitely, council member, absolutely look into it and get back to it. And if we're not, we will. But
I'm
absolutely,
sure you're not, that's what I'm sure of.
we'll make sure of it.
Okay. And finally, new needs. What are your new needs?
People.
No, I mean,
So my new
I know,
needs, so
'cause
my new
OMB
needs is
never
definitely.
wants to hear anybody
If you
with no
look at
needs.
staffing, naturally, I think we're at 423 probation officers. Our peak year was 694 officers for total, and that was in 2019. So we're down to 423, 175 SBOs. We do currently have a class going in the next couple of months. I just submitted to OMB 2 PARs. One, I believe, is for 65 hirings and another for 50. And I'll be submitting more. We need more people. The caseload has increased. You're managing anywhere from 40-plus cases per probation officer. I don't want it to become where it's a check the box referral, check the box. We want real management. You need people, so I definitely need people in order to be effective in that, and more programs. We have a lot of programs that we kind of farm out.
What would you like to get the recidivism down to? Obviously 0. But
Yes.
I know, but what do you?
And we finally, I had that put on the PMMR so we can have some real goals to reduce recidivism. Like you said, I would love to have it at 0. I just want to be realistic. Hopefully, we can do a 50% recidivism. But, naturally, that's identifying the client needs. There's a lot of restructuring going on, like I said, with the surveys that get real data. And Councilwoman Stevens, I'll get back to you. But these are things we just implemented. We had to have a different think tank and come to the table. How are we going to keep people out of the criminal
Well,
justice
we all want
system?
that, but we need more
Right.
support in terms of program in addition to officers.
We do, we
Right.
do.
Thank you, Chair. I could keep going, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Okay, so we have one more question. Let me ask. Okay, there was a question from Councilmember Breyu on what is the cost of the Next Steps program? What was the
2.5.
2.5 million. Okay. I'm gonna let Councilmember Stevens go for one other question, and then I think we're gonna take a break and transition.
I just had a question just around, I know you kind of like highlighted your partnership and work that you've been doing with like DOE and NYPD, but what about other agencies? Because
We are DYCD.
no, I know, but what does that look like? And tell me what does that look like? 'Cause
So what happens is, naturally, DYCD has over 900 programs.
I'm aware.
So that's what we're plugging into. So we're doing.
But
he's
what does
doing
that
it-
look like?
That just looks like seeing what they have that fits our clients' needs. So naturally, by surveying the clients, what is it that
How many young people that you have in your programs that are also in some of the DYCD programs? Do you have the overlapping
we
of those
just
programs?
right, but we just implemented this. So as a result of such, I spoke with Keith Howard. Keith Howard's team did a whole presentation on what programs they have available. So as a result of such, we're looking into these programs to see that what we can segue into instead of trying to recreate the wheel.
But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking, so let me finish the question so
Right.
you can give me the answer that I'm looking for. I'm asking you, so how many young people that are on probation that are in some of those programs? How many young people who are also ACS and ACS custody and have different those cases that are also on probation? Do you have those numbers?
Do you have those numbers, Matt Granoff?
Like, I'm just trying to see what's the overlap here, because so often a lot of these kids are in all of these programs and figuring out how are we communicating all these different things and having holistic plans opposed to it having separate plans. So that's why I'm asking these questions, not just saying how are you plugging the kids in the programs, because that's easy. So if you don't have that, I would love to see how we can start working on that, because I did ask this question before. This isn't a new question. I asked this question when you first got here, when we had a joint hearing with Criminal Justice and ACS and DYCD. And I'm just asking this because this is a follow-up question from almost a year ago when I asked it before. And so I'm asking, do we now have the overlapping number of young people that's being served in all of these different programs?
So I apologize because I don't remember the question from a year ago, and my apologies that I didn't, because I try and remember what's said here.
No, I don't want you to remember
But with that
it. I
being
just want
said,
y'all to
that's
start
going to
working.
be part of what he's doing now while he's looking into it, also assessing who's already in some of those programs. We do have the summer youth employment that we work with them with. How many young people did we have last year? Summer youth employees? 600? About 600. And now currently they've registered, how many do we have registered now?
Right now, registered is about 500.
About 500, so they're still registering. So that we did through DYCD to make sure they have employment. But that's part of his assessment that he's doing now. They just did probably about a month and a half ago, the breakdown of all their programs for us.
Well, that's disappointing because
Yeah.
I say it's disappointing in the fact that I've been here for 3 years now, and this is the same thing I've been saying for the last 3 years. It is unacceptable that we have all of these different programs serving the same young people, and we're not keeping track of how they are going into all these programs in the city. And this is not just on you. This is all the programs that serve our young people, including DOE, DYCD, and ACS. And I know it's not happening because I talk to everybody
But I've been
individually.
saying the same thing, and that's
But-
what they know, and that's why they're smiling. I
Listen,
said,
you
that's
might
why
be-
we started making assessment. I walked in the door saying the same thing. Why are we trying to create fine new nonprofits when we have everything we need right here? So that's why that's being, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly, that's what I said.
Listen,
walking
again,
in the
I've been
door.
here 3 years and it still hasn't happened. And I've offered up my services to be supportive of making these things happen and say, how do we work together? But it clearly is not resonating because 3 years later, we still don't know. And that's really disappointing. But
Well, I
I'll
can
leave it
assure you, I'm here a year. I think in a couple of days, the next time we're back here, we're going to have the, before we're back here.
Yeah, you could-
I'll
you
reach
could- you
out
could
to
definitely
you.
reach out to me
I'll reach
before.
out to you, and we'll have it in place. I can
you.
assure you that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I mean, I think just the big thing here is that we're relying on these programs. We're relying on the Department of Probations to tell us what is needed to scale up these programs. The providers know what's needed. They are already willing and able. They want to scale up. They want to bring in more staff. They want to offer more services. They want to be able to recruit and retain staff at the right salary rates, so folks don't have burnout because we're taking on hard work, and so we really need the budget to reflect that growth and work that we need from these programs in order to reduce the population at Rikers and prevent people from going there in the first place. Like, this is the biggest role. This is the key strategy and the key pillar. So, I'm hoping that when we're back here in April, we can see something different.
And mental health.
Mental health,
So mental
absolutely.
health is key. That's what we're looking at. What was in place with probation before, they weren't doing the work, they were doing referrals. There was some clause where they were hired to do the work and couldn't do the work, whatever it is. That's what I'm looking for right now, the big
I'm not
vendor.
sure what you mean by that, so
Yeah,
it would
I
be
wasn't
helpful
sure.
if to say that, to have some more detail
Yes.
provided, because those are big statements. And so from my understanding, as you just mentioned, we know who the people are who do this work. We know who the providers are. They're going to be here all day testifying. So it's not like we can't have these conversations. And they are, like I said, wanting to do the work. I can't imagine that they're not delivering I can't imagine that they don't have metrics of success that are beyond just attendance. I think some of this stuff is beyond what you can put in numbers. You know, you're trying to change people's lives and set them up for success and put them into transformational opportunities, and that's not always something you can capture in a number.
And we still have those vendors working with us with the exception of one. They're in all the other programs. And when I tell you the evaluations that we have received, and you could speak to it if you want, are tremendous now. We've met with all of them. They agree with us. We're seeing certifications. We're seeing jobs. It really is a complete turnaround on what we're seeing with them. So those next step providers, with the exception of one, are still in DOP programs. And you do see a tremendous difference.
I think we would just like to see an increase to their support. Okay, I think we're going to take a break. Thank you so much, Commissioner,
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone else who's being here. We're going to take a break.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back. Panel 2. Just wanted to say, Commissioner, congratulations. I said this earlier, but it was just a pleasure to make some time earlier this week to talk with you. We could introduce ourselves and hear about, who you are and where you're coming from, how you come to this work. And I'm really looking forward to having a productive working relationship as we engage. So thank you for being here, and congratulations on being commissioner for this first hearing. I'm going to turn it over next to our speaker, Adrienne Adams, who will make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome to all of you. I thank our chair for leading today's preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Criminal Justice today. And as the chair just said, I would also like to congratulate you. You are our new Department of Correction Commissioner, Linnell McGinley Liddy, on your new role, and welcome you to council chambers today. I hope that under your leadership, the department will chart a course towards a safer environment on Rikers for both staff and detainees alike, and that your team will be collaborative with stakeholders and oversight entities. I look forward to hearing about your vision to change the current culture and practices to address the humanitarian crisis in our city jails. We're going to examine the Department of Corrections' $105 billion fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget, which is $120.7 million less than the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget and $165.7 million less than the current fiscal 2024 budget. The Department of Correction has a critical responsibility to ensure the care and safety of the people in its care, as the vast majority await trial and provide a path to successful reentry into communities. Yet, reports show that the DOC has been falling short of its core mission, with high rates of violence against detainees, staff, unsanitary settings, inappropriate uses of force, staff management issues, and more. When conditions like this exist, jail staff are less safe, and too many people in custody are released in a worse condition by the time they leave and return to their communities. This cycle of harm does not serve our city or its residents and undermines public safety. Last fall, I called for the reappointment of the Independent Rikers Commission to help get the plan to close Rikers on track and improve public safety in our city. The goal to make this a reality as mandated by law remains as urgent and critical as ever, and a mission this council is still committed to. It requires active steps by the administration to address mental health diversion and treatment, pretrial and reentry services, and case processing delays with stakeholders across the criminal legal system, while fulfilling the dozens of obligations that are part of the points of agreement to close Rikers. The delays and lack of attention to these necessary steps must be resolved, and I look forward to hearing about the steps that the DOC is taking to remedy this. Thank you very much for being here once again, and I turn it back over to our chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also just want to publicly thank you for appointing me and trusting me to this committee. I know this is a very, very personal and top priority issue for you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to committee counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll swear in this next panel of administration witnesses. With us today from the Department of Correction, we have Commissioner McGinley Liddy, Nancy Savasta, Francis Torres, Sherry Rembrandt, Mala Servinsastan, I apologize, James Saunders, Patrick Ben, Ronald Edwards, Jeremiah Johnson, Alexandra Maldonado, and Matthew Pescarelli. If you can all each raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record that all witnesses answered in the affirmative, you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse, Speaker, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. I am Linnell McGinley Liddy, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Correction. My colleagues and I are here to discuss the preliminary budget for fiscal year 2025 and my vision for the future for this agency. Today I'm joining you as the department's newest commissioner, and I'm proud to deliver my testimony alongside our First Deputy Commissioner, Francis Torres, Acting General Counsel, Nancy Savasta, Deputy Commissioner of Budget and Finance, Mala Srinivasan, Assistant Chief Sherry Ann Rembert, Assistant Commissioner Alex Maldonado, and other members of my team. Although I'm new to this role, I'm not new to the department. I've served DOC for over 8 years. During this time, I've become familiar with our policies, our facilities, our legal matters, and our people. As Commissioner, my unwavering commitment to this agency has only deepened, and I consider it a privilege to lead the men and women of the Department of Correction. Corrections is a law enforcement job, but it also involves human services. That is how I've always seen my career, and I encourage our staff to think about their roles. As many of you know, I joined this agency in 2015 with the goal of giving back to a city that has given so much to me. I'm proud to have been granted positions of progressive responsibility, including Deputy General Counsel, Acting Senior Deputy Commissioner, and Chief Diversity Officer, and First Deputy Commissioner. But I am more proud of the opportunity to keep serving the DOC community and continuing to advocate for better treatment for everyone working and living in our jails. I want to be clear with everyone here today that people who work at DOC are committed to criminal justice reform. They want to see better, safer jails for themselves, their colleagues, and the people in our care. However, gaining their buy-in on needed reforms require that we treat them with the same empathy and respect we expect to be treated with. With our support behind them, they will in turn provide the same level of empathy and respect to those in our care. Every day, I am motivated by the dedication of our workforce and their willingness to engage in the difficult work of change. I see the stories that go untold of the positive work they do in the jail each and every day. And I'm confident that their passion for their work will continue to be the vessel for enduring change. Today, I will provide you with insight on how my team and I are working to cultivate that passion and how we are providing a greater voice and additional support to people in our care. I will also give you an overview of the department's fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget. I'm well aware that in order to effectuate change in our jails, we must first be honest about the state of our jails. Our facilities are old and outdated. These structures have inadequate lines of sight, and the crumbling infrastructure is too easily dismantled by people with ill intent. Complicating matters, our population, which fell to approximately 4,000 at the height of the pandemic, has risen to an average of approximately 6,135 per day. Of those individuals, over 500 have been detained for longer than 2 years, and over 20% are being held on a violent felony charge. These challenges are further compounded by high levels of workforce attrition. Over the past 4 years, the department has attrited nearly 3,500 uniformed staff. This decline in staff plays into our difficulty in managing a highly concentrated violent population and has contributed to a demoralization among our workforce. This, in turn, contributes to a greater sense of frustration among those in our care. These challenges are not new, but to resolve them, we owe it to ourselves to take a different approach. Under my direction, we will face these challenges by treating the source and not the symptom. We are focused on assessing and meeting our population's basic needs and actively listening to them to resolve conflicts. We are taking the same approach with our staff by providing enhanced training and greater on-the-ground support. As Commissioner, I firmly believe that to lead the jails, you need to tour the jails. To that end, I've instituted a mandatory touring schedule for all uniformed and non-uniformed leadership. On these tours, my team is expected to speak with staff and people in custody, address any issues they see in real time, and report back to me on their positive observations as well as areas of concern. I hold myself to the same standard and continue to tour our facilities as well. Regular touring is critical for our success. If we are to uphold our commitment to creating a safer, more humane environment, then we must personally know the conditions of our jails. As leaders, we must listen, and we must develop solutions to problems informed by those on the ground. Moreover, we know that among the best paths to violence reduction is ensuring that the people in our care have what they're entitled to and what they deserve. Regular touring by leadership ensures that an extra pair of hands and eyes are present to get people what they need. I have also instituted focus groups with uniformed and non-uniformed staff, as well as people in custody. The goal of these focus groups is to provide a space for everyone to voice their honest feedback. We've collected input on everything from safety and jail conditions to wellness opportunities and the need for more programming. So far, there have been over 20 focus groups scheduled across multiple facilities, with more sessions to be scheduled. The feedback offered in these sessions will be compiled, shared with all members of leadership, and used to inform decision-making in the coming year. I am committed to returning to these focus groups to hear their thoughts on our efforts to mitigate the issues they raised. As much as I believe in the work we're doing to change the culture within our jails and enhance safety for everyone, I must emphasize that to truly change this department, we cannot do it alone. I applaud the work that our Division of Programs and Community Partnerships has done to provide one-on-one sessions and group-based facilitation programs in the wake of a $17 million budget cut to external programming. I am also thankful to the Fortune Society and Osborne Association, who've continued to provide discharge planning services to the population without any additional city funding. I'm equally grateful to the existing providers under the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice's contract for their work. However, an abundance of meaningful programs and services is critical to reducing idleness and, in turn, violence. I know this based on my years at the department, and it has been echoed in the focus group sessions we have held. For that reason, I'm thrilled to welcome external program providers back into our facilities, and I'm extremely thankful that the mayor has been able to restore $14 million in funding to support enhanced programming initiatives for people in custody. These funds will target new needs and will include robust transitional planning, substance misuse programming, supplemental educational programming, trauma-informed programming, and transportation for those being reintegrated into our communities. I also want to highlight that the department recently received a grant for $180,000 from the New York State Office of Mental Health Suicide Prevention Center to expand wellness programs for staff. Our care unit will spearhead the grant, and I anticipate that it will support our staff in managing the difficulties of this work. This initiative is personal for me because I know the trauma our staff experience on a daily basis. I also know that supporting our staff's mental health will help them show up stronger for the people in our care. Now I will turn to the fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget. The department's fiscal year budget is $1.05 billion, which is a $165.7 million decrease from the previous fiscal year. The vast majority of our budget, 84%, is allocated for personal services and 16% for other than personal services. This budget decrease was achieved through savings due to operating below the authorized headcount. $30.9 million was saved in fiscal year '24. We are projected to save $30.4 million in fiscal year '25, $49.4 million in fiscal year '26, and $49.9 million in fiscal year '27 by continuing to remain below our budgeted headcount for both civilian and uniform staff. 2, a reduction in overtime. The department saved $58.1 million in fiscal year '24 through uniformed and civilian overtime reduction efforts. And 3, several collective bargaining adjustments, which resulted in an additional $7.5 million in fiscal year '24, $11.6 million in fiscal year '25, $16.2 million in fiscal year '26, $20.8 million in fiscal year '27, and $22.8 million in fiscal year '28. The fiscal year preliminary capital budget and commitment plan totals $10.8 billion, which covers fiscal years 2024 through 2033. As of the fiscal year preliminary budget, the majority of capital funding is tied to the borough-based jail programs, which totals $8.7 billion over the 10-year plan and is allocated as follows. Brooklyn facility, $2.8 billion. Manhattan facility, $2 billion. Bronx facility, $1.9 billion. Queens facility, $1.9 billion. And the Queens parking garage, $10.7 million. We continue to work diligently to attract and retain civilian and uniform staff. The department's authorized headcount remains effectively unchanged from the adopted budget, totaling 8,788. 7,060 uniform positions and 1,728 civilian positions. Our actual and staffing levels continue to remain well below our authorized headcount, and the department intends to remain aggressive with advertising and marketing strategies to promote recruitment. In closing, I have assumed the role of commissioner with a deep commitment to the men and women of DOC and to the people we serve. I recognize that a positive working relationship with our oversight bodies, including the Federal Monitor, the Board of Correction, and the City Council, as well as with our partners and stakeholders, is foundational to this work. In the 3 months that I've been commissioner, we have enacted the changes needed to clear a contempt motion and restored the Monitor's faith in the department's willingness to be a collaborative partner. I promise you, this is just the beginning. I look forward to a partnership with the Council that focuses on thoughtful, meaningful, expeditious reforms. Achieving a safe, secure, and a humane environment for those who work and live in DOC facilities is my ultimate priority. Moreover, I understand that this is a job of service and that accepting our present challenges with humility is what will lead us to create lasting solutions. The department's issues are complex. Nothing will be easy, but I will not entertain failure. If I didn't think this city could make the necessary reforms, if I didn't think we could create a safe and humane environment for both staff and everyone in our care, I would not have committed myself to this work. I look forward to working with the council toward our shared priorities and reforms. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My team and I are available to answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We're going to now turn it to our speaker for any opening questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, welcome, Commissioner. Dare I say that it feels that the DOC finally got something right in appointing you to this position. This is your first preliminary budget. We welcome you again. The council was heartened to read in a February 26 status update that the monitoring team observed an immediate change in approach and dynamic under your leadership, and that the department has made important strides in returning to a more collaborative, we love that word, and transparent, we love that word even more, relationship with the monitoring team. However, the council continues to share the grave concern about conditions in the jail. As commissioner, you're responsible for marshaling the department's significant appropriation of taxpayer dollars. Can you describe your vision for prioritizing the department's budgetary resources to address the issues of staff management, violence and safety, and transitioning the department to borough-based jails in the coming fiscal years?
Thank you for that question. So, like I said initially, the work is, we understand that there are challenges that exist, but we are working collaboratively with the monitor to ensure that we are addressing those challenges. With respect to the staffing, I will have Chief Rembert go into a little more detail on the staffing, but what I can tell you in the last 4 years, we've attrited approximately 3,400 staff members, uniformed staff members, and we're working to actively deploy our staff to ensure that they're deployed on posts that are needed within the jails. We've created a new unit called the SMART unit, which manages deployment throughout the facilities to ensuring that we are not, people aren't working triple shifts. We're minimizing that, in addition to making sure people are efficiently deployed to posts. With respect to staffing, I'm just going to turn it over to Chief Rembert just to give a little bit more context on the staffing and all that we're doing right now with respect to staffing.
Good morning, City Council Board. My name is Sherry Ann Rembert. I'm Assistant Chief for the New York City Department of Corrections. Our agency has a multi-pronged approach to reducing overtime expenditures. The first is embracing technology. Through the use of the electronic scheduling system, we embarked on deploying available staff to our facility in real time so we can operate efficiently on a daily basis. The scheduling management and the redeployment team, known as the SMART team unit, actively manages the scheduling of our staff and the redeployment of our officers to balance our facilities. The department has been redeploying available staff on a consistent basis to further enhance our reduction of overtime, once every 3 weeks, as well as deploying our TDY staff twice a week. Office of Administration is analyzing staffing daily to ensure squads are balanced within the facilities. Balancing squads help minimize overtime by ensuring the workloads are evenly distributed and better resources utilization and cost savings for our agency. We will continue to train our facility management team on the intricate ways of utilizing the electronic scheduling system as currently designed, and we also taking a proactive approach and educating our management team to identify posts in real time that can be reallocated while supporting our security perimeters to reduce overtime. The second problem is addressing absenteeism. We have been diligently working to reduce the number of staff out sick so that more staff are available to work in the facilities. Since January of 2022, we have reduced staff absenteeism by 80% due to sick leave. Additionally, we will be addressing the personal emergency leave as well as the FMLA process that at times have created undue hardship to our agency. The last problem is recruitment. As of our recruitment, because we attrited around 1,900 staff members since calendar year 22. We have also lost staff members prior to that. At that rate of attrition that we have lost, it's not in cadence with our ability to recruit or hire or retain, as staff members are eligible for retirement daily. The reality is that recruiting, hiring, retaining are competing factors, as this is not unique to the New York City. In fact, corrections and law enforcement agencies globally experience the impact of retention. As such, we will continue to coordinate with city leadership and partnering agencies through Rikers Island Task Force to increase the reach of recruiting efforts and problem-solving barriers to hiring. So far, in calendar year of 2024, 74 officers have graduated from the academy and successfully joined the ranks of correctional officers. On Thursday, March 7th, we had a recruiting class of 82 started the academy training. Lastly, it's important to recognize that the department has completely neglected the organization held for decades. We cannot simply hire our way out of this. We must also think about how to build and sustain a workforce that is trained in correction best practices, that has ample professional development opportunities, that is professional and accountable, and that receives the support needed to do their jobs and remain in the Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Chief. With respect to violence reduction, we know that's an issue. So one of the initiatives that I started was touring, having everyone, all of the uniformed and non-uniformed leadership, they're supposed to be touring the jails every other week. And there's a set schedule where people are touring and doing meaningful tours. With more eyes and more ears and more hands on board, you are able to see what's happening in real time. If there are any issues happening in real time, you're addressing it in real time. One of the other things that's been really a challenge for us is the infrastructure, right? We have old jails and we need to make repairs to those jails, but we are also in a place where we can't utilize capital funding to do that. So we're constantly making changes and shifts to ensure that we are meeting the standards in terms of making repairs in our jails. But one of the things that's really critical for this department, and something that I've noted upon assuming this role, it's programming is essential, right? Programming is essential to ensuring that people aren't idle and that we are providing them with a tool that's critical for their success. And that's critical for them once they leave our care. I have FDC Torres can talk a little bit more about programming initiative that we have underway as a result of the new funding and all of the programs that we're going to be rolling out to the individuals in our care.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Francis Torres. I'm the first Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Department of Correction. The Commissioner has already shared with you what it is that is needed as part of our violence reduction plan. Last year, I found myself in these chambers because we needed to go and explain to the council members how the department was to do insourcing as a result of the loss of the $17 million that were used for jail-based targeted approach. During that conversation, we laid out for the council what it was that our counseling staff, primarily assigned to the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships, were going to do. Know that the Division of Programs actually mapped out a plan of action to absorb the insourcing. We began by having conversations with Local 371. We also had large meetings with our associate correctional counselors, level 1 and 2, as well as our program counselors. Those civil service staff members were the ones primarily becoming responsible for insourcing. Insourcing being defined as the provision of one-on-ones and group facilitations with a robust evidence-based curricula as well as best practices. Once we did that, as a division, we mapped out a training component, meaning they had to be done in different sessions, combined of refresher trainings with new trainings. Let me just share with you the following. Staff members assigned to the counseling unit had done one-on-ones and group facilitation prior to jail-based. In fact, they had done so in 2015. So we needed to bring them back to what they used to do. Once we did the training sessions, and we divided training in 2 different sets. Training sessions that will go from July of last year through December of last year, and additional sessions that would be done this year. In doing so, we laid out a complete schedule on how counselors would be assigned, and in fact, we deployed the counselors based on the housing area's needs. I gotta tell you that the Division of Programs has done a phenomenal job. And what is it that it has done for us as a department? In having our staff members provide and facilitate one-on-ones and groups, they are on the ground and they're able to listen to the needs of staff as well as the population. And so the reality is that we're in constant evolution and we're always listening and trying to determine what is further needed by our population, those who we are assigned their care for. Let me pause for a minute and share the following with you. Insourcing and the job being done by our counseling division is only one part of the programming that is done and afforded to those persons under our care. There are other providers that are still on the ground. Contracted providers by MOTJ. We have at least 15 contracted providers that afford enrichment programming, and I'm glad to share with you that the Division of Programs has onboarded 3 additional contracted providers. As part of workforce development, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Education. That memorandum of understanding allows our department to afford certificates and certifications in different job market opportunities. But let's go to a question that I'm sure will rise, and I would like to be proactive and share the following. There has been an announcement made of $14 million coming to our department thanks to the support of the administration. In receiving those $14 million, insourcing will remain with the members of the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships. This new funding that is coming to us will allow us to focus on very specific programming needs that we have identified. We will be able to create robust transitional planning. We will be able to incorporate substance misuse programming. We will develop supplemental educational programming. We will also infuse our curriculum by having trauma-informed programming. And lastly, offer transportation that will guarantee the transition of those being discharged into our communities directly to community-based organizations and other services needed within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All of that sounds very promising to me. In taking a look at some of the programming that you just mentioned and the work that's been done, the sessions that you've had, and even some of the programs to come and establishing those programs, can you give us some examples of some of the biggest needs that you recognized within these sessions from your population?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. With 70% of the population assigned to our care leaving our system to return to the communities, it's really critical that we afford robust transitional planning. To do so, we need to expand the footprint that we currently have.
Are these the results that you're projecting, or these are, because my question was specifically, what came from the population?
Well, part of the population has asked for transitional planning. Thank you so much. The population also has asked for additional enrichment activities and services, and I'm glad to share with you a few examples. Pre-pandemic, we used to transport our persons in custody to other facilities to conduct basketball tournaments. Believe it or not, after a number of years, last year we have been able to do so. We currently have approximately 5 basketball teams that on a frequency determined by our Division of Programs as well as Security, we are able to do so. We have increased our frequency on workforce development courses. The population has brought to our attention that they want to have a larger frequency on how we offer our barista training. They want a higher frequency on how we offer OSHA certification, CPR, and believe it or not, they want more barbershop training. And so as we listen to their needs and their wants, we are quickly to turn around and address it. We have onboarded more additional providers to target their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get back on track with the Commissioner. I appreciated what you said very much. Thank you. In looking at supervision and staff, Commissioner, the Federal Monitor has indicated that a lack of supervision and accountability between supervisory ranks and frontline uniformed officers can be linked to many of the issues within the city's jails. The preliminary plan includes 703 budgeted captain positions, yet only 546 were active as of January 2024. How can the department address issues with frontline staff with so many vacancies in the captain rank?
So that is, thank you for that question. So that is something that we're continuing to evaluate in terms of promotions for officers to the captain's rank. But one of the other things that we are doing, and we are going to be rolling out a robust captain's training to ensure that our captains understand the role of a supervisor. That training has we collaborated with the Monitor on that training, and we've just received the training back from the Monitor, and that's something that we're going to be rolling out fairly quickly. But what I can tell you that staffing is a challenge. We are continuing to ensure that people are touring as required. We are looking at various things to ensure that we're all on the same page. We have our deputy wardens and wardens. They're on the island providing 24/7 coverage. That is something that we developed as a result of the action plan to ensure that there's direct supervision for all of our staff. So no more of the days where it's Monday through Friday, it's all throughout 24/7 coverage. And we'll continue to work to address those gaps and ensure that we are complying with the consent decree.
Do you know the current ratio of captains to officers right now?
I don't have that information right now, but I can get it for you. I can get it to you.
Do you know what you hope to have as far as that ratio?
I don't have that information right now.
Okay, all right. Let's take a look at, for a minute, one of the subjects of the hour, and that's solitary confinement. Let's take a look at that. As of late, the council has been blamed for violence in the jail. We're blamed for managing the jail, which is something that we have no control over, managing the jail. We've even been blamed for solitary confinement edicts that haven't even been put in place yet. So I just wanted to get that on the record. This council does not have anything to do with anything that has come before any laws in place. Intro 549A to ban the use of solitary confinement was passed by this body, just passed by this body in December, and won't be taking effect until June. Has the department made any alterations or planned changes in policy to accommodate the new law?
The department is currently reviewing, along with the law department, the most recent guidance that we received from the Federal Monitor. That is where we are at this point in time. And we will keep the council apprised as to next steps.
Okay, great. In taking a look at the borough-based jails, you referenced that in your opening statement as well. The current capital commitment plan shows very minimal changes between fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2028. Typically, this means little to no delays or cost increases for capital projects. So can you explain why there are virtually no changes in the capital commitment plan when we know that the borough-based jails projects are delayed by over 2 years, and the administration has estimated substantial increases in costs due to the increased cost of labor and steel?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Maldonado, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives, and I oversee the Borough-Based Jail Program on behalf of the department. What I can tell you about the funding for the Borough-Based Jail Program, the Department of Design and Construction controls the budget as well as the schedule for the Borough-Based Jail Program. So you would not see that. You would have to ask them more clearly where the funding and how the schedule will progress.
Would that question also go to DDC as far as any updated commitments pertaining to the executive plan?
Yes, that's right, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do we know how the administration is leveraging every tool available to ensure that the borough-based jails capital projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in accordance with local law?
We are working tirelessly, I will assure you, with our partner agencies, the Department of Design and Construction, Correctional Health Services, and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to ensure that this program remains on track. We have established an internal team, a transition team, to ensure that a seamless transition into our new facilities.
Okay. Are designs substantially complete for the Brooklyn Borough Jail?
We are at approximately 50% of design development for the Brooklyn facility. I believe you can see renderings online. It's a beautiful building, inside and out.
That's good to hear. Has the DOC done any staffing analysis for the jail based on those designs at all?
Now that we are at approximately 50% of design development for the Brooklyn jail, we are at a comfortable place to do a proper staffing analysis. Before, we were still trying to figure out where program spaces were, where posts would be, for example, but we hope to complete a staffing analysis within the next month or so.
Oh, that's a good time frame. Can you share that with the council when you get that?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about transportation to court then. A year ago in this hearing, Commissioner, I did ask your predecessor about one of DOC's core missions, transporting people to court. We were really pleased to see in the PMMR that you were up to 98% on this. Are you aware that, though, there's been a missed deadline currently this week to report on court transportation stats?
No, I'm not aware. We will remedy that right away, Chair.
Who's responsible for that? Point them out. We want names.
We will get that information to you.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to mention something also. In your opening statement, you referenced violence in the population numerous times, right? I heard violent population, percentage of violent population, violence in the population, but I didn't hear you really reference the mental illness percentages in your opening statement, even though we know that half of the population suffers from mental illness. So can you dig a little bit more into that, what you foresee as far as the population is concerned, mental illness, what your needs are, what you're currently doing to address mental illness in the jail?
So what I can tell you is that upon admission into our facilities, everyone goes through intake, and one of the things that happens is that they're met with a clinician to discuss any mental health issues. Based on that conversation with that clinician, it's determined what housing is appropriate for the individual. We work closely with our partners at CHS to ensure people are getting the care that they need, and we're constantly discussing different cases with them, joint action reviews, and in those types of settings to talk about how we can provide the best possible care for people in our custody. That work is ongoing. I have the Deputy Commissioner of Health Affairs. He can give you a little bit more information as to, because he has day-to-day contact with CHS. DC Saunders.
And along with that, you can add into that what I'm thinking about as well, the relationship between the violent population and the population with mental health issues.
You have to put.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm James Saunders, Deputy Commissioner for Health Affairs, Compliance and Quality. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss these important matters today. With respect to mental health services, I can tell you that over the past several years, we've seen a significant increase in the percentage of the New York City jail population that struggles with mental illness. Today, anywhere from 52 to 54% of the jail population are known to mental health and have received some form of mental health treatment while in custody. According to our CHS colleagues, approximately 20% of this population has been diagnosed with a serious mental illness. Many of these individuals are entering the jails with pre-existing conditions, such as mental illness, substance abuse, etc., and also then have to contend with the psychological impact and stress of incarceration. We're proud to partner with Correctional Health Services, the provider of physical and mental health across our facilities, and to support these individuals while they are in our custodial care. In addition to healthcare services provided by CHS, I think you heard earlier from FDC Torres, the department's program staff provides supportive programming that enhances behavioral coping skills, supports anger management, addresses substance use, and encourages productive and positive social behavior. Our objective is to address the needs of the whole person while they're in our custody, which includes providing appropriate levels of mental health care and programmatic support that meets the unique needs of the individual. For individuals in need of enhanced support, the department runs several specialized housing units with CHS. And we continue to discuss the evolving need of safe and effective mental health housing options that address a wide spectrum of behavioral health concerns. Our agencies will continue to work together to ensure we develop a responsive strategy for persons in custody with significant mental health needs. I'm going to talk about mental observation units. So, although all individuals have access to mental health providers when the need arises, certain persons in custody may require a more structured environment and more frequent custodial and clinical oversight and observation. For that particular population, we operate mental observation units. MO units operate under the guidance of a multidisciplinary team of unit-based mental health providers who conduct daily rounds, provide group programming and individual psychotherapy, and oversee medication treatment. MO units are not punitive and afford the same out-of-cell time as general population units. Turning to folks with more serious mental illness, we The department works in conjunction with CHS to operate the Program for Accelerating Clinical Effectiveness, also known as PACE. PACE focuses on enhancing coping skills, improving communication abilities, promoting insight and competency into managing one's mental illness, emotions, and behavior. CHS advises the department on which individuals are suited for PACE placement based on their acuity of mental health need. The department also recognizes that individuals with serious mental illness do not belong in any form of restrictive housing. However, persons with guilty adjudications for serious infractions may be assigned to CAPS, and that's a unit that is that's based on clinical determination. The assignment is based on clinical determination made by CHS. That unit provides intensive mental health treatments for individuals with serious mental illness who have been adjudicated, again, for a serious infraction, but do not need to be hospitalized. So like PACE, CAPS units are staffed by both DOC and CHS personnel who support residents by helping them enhance their coping skills, improve their communication skills, and develop insight and competency into managing their mental illness as well as their emotions and behavior. I think we should address self-harm and suicide prevention as well, since we're on the topic of mental health. Is that okay?
Briefly, please.
Briefly.
I'm going to move on to my colleagues.
All right. So in addition to providing appropriate therapeutic housing, the department also recognizes that maintaining comprehensive policies and procedures for the prevention of suicide and self-harm is critically important to supporting those entrusted into our care. Our policies and training in this area were recently reviewed by Dr. Tim Belovich, a nationally recognized expert in the area of suicide prevention. We recognize that during the pandemic, the rates of suicide increased, especially in folks who are incarcerated. In our jail population, if you look at the demographic, about 57% of the jail population is comprised of individuals between the ages of 19 to 34. The overwhelming majority are people of African American descent and Latino men. In addition, I'll strike that. So we do focus on training and education as well in these areas. All members of service receive training in mental health first aid, suicide prevention, and CPR certification at the Academy. We also offer crisis intervention training to staff assigned to mental health housing units. Crisis intervention and de-escalation is now offered through an online class. And all officers are trained on the department's suicide prevention policies, which are reinforced through roll call refreshers. In addition, we have posters placed throughout the facilities and other means. So I'll stop there for any questions.
Just to follow up, and thank you, just to follow up, any idea or percentage-wise on, once again, the numbers, I will say, of violent, quote-unquote, offenders associated with mental health issues?
I don't have those stats at my fingertips. I'll have to look to other colleagues, or if we don't have that, we'll have to
We'll
get back
get
to
that for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will turn it back over into the capable hands of our chair.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. Okay, so I'm going to start with some just basic changes in the preliminary plan. The budget remains relatively flat from year to year, but can you explain why there is such stable growth across the plan period, considering DOC's operational challenges in the past few years?
I'm going to turn that over to our Deputy Commissioner of Finance.
Good afternoon. My name is Mala Srinivasan. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Budget and Finance. In terms of operational, in terms of the budget, our budget for fiscal year 24 is $1.2 billion, and versus compared to a budget of 25, $1.05 billion. We, as Commissioner mentioned earlier in the testimony, we plan to achieve this through savings due to operating below our authorized headcount and also overtime reduction.
Thank you for that. In the fiscal 2024 adopted budget, additional units of appropriation for transportation, personnel services, and OTPS funding were included in DOC's budget to increase transparency. When will the budget reflect the full realignment of new units of appropriation that were added at adoption?
Thank you for that question. The budget currently reflects the way the council had requested, and it does reflect everything by the particular UFA and budget codes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to staff allocations. We see there are about 307 staff allocated to VCBC in fiscal year 2025 in the preliminary budget, even though the facility is closed. Does the department plan to utilize that facility at all? Why would there be staffing allocations for a closed facility?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. I'll take it.
Can you come a little closer to the mic? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Right now, VCBC is decommissioned as a jail. We do not have individuals in custody in that facility, and the SEOC has sort of taken it off of line. That being said, we still maintain some number of staff members there to make sure that there's fire watch, that the building essentially does not become a blight. It is still within our purview, and we maintain it as such.
And that requires 307 staff that are allocated for
I'm not sure if that's
for that? No, I imagine not.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that number is accurate. We will actually take a look at that and get back to you, because that does sound like a lot of people.
Okay. AMKC is now also closed, except the industrial kitchen. Can you explain why the preliminary plan shows a budgeted headcount of 1,111 staff allocated to AMKC in this current fiscal year preliminary plan?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Yes. So AMKC is now closed, except for the kitchen, but in the preliminary plan, it shows a budgeted headcount for 1,111 staff for the building. So can you explain that?
So currently, the fiscal year 24 headcount, as of the budgeted headcount, is 1,728 for non-uniformed and 7,060 for uniform, with a total headcount of 8,788. But I'm not sure if you're referring to the actual headcount.
I'm just showing what's reflected in the plan. So maybe you could give us a head count. If there are any staff allocated for AMKC, it would be great to get that number and a rationale for why they would be allocated to a building that is now closed, or what they would be doing there.
We can get you more details by building as a follow-up.
Thank you. So there are 91 officers assigned to the Bronx Court Pens in the fiscal 2025 preliminary plan. There are only 23 for Brooklyn, 13 for Manhattan, even though Brooklyn and Manhattan handle many more cases than the Bronx. Could you give an explanation for this head count?
So I'll have to take a look at that, but we'd have to make sure that those people are actually assigned to the Bronx courts. We will follow up with you after the hearing.
Okay. It would be great to get a head count of the actual staff assigned to the different pens. Okay. Given the relatively small size of recent academy classes, why does the budget allocate 122 training academy staff, including 110 officers, at a cost of $13 million?
So understanding that, yes, there are small classes, but we continue to train year over year. There's the academy staff, they're training, they're providing in-service training to all of our 6,000 uniformed staff members. And it's not just limited to recruit training. We have our acting deputy commissioner, Jeremiah Johnson. He's here with us, and he can actually walk you through some of the work that they've been doing at the academy. Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your question. At the Training and Development Division, we do have a staff that's reflective of the numbers that you provided. Our staff are actively providing both initial recruit training, which commenced yesterday at the NYPD Academy, and we are also conducting ongoing in-service trainings across DOC for both uniform and non-uniform staff. This includes trainings that involve ongoing certifications for compliance purposes, but there also is a professional development aspect to many of our offerings at the Academy to ensure that our members of service are equipped with the leadership skills necessary to produce the outcomes that we want to see at the Department of Correction.
Okay, understood. So you have somewhat over 200 people, including the academy staff and officers, to do ongoing training for workforce development and new classes, what I'm understanding. About
So
200
likely
people.
those numbers also include non-uniform staff that are
Okay.
involved in supporting the operations of the Training and Development Division, and not just the instructors.
Okay. I'm going to turn to programming. I think that's like the biggest thing that we'd love to dive into. We talked about the cut last year, 17 million, an abrupt, disruptive cut to many of these service providers, including to Green Hope Services for Women, SEO Family Services, Fortune Society, Horticulture Society of New York, Osborne Association. The council was very vocal about the concern that DOC would not be able to meet the level of programming and engagement and participation rates that these providers who have credible messengers, who are rooted in community and are able to provide a continuity of care and engagement between, at the island and back in community. And then the 2024 PMMR showed that participation rates of individuals in custody participating in this is 30% lower. And that participation in group programming is down 29%, and participation in one-on-one sessions is down by 30%. So I understand that you are now bringing back 14 million, although that's not the full restoration, but it's unclear to me what is going to be outsourced and what is going to be insourced based on what you broke down earlier. So I'll start there just to get some clarity on that piece.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am glad you posed that question to us. When we were here last, and as we transition into insourcing, we had the similar or equal amount of staffing to actually inherit insourcing. And in fact, we were doing very well up until approximately September of 2023. There were certain things that happened within the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships, specifically the fact that due to multiple reasons, we lost 15 members. Those 15 members are assigned to counseling. Some of the reasons for those losses were long-term absences. We also had some staff members within the counseling unit that transitioned into new roles within the division or other divisions within the department. The onboarding process of new staff members was also becoming a challenge for us, not to mention the continuous increase of the population. That is what justifies that 29% as well as the 30%. However, since January of 2024, we've been able to start onboarding new staff members specifically for our counseling services unit, which will continue to do the one-on-one and the group facilitation. When we look at the next or the new $14 million, we're looking at community-based organizations and/or institutions of higher learning. And I say that because there is one of the new needs that targets educational programming. And so I also want to establish that there has been continuing provision of services, not just by the DOC staff, counseling unit, but also by other DOC staff members assigned to the Division of Programs. If I can give you just a few examples.
Briefly, please.
All right, here we go. Workforce development through different partnerships, our fine and performing arts, our enhanced recreation staff, the MOCJ providers that continue to do transition at very specific facilities, not to mention volunteers and the other body of subcontracted providers that target enrichment programming.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around this because we made the cut and there was some work that was being done already by DOC staff. There were some other MOCJ providers there. Now you've got to onboard people. You also mentioned earlier that now you have to train people. You mentioned there's a series of trainings that would need to happen over a period of time. I think you said July through December there were going to be trainings. So I'm just curious of the cost. I mean, if you had folks who are already in the door, they've built the relationships, they already know what they're doing, now they get abruptly taken off of the island and the relationships are severed to some degree. Now you've got to spend money training people that hadn't done the work before or new people. It's just like, what's the cost analysis here or the cost benefit? And then to abruptly come back and have, you know, a new set of RFPs go out for 14 million. I understand you're saying there's a new need with institution of higher learning, but what would be the difference in the programs that would be coming in through the RFPs than what existed in the past?
Thank you for the question. Madam Chair, let me just provide some clarity on what I had responded to Speaker Adams. The training that has been done and the training that will continue is for the staff members assigned to the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships who are presently doing the insourcing.
Were they already doing the insourcing? Is this new training?
No, it's continued training.
Just ongoing training?
It's ongoing training.
Okay.
We're not reinvesting in their training. We're just ensuring that they continue to be refreshed on an ongoing basis. Those are the staff members that will continue to do anger management, that will continue to do conflict resolution, that will continue to do interactive journaling and other evidence-based curriculum. When it comes to the new programs that these $14 will target, these are new programs, and I'll share with you one specifically. The supplemental programming on education is supplemental because we currently have our partners at the Department of Education who target the 18 to 21-year-olds. However, there are additional needs, not just for the 18 to 21, but also for the adult population. It is a need that has been expressed to us by those assigned to our care. So this particular programming component was never afforded under the jail-based targeted approach. It is completely new. It will afford us the opportunity to increase the number of GED instructors. It would allow us, for the first time in many years, to bring back English as a second language instruction, will allow us to do tutoring, and significantly will allow us to expand our post-secondary.
Can I ask, did you ever engage in those conversations about new needs with the folks that had already been in contract with you? To be just yes or no?
Yeah, no,
Have there been conversations with them saying we need English as a second language, we need more GED?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
We never engage in any conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, when will this, excuse me if it's already out there, is it out there? When, if not, when will it be issued? And when do you hope to contract and have folks on the ground?
We are excited about the $14 million and what we will be able to do with it. You know too well that we just received the funding, or actually the notification that we are awarded. We are currently in the process of conversations with our finance division as well as OMB. We are drafting language to determine how best to go about it. We're drafting language for an RFP,
Yeah, so
knowing
it's coming,
too well,
forthcoming.
yes, it's
Understood.
about 10 months
Okay.
to 15 months.
10 months, wow. Okay, I'm just curious about the service gaps there. You know, you're saying you're doing the insourcing, but the own report of the city is showing that the programming participation has declined. You're not engaging at the level they were. I understand the reasons you identified very clearly, but now an additional 10 months is going to go, and there are people still there idle with nothing to do, looking for things. I understand you have some programming, but I'm very concerned about that service gap. What kind of outreach is being done by the department to encourage participation in this program, in the programs that you have right now, insourced?
What we do right now?
Just how are you working to get more people in your program?
Oh, how do we get
participation rates up, yeah.
participation? Well, we actually advertise. We have staff members on the ground. Something that we did last year was that we redefined how programs operate within the facilities. We actually assign executive directors of facility programs who work directly where our uniform members assigned. So these executive directors are now leading the teams assigned to programs within each of the facilities, allowing for better communication as well as stronger advertisement every time new programming is brought into the facilities.
Okay, thank you. At the time that the contracts were canceled, the providers were offering programs in 6 facilities on Rikers. In how many facilities are programs currently being provided by DOC program staff?
In all facilities.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. If possible, it would be great to have a list, I don't know if you'll be able to do that now, of what specific programs are being done by DOC staff and what are the ones that are specifically being done by contracted providers.
Not to take much of your time.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You can also send us a list.
I will tell you that we will prepare a chart and share it with you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into vacancy rates, and then I'm going to open up some time for the members here. So as of this plan, the DOC has 204 vacant civilian positions, yet there were no vacancy reductions included in the program to eliminate the gap. Can you please explain which positions are currently vacant and how this may affect day-to-day operations?
Hi, thank you for the question. Are you referring to the vacancy numbers for this fiscal year or?
As of this plan.
As of this plan, yes. So we do have 220 vacancies for civilians and non-uniformed, and we have 933 vacancies for uniform, with a total of 1,153 vacancies. Yes. Are you? Sorry, if you were looking for more.
That's fine for the number. I'm just curious, I believe it was in 2019 or maybe 2020, there were about 1,029 staff who were reported as chronically absent. And over the last year, we've kind of had a hard time getting a concrete number of how many of those folks have returned to work consistently or have been terminated. Do you have an update on how many folks are right now considered chronically absent?
We can share the details, how many are currently absent, or in terms of terminations, we can share the details.
You don't have that now?
Just bear with me.
I feel like that would be a number that could be pulled up.
Sorry, I apologize.
Hello, and thank you for the question again. You requesting the chronic absence?
Yes, the number of staff that are right now currently reported as chronically absent. Out sick, however, whatever the terminology
Okay,
used.
so total out sick currently today is 362. As of March 7th, excuse me, yesterday, is 362. And the total for indefinite sick, which is our chronic, is 200. The breakdown is 174 for COs, 17 for captains, 3 for ADW, and 6 for civilians.
And what are your strategies right now for reducing, getting people either back to work or getting them off the payroll if they don't want to come back to work?
So I just want to point out, like at the beginning of January 2022, our sick numbers, we had approximately about 2,600 people out sick. And shortly in the spring, I took over managing the health management division. And we were able to decrease the number of people out sick by 80%. What we're doing is we're looking at individuals and determining whether or not they are medically incompetent, and then the department moves forward with charges for those individuals, right? There's a path in terms of settling those cases, and there's a discussion if people are going to come back to work or they're going to be separated from the department. We continue to communicate with staff who are out. In addition, we have a lot of staff who are medically monitored for injuries that they've actually attained while on the job. And so we have a process to manage our medically monitored individuals as well. Some of those individuals may not necessarily have, they may not be facing individuals in custody as they go through their treatment, and they're ready to return to their full status. But that's something that's ongoing. The Health Management Division is looking at that very closely to ensure that people are showing up for work.
Okay.
And we've made significant strides.
With the exception of folks who might be on a medical monitoring program, what is the average timeline between identifying someone as chronically absent to taking some course of action that either brings them back, makes a final decision that you're back or you're not?
So typically, if the policy is if somebody's out for 40 days or more, but part of that analysis is to determine whether or not it's a work-related illness, right? If someone's out as a result of an on-the-job injury. But our team works closely, the Health Management Division team works closely with our Trials Division and with the facility to get the information. So,
no, I understand. I was just trying to get, like, if there's an average number of days, like, is it a year? Is it 6 months before we get to an ultimate decision? I understand the variables.
It's approximately, it can range from 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I'm going to pause and allow members of the committee to ask questions. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. Just picking up on the chair. So I understand, but I could be wrong, that 51% of correction officers, I might be wrong, are women. Is that correct?
It's 45%.
Okay.
Yes.
So I was off by a
Close.
little
You're
bit.
close. Yes.
My question then would be childcare, because I know, we all know, that if your child is sick, you stay home. So my question is there some way of having childcare different kind than perhaps we would think of in our communities because you have different shifts. So are you thinking about, this would be a new need? I know nobody likes to talk about new needs, but they are out there. New need for some kind of childcare facility in the department, not necessarily at Rikers, obviously. But is that something that's being considered? Because I think that would help your 45%.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that question. That is something that is being considered. We actually conducted a survey amongst our staff with respect to this same issue with childcare, and that's something we're exploring right now so we can provide to our staff.
When can you update us on what your survey shows and funding possibilities, et cetera? Because I think that would make a huge difference.
We can provide you an update in the coming weeks on what we got from the survey and
Okay.
continue to have conversations on this topic.
And then maybe we can help advocate for funding, because
that would be great.
it's a very big need. Number two, on transportation to the courts. I think we all want the transportation to work because, you know, we want the percentage of those individuals at Rikers to go down for every reason. So I know it's a preliminary MMR stated 98% compliance. I was a little surprised. I'm head of the investigations unit, oversight and investigations, and that division, thank you to the department, has been keeping track of this and has been on an actual tour with the bus. So people, for whatever reason, sometimes decide they don't want to go to court for whatever reason. The experience that day, getting up so early, et cetera. So I'm a little surprised at that 98%. How do you calculate that? In other words, maybe it doesn't include the people who don't want to go at all. How does that 98% get calculated? And do you think this is an issue, transportation to court?
So the number 98%, it also includes the individuals who have refused. I think that the Transportation Division has worked incredibly hard in this initiative. They actually work closely with OCA. They collaborated and built a dashboard to sort of track people as they come to court in real time for their scheduled appointments. This work is ongoing, but I've seen the Transportation Division has worked very hard to ensure people are being transported to court on time.
Okay, so what are the reasons for those, do you think, not wanting to go?
I think it varies. Sometimes people may not want to go to court for the case to move along. I think there are various reasons for refusing.
Okay. I think we have a letter that we have sent about this topic, so maybe you could find it and respond with some of this information.
Okay.
Was sent a while ago. The issue of food is something of interest to me. Obviously, I think one of the reasons people don't want to go is that it's not your fault, but they may not get fed all day long at the court. So that's one big concern that we hear about a lot. But on the island in general, what's your budget for food? What's your, does it work? Does it not work? Do you need more? Do you need less? What's the status of food? Because it's a nutrition issue. There's lots of issues that I think are really important about food.
Yeah, and thank you for that question, Council Member. The budget for food is right now $19 million. We anticipate, because of the rise in food prices and the rise in the population, we anticipate that we would be spending close to $23 million this year, and we are working with our oversight to add funding for that.
And how much is that all contracted out? Is it no scratch whatsoever, despite having a kitchen, which I've been in? So why is it all contracted out? Why can't you do some scratch food? Maybe that would even save money. Meaning cooking.
So if you're asking about is it the price per meal is basically has gone up to $8.93.
Okay.
Compared to earlier fiscal years.
So that's for per person?
Yes.
Per day, per meal?
Per day.
meal. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that's the average? Right, okay. So my question is, do you do any scratch cooking? Do you do anything that's cooked there, or was at Rikers, or is it all brought in? That's my question.
Hi.
We do.
Thank you for that question, James
Oh, okay.
Saunders. So I want to address your first question, which is about food and the courts. And so the Nutritional Services Division gets a count on a daily basis of the number of individuals who need to present to court, and they supply the courts with that, with meals, carry meals, sandwiches, fruits, etc. With respect to scratch cooking, I can tell you that we are currently working very closely with the Mayor's Office of Food Policy to address your concern about scratch-based cooking. I don't know if you know, but the city was recently awarded a grant, about $100,000, to retrain the cooks who are employed by DOC. That training is going to focus on scratch-based cooking, using more fresh fruits and vegetables in daily meals, and teaching them how to prepare a meatless meal.
I like meat,
more
but okay.
frequently. So we're trying to wrap.
The mayor.
We want to make sure that we combine nutritional services along with health services, because you really can't separate those two. You know, you are what you eat. So we want to make sure that we treat the entire person while they are in our custody.
I just hope the meatless tastes good. That's what I worry about.
Well, we will invite you out for a taste testing
That's
after
okay.
that training.
That's all right. I've had food at Rikers. It's all right. It's not great. That's the problem, is how do you do what people want to eat? But so you're working at. When will that program start, do you think, the one you just described?
So the training is, I believe, going to start this April. I can confirm that and send you the schedule of training and the implementation.
Okay.
We're working with a community-based organization called Hot Bread Kitchen.
I know hot bread very well. Okay. One last question. On the mental health, I was there in August. It does, that was when the $14 million was not in existence, and it did seem there wasn't a lot of activity and program going on, I have to tell you. But in terms of mental health issues, we all hope that there will be alternative beds at different public hospitals. That's what we're all hoping for. But while we're waiting for those beds to be available, tell me, again, between correctional health and you, what kind of cost, because this is a budget hearing, is allocated to mental health staff? Now, is that just under correctional health, in which case I know you're not in charge of that, but do you have a budget for mental health, or is it just correctional health?
It is just correctional health services.
So nobody so how do you monitor that? How do you make sure, because you do have a very large number of people who have that challenge. You said that I heard you earlier point out that when people come in, they get assessed.
They get assessed by correctional health services.
Okay, do you have any sense of whether that's working or not working? Because in the end, of course, you're dealing with it in addition to the correctional health.
So we work closely with correctional health services. In particular, DC Saunders meets with correctional health services on a regular basis to monitor people who are coming into our care. DC Saunders, do you want to just talk briefly about that?
Sure. So, as the Commissioner indicated, we work very closely with our colleagues at CHS. And so your question goes to the heart of outcomes, I think. Is it working? Is it not working?
Correct.
I would think that it is working. I think that they have qualified mental health professionals. They have, for example, they have art therapists, they have dance therapists, they have psychologists, psychiatrists, they have nurse practitioners whose focus is in psychiatry. So I think they have the correct staff, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think it does work. And if you think about it, what is, we are, our society is in a mental health crisis. And, with the closing of state facilities, we have seen a higher number of folks with mental health issues coming into our jails. That is placing stress on all of these various systems. And I think CHS is coping with it very well, and we support them by providing our staff with the requisite training that they need to de-escalate crisis, intervene. So I think it's working.
Okay.
When we reintroduce people back into the community, programs is focused on that. They have a full set of counselors who provide that level of support, who help reintroduce the incarcerated back into programming, into the community. And we also, we also have folks who are Brad H designated, meaning that when we release them, they can only be released during certain hours, and they have to, at some point, contact a mental health provider back into the community. So I think the safety net that's there is working.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't seem that when you are there, but I'm not there for an extended period of time. You see the individuals in the unit where they're being observed to see their status. And it does seem a little chaotic, but I hear what you're saying. Just finally, so the decree, the great decree, it seems like, Commissioners, that's on the way of being addressed in terms of your future?
The Nunez consent decree?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
What's the timing on that, do you think?
The timing of terminating the consent decree? I think we have some work to do, and so we are committed to doing that work. Earlier, a few months ago, we were held in contempt for opening a unit without consulting with the monitor, and the judge provided us with 3 provisions to purge that contempt. Happy to say today that we successfully purged that contempt. We continue to collaborate with the monitor, and we are committed to ensuring that people are in jails that are safe and humane, right? Because it's also impacting our staff and people in custody. So we are working towards addressing the provisions in the consent decree, ensuring that we're in compliance, and we are looking forward to telling you when it will be terminated.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Stevens?
Good afternoon. I just have a couple of questions. And so, Commissioner, in your time since you started, or your overall tenure in the agency, have you experienced a time when the department did not have enough resources or staff on duty to properly conduct programming or provide escorts to medical appointments?
So yes, I've been at the department for the last 8 years, so there are times when we're not able to provide escorting to medical appointments. In terms of programming, I can have FDC answer that because she manages the division of programs in terms of the escorting. Because I know you have.
Very briefly, please.
Good afternoon. Very brief.
Yes, thank you.
There are interruptions. The interruptions occur due to escort. We deployed our division's members on the uniform side to assist. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One of the good things about programs is there are people assigned, a uniformed personnel assigned to the programs division to ensure that there are escorts throughout. So there's an ease of that going throughout the day.
Absolutely. Thank you. In general, there are higher vacancy rates for higher ranking positions. We see that the department is currently budgeted for a plan of 16 wardens, but only 4 warden positions were active in January. How many facilities does one warden oversees?
How many facilities does a uniform warden oversee?
Yeah, how many facilities do they oversee?
So I think we've, due to the action plan, we've hired outside personnel, and so there are some people who are, they're actually in the rank of assistant commissioner.
Okay.
All of our facilities are overseen by an assistant commissioner of operations or warden.
Okay. Thank you. According to the federal monitor that noted that reducing the overall population is necessary to improve conditions in jails and maximize exposure of dangerous conditions in Rikers, but a portion of the jail population over the DOC has the most control. A number of people serving city sentences is up by 300% since January 22. Can you explain the process and critique for reviewing and selecting people for possible early release under 6A?
Since I oversee that process as well, Council Member, I'll be straight and to the point.
Thank you.
The 6A program allows the commissioner, in this case also the department, to look at the sentence population and taking into account the past criminal justice involvement, their institutional conduct, as well as previous charges and their needs once they are released. All of those factors are taken into account and assessed in order for them to qualify for 6A. To date, since 2022, we have been able to released or transitioned 75 of them. 5 done recently under Commissioner McGinley-Leedy. In order for them to transition, we do certain things, but what is important is that we ensure there is a linkage of that person in custody transitioning to the community with one of our partners. The partners create transition plans, ensure that all of the needs that are needed are waiting for the person upon release, and then we ensure that we adhere or we present to the person being considered for it. We meet with them to ensure what our expectations are in the community, whether it is a weekly check-in with the case manager assigned, whether it is a bi-weekly or 2 days per week. The frequency is determined by the needs of the person that is being released into 6A. Okay. Thank you.
How many of those reviewed were women and gender nonconforming people? Do you have that breakdown?
I don't have the names with me, but I'll be more than happy to follow up.
Okay. Why hasn't the administration expanded this process, giving the increase? Because you said you had, I think 75. Like, why are we not trying to ramp up and use this 6A a little bit more? Especially since we're trying to get the population down.
I can tell you that's something that I'm actually assessing and reviewing myself as commissioner. The FDC and I are in constant communication about who can be released under 6A.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Nurse, and I'd just like to thank Speaker Adams for attending this hearing. It's critically important. Commissioner, I don't believe we've had the chance to meet, so congratulations on the appointment. I also just want to commend you. I was pleased to hear that upon your appointment, the monitoring team found there was an immediate shift in the department's approach and a willingness to work together and engage constructively. I hope that this is a harbinger of a shift in tone and approach more broadly, as I've been deeply concerned about the approach that the mayor and his administration has taken at the Department of Corrections over your first 2 years in office. I just want to firstly start on a positive note on the therapeutic outposted units. I was thrilled by the announcement earlier this week that the 360 units are moving forward at all 3 sites, including North Central Bronx and Woodhull, and that they are slated to open in mid-2027. Is the Department of Corrections supportive, committed to this investment and timeline?
Absolutely.
Great. Next, health visits. So, percentage of people who have a serious health designation, a serious mental health issue at Rikers. Could you give me the current percentage? 55? Just a number, please.
Hi, James Saunders, Deputy Commissioner. So approximately anywhere from 52 to 54%
we saw
of the population are known to mental health.
Yes, I'm on the clock, so I appreciate it. I'm just looking for direct answers.
20% of those have been diagnosed with a serious mental illness.
I appreciate it, sir. I'm going to keep going. So over 54% is the current number, as far as I understand. That is a record high as far as DOC has tracked this number. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That's an approximate. No.
No, not a record high.
No, it fluctuates based on.
So 54 point something percent is not a record high. We've surpassed those numbers in the past.
That I don't know. I'd have.
Oh, so you're not saying no. You're saying I don't know. I just want to make sure you're clear.
I don't know if it's a record high.
Is anyone else on the panel able to confirm that this is a record high in terms of the percent of people with a serious mental health designation?
We don't have that information for you, but we can get
I can tell you based on the analysis we've done, this is a record in terms of the percentage of people at Rikers with a Brad H mental health designation. So I am deeply concerned that Rikers is an ever-growing, the ever-growing largest psychiatric facility in the state of New York. But notably in the PMMR, we found that health visits were down by 30% year over year. Is that correct? Yes or no, please? In the PMMR, this is the data point. I assume you have it at your fingertips.
I don't have that data in front of me,
well,
so I can't speak.
It's accurate. So what are you doing to fix it? We've got ever-growing number of people who have serious mental health designations at Rikers, and we're seeing health visits plummet this current fiscal year. What is being done to address this? Succinctly, please.
So the department's committed to ensuring that everyone in our care and custody has access to quality mental.
Okay, I hear you. I don't need a long
medical
speech.
care
I just am looking for a direct answer.
So we produce reports in accordance with Local Law 132 of 2019. I think have you received those reports? I think it's on our public-facing website. We'd be happy to send them.
Could I ask? I just love when my questions are answered
So
directly.
if you look at the data, you'd realize that in calendar year 2023, there were over 611,000 scheduled appointments. Looking at that, we have approximately, we were able to produce people to a majority of their appointments. And with respect to non-production, approximately 3% of non-production is due to no escorts. And so production refusal reasons tracked by DOC can range from, I don't want the service, I do not want to go to the service, or I'm not coming now and will come later. So that's some of the data points that we do track, and that is the
I
vast
understand that,
majority
but
of
could you please stick, I'm on the clock, and I'm asking once again to stick to answering my questions. We've gone from 41% of people with a Brad H designation in 2022 to 55% today, yet health visits are down 30%. So something's not right. Commissioner, because I don't think I'm getting any answers here from the Deputy Commissioner, could you help me? What is being done to reverse this trend and to try and address this?
So we are working internally as a department to ensuring people are getting access to minimum standards. The team is actually developing an audit protocol to making sure people are getting what they need. That is ongoing, and we expect to have something in the coming weeks on that. But that is what we're doing. We understand that we have challenges. We know that there are issues. But the first thing is to admit that and to address that. And that is what we are doing.
Thank you. We would be very interested in understanding what is being done to further address this. Chair, if it'd be okay for me to just do 2 more topics? Thank you. It's a seriously concerning trend for the health and well-being of the people that are in your care. We've seen 24+ fatalities on Rikers Island since the mayor came into office. So making sure people have access to the health care they need is life and death. And so I raise these issues with the most alarm and concern that I can muster. I'd like to just circle back on one item that the chair raised, which was, I believe, Commissioner, you testified that when somebody is out for non-vacation reasons for 40 days, that's when you take a look at whether you need to assess whether they can continue to stay on the DOC workforce or further invest, you look at their individual case further when the officer is out for more than 40 days. Is that right? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, there's a new policy, but there are several things with respect to that policy, but yes.
Because the thing that was really disconcerting to me in the PMMR is that this year DOC is on average that every officer is slated to be out on average 29.3 days. So missing a full month of work for sick or other issues, that's a lot of time that we're losing that officers should be showing up to their job that they're not. So the fact that you're saying at 40 days it's an alarm that you start to do a further analysis if action needs to be taken, and that 29.3 days is the average for your entire workforce, it strikes me that we continue to have a very serious issue of chronic absenteeism. And I know this has been a priority of your predecessor. I hope it continues to be a priority for you. We have to get this under control.
I actually oversaw the management of the health management division beginning spring of 2022, and it is a concern of mine also to make sure that staff are well, right? It's a difficult job. They work extremely hard.
Absolutely.
And so we are ensuring that our staff get the assistance and the care and wellness that they need to do their jobs and do it effectively.
I appreciate that, and I share very much that sentiment. Last question for me, and it's just something that Councilmember Stevens raised. The hard numbers, if I have them right, on the city sentence population at Rikers, and I appreciate Deputy Commissioner Torres's testimony or comments on this as well, are that we've gone from 142 at the beginning of the mayor's tenure of city sentence individuals to 485 or so today.
I believe the number yesterday was 420.
420, okay. We're still that's still 142 to 420 is still a threefold increase since the mayor came into office. So over these 2 years, we've seen the city sentence population triple. As has been noted, this is the one thing that you can directly control in terms of the population at Rikers. We've seen a 30% increase in the total population, but a tripling of the city sentence population since the mayor came into office. Can we get any more firm commitment from you that you're going to aggressively use your 6A powers to reduce unnecessary incarceration and shorten jail terms?
I'm going to be reviewing and assessing everyone. The FDC and I meet very regularly on this process, and that is what I will do.
I hope that you'll take advantage of the authority that's in your power. Last comment I'll make is just that the council offered to pay for the reentry programming this year. Last year, Deputy Commissioner Torres testified that it was uniquely only a budgetary decision that you all chose to eliminate this reentry programming. We offered to pay for it. The mayor and your team said no. You didn't want the eyes and ears in Rikers. As a result, from June 2022 to July 2022, from that, when the fiscal year shifted, we saw half as many people access reentry programming and services like this as soon as you eliminated that programming. While we appreciate it coming back, the 10 to 15 month timeline that your first deputy commissioner testified to today means that we're going to have about a 2-year period, 2-year total period, that people don't have access to the reentry services that they need. That is an absolute disaster. It is a failure to the people who are on Rikers Island, who are going to be coming back into our communities, who don't get the support that they need to do better when they're home. And I really just am, we should not, you've done the right thing by putting the money in now. It should never have ever happened, and that is a travesty. So I just have to say that on the record. Thank you, Chair Nurse. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Just want to build off the jail population reduction and numbers. How long, on average, are people staying at Rikers after sentencing is complete before going upstate?
Chair, I don't believe I have that number with me right now, but that is something we can follow up with you after.
I think from my understanding, it's about 2.5 years.
Okay.
What's the average? We would love that follow-up. We would love that follow-up. How long, on average, are people staying at Rikers after being found not competent to stand trial before going to a state mental hospital for treatment?
That is another data point that we'll have to follow up with you on.
Okay. Just circling back on staffing and overtime, and I know that this was touched on a little bit in your testimony, but does the department have up-to-date facility operating plans or other staffing analysis that lay out the number of posts and staff needed per shift to properly run each open facility and ancillary services like transportation?
One moment, please.
Do you guys have facility operating plans that let you know you have staffs, like what your staffing needs are?
Yeah, we have an operating table of organization.
The operating table of organization, yes, we do use it. To give you the number of staff that's required is a magical number based on the number of persons in custody as well as the infrastructure of the facilities.
Okay. We just would love to have that analysis provided to the council.
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
you mentioned, can you say more about the SMART unit that you said you were launching?
It's actually it's already been instituted, and the chief can actually talk a little bit more about the SMART unit, because that unit is primarily responsible for deploying staff throughout the jails. And so, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The SMART team is a schedule management and redeployment team, and some of their functions are to monitor, to generate schedules on a weekly basis for the facility, balance squads, analyze staffing to ensure that we get a balance of staffing into the facility, challenger facility, as well as all facilities. Also, the SMART unit reviews the overtime reduction to make sure that we eliminate overtime in facilities where needed without hampering our security perimeters. SMART team looks at make sure we do not go into any type of unstaffed posts, triple tours. So the SMART team takes care of all of that on an everyday basis.
And how long has this been in use?
It's fairly recent.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's fairly recent. It's on about, I would say, no more than a year.
Okay. DOC has a history of under-budgeting uniform overtime spending while using accruals to cover the shortages. In this plan, your agency has a new need of $161.1 million for additional personnel services, primarily driven by overtime for fiscal year 2024. Can you please clarify why the department also included a PEG in this plan that reduces overtime funding in FY24 by $58 million?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to turn that question over to DC Sirvenson.
Yes, so we are planning, we did take accrual savings as a result of a lower headcount and the authorized headcount, and also one other initiative was overtime reduction. And we plan to achieve these overtime savings through the reassignment of post, reducing the sick time, as well as civilianization.
Okay, is there a correlation between the new need for an increase in PS spending, the PEG that reduces PS spending by $30.9 million, and the overtime reduction?
Yes.
Do you have any plans to incentivize staff to work in housing areas to ensure there are enough officers and civilians to deliver essential services for incarcerated people and meet minimum standards? For instance, have you considered allowing officers in housing areas to work 12-hour shifts, fewer days a week, or some other shift incentive?
That is something that's ongoing, and we're in further discussions with the Federal Monitor on staffing.
And when will we have some idea of a plan for that?
In the coming weeks.
Okay, great. I want to turn to the conditions in the facilities. There have been reports of people in custody hand washing their clothing in small sinks, as they often do not have access to laundry as often as necessary. Are all the washers and dryers fully functioning in every unit?
So that is something that we're looking into. We had this discussion at a Board of Correction hearing with respect to laundry. I can tell you right after that hearing, I went to that facility where a lot of those complaints arose out of. We are looking into making sure that people are provided with laundered services, and we're exploring if even an outside contractor. But that is also something that we're going to be monitoring with this audit process to ensure that people are getting the minimum standards that they need.
Okay. Yeah, I think, you know, some of the reports were that people were washing their clothes in the toilets or wearing their clothes in the showers to clean them. And I know when I visited, I had personally watched people trying to clean their clothes. I mean, it was pretty gross. And so I think that would be an urgent need. Do you have a line item for what the fiscal 2025 budget for laundry services in the city jails is?
Do we?
And if not, can you follow up with it?
We can provide you details.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So I want to talk a little bit about deaths in custody. 9 people died in 2023 while in DOC custody. And according to reports produced by the Board of Correction, these individuals were often left unsupervised in the hours before their deaths, and they were often not taken to scheduled medical appointments by DOC officers. How have the recommendations from the Board of Correction been received by the department, and what actions are being taken to prevent these types of incidents in the future?
So every death in custody is a tragedy, and we take it very seriously. I can tell you that the department has done a lot in terms of training officers with respect to utilizing Narcan. As of March 5th, our training numbers for officers, 91%. We're also utilizing, making sure people are trained with CPR training, and also we're constantly having a conversation also with our partners at CHS. Following every death in custody, there's a joint review, joint action review, where we look at the incident and we determine if there are any sort of gaps or inefficiencies or things that we need to address so that it doesn't happen going forward. In addition, we've implemented a suicide prevention committee, and DC Saunders can talk a little bit more about that on all the work that we've been doing, because it's something that we also have provided to the Federal Monitor, and we just recently got a report from one of the experts who've been working with us through this process, and it was pretty. He acknowledged that we've made a lot of strides in this process.
Thank you for the question. James Saunders, Deputy Commissioner. So with respect to deaths in custody and working closely with our colleagues in CHS, as the Commissioner stated, after every in-custody death, there is a joint assessment review, 2 days following the death, 7 days following the death, and 30 days following that death. And so the purpose of that is to determine whether or not there's any immediate, medium range or long range measures that can be taken to remediate any of the causes surrounding the deaths. Last year, we experienced 8 deaths. 2 of those were deemed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to be suicide. We were very concerned with that, obviously, and so we've implemented a suicide prevention task force. That task force is charged with looking at every suicide that is committed. We look at the data. We look at the number of individuals who are placed on suicide watch. And on that committee, we have senior leadership on the mental health side from CHS, as well as senior leadership on the operations side. So there's a lot more collaboration surrounding controls that can be put in place to prevent suicides.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think I'd be curious to see what how those recommendations are different from what we've been seeing from reports. It seems from the Federal Monitor, it seems that consistently when they look at the deaths and the suicides, it was, a lack of people being on their post or doing their tour consistently, or not, getting the next up in the chain to come down, or not providing first aid and CPR. So what are you doing to ensure that you have adequate staffing in the housing units, in the jails, and to keep them at their post and making sure that they're doing their tours on time?
So after every death, we conduct a very, very thorough investigation that's conducted by the forensic unit and our operations, right, the folks on the operations side. And I can tell you with respect to deaths where there were findings where the officers were not conducting meaningful tours, they were appropriately disciplined. And so between the training and the discipline, we're seeing improvements. We also have a observation aid program in place whereby people in custody have an opportunity to work as a suicide prevention aide. It's one of the highest paid work assignments in Department of Corrections. And so that provides us with an extra set of eyes on all 3 tours. Their job is to, again, serve as that extra set of eyes, not to intervene, but to alert the officers who themselves have to conduct meaningful tours. And so
It seems that one of the things that we saw in some of the reports were that the accountability measures were, 2 weeks, someone off, an officer off. Someone dies, and then there's 2 weeks of a period where they're just off. It doesn't really feel like a strong accountability measure, given the preventable loss of life. An intervention could have been made had someone been at their job, doing the work that they're supposed to be doing in the right place in the right time, or providing first aid. So I'd love to, if you could, in the follow-up, give us more information about the unit you just mentioned, or the suicide watch.
So the observation aids.
Observation aid,
share
yeah.
that policy and the staffing levels currently.
Okay. Councilmember Brewer had another question.
I appreciate, I'll be very quick. So I just want to understand about the tablets, because I believe that everybody has one, if you could be clear on that, and then how they're used. And then Securus, I think, is the contractor. I want to know what their contract budget is, how long it is, and then there was a concern about privacy on that particular contract? Those are my questions.
You want to just talk about the budget?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. The Securus contract, we have a base contract that provides tablets to the population. The contract, the annual value of the contract is $5.4 million. And the contract, the renewal contract ends in the end of this calendar year 24.
Okay, are there any concerns about privacy? How is that handled in terms of people's information? I mean, we're all concerned about that, cameras, AI, et cetera, but is there some oversight on how information, in other words, private contractor, access to the tablets? How do you monitor, make sure that people's private information is not part of the private contract? It's not just this contract, but in general, we're concerned about privacy.
That's something that our IT division works closely with OTI, and when we're negotiating these contracts, so that's something that's discussed as we're negotiating the contract.
Yeah, but you have the contract now.
That's correct.
So could somebody get back to me to make sure that this is being monitored? I have heard a lot of complaints about it, so that's why I'm asking. That
Okay.
people are worried about their private information. If it was you running it, they may not feel the same way, but this is a private contractor. Obviously, private conversations need to be private and not shared with a private contractor. You understand what I'm trying to
I
say?
agree. I understand.
I understand that's not happening. So I'd like to know from you what safeguards we have to be sure that this company is not taking any information that they shouldn't be.
I will check with our IT division and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
I just have a couple more questions. I know you all are running on the clock as well. I wanted to talk about the use of chemical agents or pepper spray. The Board of Correction released a report that looked at a number of incidents where chemical agents were used. It looked at a period of about 10 months, the first 10 months of 2023. It was used 2,972 times. The report lists several instances where officers used chemical agent on individuals who appeared to be inflicting self-harm on 8 separate occasions, as well as an instance where a detainee was shackled to a wheelchair, later to find that he was only out of his cell because he had not received his blood pressure medication for 2 weeks. We also saw that the report showed that officers are utilizing the strongest form of chemical agent and may not have been trained recently or retrained recently on this. So how are you all responding to that report? What actions are you taking to ensure that officers are following proper de-escalation protocols and proper protocols for the use of chemical agents?
So we just received that report, so we are looking through that report internally. We're actually presenting at a Board of Correction hearing next week to go through it, but we're still going through it right now. And we can follow up with you in terms of what steps we're going to take, but that's still ongoing internally.
Okay. I breezed through that in a day and had some pretty clear recommendations. The BOC report, this report also noted that fewer than half of the incidents were captured on body-worn cameras because staff were not wearing them. So are officers required to be wearing body-worn cameras during their shifts?
Yes, they are, and we are looking into that in terms of a training point with ADC Johnson and his team.
Okay. And what actions were taken in response to officers who were found not to be wearing that during some of these instances?
Again, I don't have all the information with respect to that report, but we can follow up with you afterwards.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. How much money did the department spend to settle misconduct cases in FY23?
So I don't have that data point with me.
Okay. Would love that in the follow-up. And if you could include year-to-date for FY24 as well, and if you have any projections for FY25. I have one last question from Councilmember Narciso, who had to leave earlier, and then it is my last question. We understand that DOC operates several energy generators on Rikers Island that burn gas and diesel fuels. DOC has filed an application to remove the pollution limits from the state that the state puts on the facility. This would increase the amount of air pollution incarcerated people, workers on Rikers Island, and in surrounding communities are exposed to. Is this project moving forward in 2024? How much is budgeted? And if you've spent any money on consultants for this project?
Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Commissioner Patrick Ben, DOC. I'm in charge of FMRD, so engineering falls under me. Yes, the generator pollution project is moving forward, and the exact numbers, I don't know off the top of my head. I will have to get back to you with it, but yes, it is moving forward to remove the pollution.
Okay. Sorry, I did have one more question. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, has DOC been in any conversations regarding the now decommissioned buildings in terms of when we might be turning the new building, AMKMC, and vacant land over to DCAS? Have you been in any conversations where there's a plan being developed?
We continue to assess. Right now, there are no available properties to turn over, but that's something that's ongoing, our assessing of that.
Yeah. When we toured fully outside of facilities. There was swaths of open vacant land that has no plans, storage containers that probably need to be emptied, offices that aren't being used. It seems like there was actually an abundance of land available to transfer over. As we know, the administration is now almost coming up on almost 5 times of being non-compliant with the Renewable Rikers Law of 2019. There's just really no rationale for not transferring these parcels of land open. We're not building new jails, so any vacant land should just be turned over, and it would be really great to see some kind of plan for how the city can become compliant, because it really would be very simple to start handing over some of those parcels over to DCAS. Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. It was nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for being here, and we're going to take another break. Thank you.
Thank you.
good to go?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep going. Welcome. Welcome to our Friday hearing. I'm going to turn it to our committee counsel to swear you in.
Thank you. I'll now swear in our last panel of administration witnesses from the Board of Corrections. We have Jasmine Georgizila, Melissa Cintron Hernandez, Danielle Ortega, and Katrina Blackman. If you could all please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record, all witness answered affirmatively. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the New York City Council Committee on Criminal Justice. I am Jasmine Georgizila, Executive Director of the New York City Board of Correction. I am joined today by BOC's Deputy Executive Director of Administration, Danielle Ortega, our Assistant Executive Director of Monitoring, Katrina Blackman, and our General Counsel, Melissa Cintron Hernandez. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. The board has carried out critical independent oversight of the city's jails since 1957, despite being a relatively small agency with limited resources. The New York City Charter outlines the board's broad mandates to establish local regulations, investigate any matter within the jurisdiction of the Department of Correction, and evaluate the department and correctional health services performance. The board's minimum standards set the baseline for what must be provided to people in custody. We thank the City Council for investing in the board as a key partner in the strategy to transform the jail system and the broader criminal justice system. The one-year funding that the council provided for 4 positions in fiscal year '24 was extremely helpful. Indeed, despite 6 employee separations in the past year, we were able to hire 2 additional correctional standard review specialists to monitor the jails, and we created and filled a director of appeals position and an assistant executive director of intergovernmental affairs position. We also restructured our operations to optimize productivity and performance as we work to fulfill the priorities of the board and comply with the laws enacted by the City Council. Last year, despite difficult circumstances, we published 2 death reports, a report on the North Infirmary Command fire, and a progress report on the city's borough-based jails plan. So far in 2024, we've published 1 death report, an assessment on the department's use of chemical agents, and a borough-based jails progress report. In 2024 and beyond, we are committed to providing more frequent and timely reporting centered on deaths, serious incidents, and minimum standard compliance. With more resources, we can do much more. Despite the board's huge mandate and ambitious goals, we are a very small agency with an expense budget of $3.17 million, which supports a headcount of 29 positions in fiscal year 2025. At present, the board has 24 active staff and 9 vacant positions, which we are working to fill. As part of the fiscal year 25 financial plans, the board sustained budget reductions totaling $672,000 in fiscal year 24 and $313,000 in fiscal year 25, a part of citywide programs to eliminate the gap. The cuts included the agency's loss of 2 full-time positions in fiscal year 24 and the out years, a research and compliance associate position, and a special investigations coordinator position. For an agency as small as the board, this will present serious challenges to meeting our charter and legislative mandate. Indeed, these cuts reduced the board's already small research operations by 25%, a move from 4 to 3 research staff, and we currently only have 1 research and compliance associate due to 2 separations. This loss impedes the agency's progress towards robust and timely data reporting. Following the council's historic vote to fund new jail construction and close Rikers Island, This is a moment for the expansion of independent jail oversight, not retraction. As it stands, the board's fiscal year 25 budget represents 0.3% of the budget of the department. Adjusting our fiscal year 25 funding and headcount to our initial fiscal year 24 budget, which is 35 positions and $3.8 million, which amounts to just $673,000, will allow us to meet our mandates more effectively. In fiscal year 25, the board requires additional funding to increase its staff so we can consistently publish data-driven reports, meet requirements set by City Council, increase public engagement, and monitor conditions of confinement for the thousands of people in custody during DOC's 24-hour operation. Specifically, the board is seeking funding for 20 new positions across the agency and the ability to fill 4 additional positions using existing vacancies. Monitoring staff are critical to BOC's mission. We currently have only 12 monitoring staff who work in the jails, court pens, and hospital jail wards, speaking to people in custody and resolving complaints about conditions of confinement. As you know, there are thousands of people in custody. Yesterday, there were 6,246 people in the department's care. Funding to expand the board's monitoring operations is crucial because live and fundamental fairness are at stake. Furthermore, it is vital that BOC have sufficient headcount to thoroughly research and understand the numerous data points and material that we receive from both DOC and CHS. While we anticipate having a Director of Research and Monitoring Compliance join our sole Research and Compliance Associate later this month, there is still a need to increase the research staff and analytical capacity of our agency. Funding for 5 additional research staff will support our commitment to evaluating and analyzing operations and outcomes in the jails, increasing transparency and timely data sharing. We also request more funding and headcount for our legal team. The Special Investigations Unit is a 2-person unit responsible for investigating various incidents within DOC's facility. This includes deaths in custody, unresponsive persons in custody, fires on any other incident that falls under the unusual incident category. An additional special investigations coordinator would allow the board to identify many more incidents in custody and is essential for the board to fulfill its mandate to investigate incidents in custody and issue timely public reports. The Special Investigations Unit would also benefit greatly from a part-time doctor or nurse practitioner with the expertise to analyze medical records, give independent advice, and help lead the joint reviews with the CHS staff. Moreover, to support the agency's vital work related to visit appeals and its impact on both incarcerated persons and their loved ones, BOC requests 1 position and associated funding to hire an appeals coordinator to join our 1-person appeals unit. More funding and headcount will also bolster our violence prevention unit. More resources will allow the Violence Prevention Unit to conduct routine assessments of matters of violence in the jails and issue more frequent comprehensive reports that make recommendations in areas of key correctional planning. Additionally, the agency currently does not have any staff dedicated to monitoring the standards on the elimination of sexual abuse and sexual harassment under the Prison Rape Elimination Act. We are requesting funding to add 1 PREA research associate and 1 PREA coordinator to the violence prevention team. These new positions would allow BOC to routinely assess DOC's compliance with the PREA reporting provisions, conduct annual audits of DOC's closing memos on investigations of sexual abuse and harassment allegations, analyze sexual abuse and harassment allegations, and closely monitor the housing decisions for transgender individuals in custody. The board's General Counsel Office is also a 1-person unit. Currently, our General Counsel handles all requests made under the Freedom of Information Law, all policy and rulemaking matters, and serves as the agency's chief contracting officer and records management officer. The board is in the process of drafting amendments to Chapter 6 of its rules to align its existing standards banning solitary confinement with the requirements of Local Law 42 for the year 2024. The board would greatly benefit from the addition of a deputy general counsel and legal associate to assist with this rulemaking process and all other legal matters. We also request more funding and headcount for our administration and IT units. Specifically, we need a dedicated staff person to work on human resources and EEO matters and a dedicated budget analyst. Moreover, BOC only has one IT staff person, a director of IT, who supports all agency operations across 2 BOC office locations in downtown Manhattan and on Rikers Island. One IT person is not sufficient for the long-term stability of the agency. The board needs 6 new positions to support its IT operations and systems. BOC has previously requested funding for a new secure information technology and data management system that will keep pace with DOC's transition to new technology and the board's mandates to investigate and evaluate jail conditions and monitor compliance with the minimum standards. We renew that request for future funding today. Investment in a new technology system is critical to BOC's long-term stability and necessary to continue the board's data-driven oversight. BOC also needs additional staff to focus on the review of the city's borough-based jails plan, as required by Local Law 192 for the year 2019. Currently, BOC does not have a dedicated staff person in this area, which has resulted in delayed reporting. We hope to hire a program associate to fill this void. In the meantime, the board will continue to seek opportunities to be involved in discussions concerning the design and construction of the new borough-based facilities to ensure the minimum standards are met. The board is essential to the success of the reforms that the City Council and the administration seek to realize. Without the appropriate funding, the board will struggle to meet these shared goals and legislative mandates. It is essential that funding for our critical positions be restored and additional funding be provided so we can meet both our mandate and our promise. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. I just have a few questions. So I wanted to talk about your head count, vacancy rate, and the impact of that on charter mandated reports, and then some of the stuff that you brought up in your testimony. The board chair has recommended increasing the presence of board monitoring staff in the jails by expanding monitoring hours to nights and weekends. How many additional staff would the board need to expand its monitoring hours?
Thank you for that question. That was actually one of our priorities last year when we testified before the committee, and we requested 27 additional staff to be able to implement that sort of vision. And we did not receive that funding, unfortunately, and we've had to restructure due to the PEGs. So I would say 27 as we asked for last year, but I'd ask my Deputy Executive Director of Administration to fill anything in.
Okay.
Thank you. And so that is correct, but we can also share the prior proposal with Council Finance.
Okay.
And staff.
And do you know what the budget amount would be for those 27 staff that you were hoping to get?
I'll have to get back to you with that information.
So in light of the bill to end solitary confinement that we managed to get through, will the board need additional staff to monitor implementation and compliance with the law when it takes effect?
Yes, absolutely, we will. It will require a lot of engagement with DOC and CHS and monitoring inside the jails and making sure that reports are being produced, so yes.
And so would some of that 27 staff that you were hoping for, that would be a part of, there'd be overlapping work in that?
Yes.
Okay. When we asked Commissioner Jiha, was it Monday? Monday was the hearing, feels like 2 weeks ago, why there was a proposed cut for the Board of Corrections. He said, well, these positions are underutilized, they're vacant, and that seems to be an ongoing issue. That's what he said to us. My understanding is these are really challenging positions to fill, given the nature of the work. Could you expand a little bit more on what are those challenges? Why is it hard to fill these positions? You can touch upon salary if you want. That we could use in advocating for more funding for you all.
Yes, I would say the challenge, at least this year, has been the hiring freeze. We actually had postings for a part-time position that would assist our Special Investigations Unit to review medical documentations. We had to pull that due to the hiring freeze. We also had a part-time HR specialist that we were going to hire for. So the nature of monitoring inside the jails is definitely difficult, but we want to increase our staff so we can accomplish our mandate. So we should not be restricted by hiring freezes or anything of the such, and we will definitely wholeheartedly move forward with filling any vacancies.
Right, and we argue that this is a key function of public safety, which was one of the exemptions for some of the folks from having a hiring freeze. Prior to the hiring freeze, what type of outreach had been done by the board to try to fill these positions?
Sure. So the board, so I just want to talk a little bit about pre-hiring freeze a little bit, because when we talk about our vacancies and we talk about our vacancies rates, in fiscal year 23, the board actually did make growth in increasing its headcount, increasing its active staff from 23 to 28, right? And so as you start the fiscal year, it further displays that the impact of the hiring freeze to the fact that we're now at 24, right? So just to kind of talk a little bit about our vacancies and give context that we are trying and we are working. So what did we do? So our postings, when we post them, we post them on Jobs NYC. We also post them on our website. And, to the fact that opportunities for internal promotion are important, we also spread them around internally so that our staff are aware. One of the things that we are looking at is how in the future, as we have opportunities to hire, is to make more public our vacancies and our postings. And that includes working for job boards such as LinkedIn and Indeed, and also looking at opportunities with criminal justice schools. One of our requests for an HR generalist would also help with some of our recruiting and retention activities.
Thank you. I just want to turn to charter mandated reports. The board recently released a report regarding the unnecessary use of chemical agents on people in custody at Rikers. The DOC commissioner testified that they're going through it, but could you please share for the record the recommendations that the board has, or any that you particularly would like to highlight, recommendations that you've made to the department in order to avoid unnecessary use of these chemicals moving forward?
Yes, I'll turn it over to my general counsel, but I just wanted to initially say that we did share a draft of the report with the department in January, and there's actually an addendum to the report, which is a response from DOC and CHS. So, and also a part of our restructuring has been to restructure our board meetings to center around minimum standards and to address issues such as the use of the chemical agents, which is what our meeting next week will focus on. So we hope that the department comes prepared to address the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair Nurse. Some of the recommendations that the Board of Correction made in its report on the use of chemical agents in the jails include on training. The department should closely examine the current chemical agent training for both officers and captains. That also relates to recertification. One of the findings was that officers are not getting recertified on a timely basis, and that a very small percentage of captains are not getting recertified. So one of the recommendations is to increase its training pace. In the aspect of monitoring, we noted that there are issues with completing use of force reports. So one of the recommendations that we made is identifying incomplete or incorrect use of force reports, ensuring that officers with expired OC training certifications are not issued OC handheld units, assessing the availability and response time of captains to calls for assistance. We also made recommendations when it comes to their policies. So where applicable, the department should revise its current chemical agent policies and practices related to the following concerns. The authorization for the use of MK9, which is the very strong chemical agent that is usually used for crowd control. Revise the anticipated use of force tracking and reporting protocol. Expand the use of body-worn camera use in the jails to always be on during the full shift. Attempt mental health interventions prior to chemical agent deployment, and review lower strength handheld OC units. Now, appended to our report, the department did include some information about how they reviewed the report and some of the recommendations that they will take into consideration, including reviewing the trainings and ensuring that officers and captains are trained.
Thank you for that. And the commissioner did testify that she was preparing to come to you all with some response. So hopefully that happens. I think it's one of my last questions. Maybe I have a couple, just two more. The board's compliance dashboard of DOC's and correctional health services sexual abuse and harassment minimum standards related reporting haven't been updated since mid-2022. And the department has not produced a semi-annual report evaluating sexual abuse and sexual harassment allegations, which is required by those standards since August 2020. Is the board's delay in reporting this information related to insufficient staffing?
Yes, it is. And a part of our structuring to accommodate that is that we've moved that reporting under our violence prevention team, and we hope to get back up to robust and timely reporting in that area, but we do require additional staff.
Last question I think we had from a committee member who, okay, I guess we have no further questions. Is there anything that you would like to add to anything that you've heard today, anything you'd like the council to know while you're here at the table?
No, we just really want to thank the council for always supporting. We feel it, and we appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you for coming. Ready? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you all for being here, and happy Friday. We're going to transition to testimony. I'm going to kick it over to our committee counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will move on to public testimony. So just a quick announcement for those wishing to testify in person, please see the Sergeant at Arms in the back of the room and fill out a testimony slip. Even if you registered online, please fill out a testimony slip with the sergeants. All testimony must be on topic. This hearing is being live streamed and recorded. Witnesses may not use a recording device to film themselves or the proceedings while they are testifying. For those wishing to testify and are on Zoom, after the in-person testimony, we will move on to virtual testimony. Those on Zoom will be called and promptly unmuted. And we will be limiting public testimony today to 3 minutes each. With that, I'll call up the first panel, which includes Hannah Mae Powers, Dalvins K. Powell, Amanda Berman, Barbara Hamilton, and Sebastian Solomon. You can start your testimony in whatever order you work out for yourselves.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Nurse, and members of the committee. My name is Dalvany Powell, and I'm the President of the United Probation Officers Association. I want to thank the committee for affording me, on behalf of the members of UPOA, the opportunity to testify on important issues impacting the future of criminal justice, in the city of New York for your consideration when preparing your recommendations for next fiscal year's budget. Probation officers work every day to keep our city safe while giving New Yorkers involved in the criminal justice system a second chance. UPOA members have bachelor's and master's degrees in education and work experience in social work, which we use to help our clients begin to live productive and lawful lives. We are charged by the city to oversee approximately 15,000 men, women, and youth who have been convicted of crimes and sentenced to probation instead of jail, prison, and placement. When we are successful, we save the city and the state millions of dollars by diverting people from being sentenced and incarcerated. We are responsible for making sure that they do not violate the terms of their probation and work with them to turn their lives around. Our members are peace officers. They serve on task force with other agencies such as U.S. Marshals, drug enforcement agencies, and NYPD. We carry firearms, make arrests, and execute search warrants and arrest warrants. Despite the role we play in law enforcement, our members are considered civilians rather than law enforcement officers, which impacts our salaries and benefits. Currently, we have approximately 668 probation officers supervising probation officers serving this Department of Probation. The vast majority of our members are women and people of color. This is a significant decrease from a decade ago. Prior to the Bloomberg administration, there were approximately 1,550 probation officers working in New York City. Over the past several years, staffing levels at the Department of Probation have reduced by more than 50%. I am also providing you with the DOP's resignation rate from January 2018 to December 2022. As staffing levels have decreased, our workload has continued to increase. This is in part due to bail reform and raise the age, which have increased the number of the clients served on probation. This cannot continue. To be able to perform our duties and responsibilities, we need more support and your help. In June 2023, I was invited by DCAS to testify in a public hearing to consider a proposal to temporarily classify 3 titles in a non-competitive class under the Hiring Emergency Limited Placement known as HELP program. Unfortunately, we met the criteria, and I'm also providing you with the notice for your review. The Department of Probation has issues with retention and recruitment. Our members are leaving for higher paying positions in the criminal justice system. This includes other law enforcement agencies in New York City, as well as probation departments in neighboring counties. Our compensation lags far behind other law enforcement agencies, even though we work the same population and face the same dangers. For example, based on our last contract, which expired in November 2020, the hiring rate of probation officers is $45,934, which is far lower than the starting salaries at NYPD, DOC, and other agencies. Although there's a salary range for our title, the majority of our members are suppressed at the lower end of the range with almost no opportunity to earn more to reach the top salaries. Compared to other probation departments, our salaries are lowest in the metropolitan area, including Nassau, Suffolk County, and Westchester County. We do the same work as probation officers in nearby jurisdictions and deserve the same pay. We recently had the civil service examination for probation officers in August 25, 2023, for supervising probation officers in May of 2021, and there has not been a civil service exam for administrative probation officers 2017. However, our recent administration has petitioned DCAS for administrative probation officer exam, and filing now begins April 3rd to 23rd. We have begun to work with the mayor's office to address some of these changes, and are hopeful that the newly appointed Department of Probation Commissioner Juanita Holmes and her team will be receptive. But if history is our guide, we will need the council's support to ensure that members of probation feel respected, because they are the front lines as all the alternatives to sentencing at a time when we are striving to lower the population of those who are incarcerated. I will appreciate the opportunity to discuss it with you further. Thank you, and I stand to answer any questions you may have now, and look forward to meeting with you and your representatives in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't mention, but everyone's got 3 minutes. I usually let people in person go a little bit longer, but if after the bell rings you could wrap up your remarks, I would suggest long introductions about your organizations can be in your thing. Highlight what you really need in that 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse, and thank you also to the members of the Criminal Justice Committee for holding this hearing today. My name is Hannah Mae Powers, and I'm here today on behalf of Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso to state unequivocally that Rikers Island must be closed by the legally mandated date of August 31st, 2027. According to the Vera Institute, the Department of Corrections spends more than $556,000 per person per year currently incarcerated on Rikers Island. This is nearly 350% more per person than the Los Angeles and Cook County systems. Yet Rikers Island remains in a humanitarian crisis. Even a single death of an incarcerated person is too many. However, 30 people have died on Rikers Island alone since January 2022. Despite these egregious numbers, Mayor Adams wants to cut funding to some of the most impactful research-driven programs that help keep people out of jail. These budget cuts include $6.7 million for alternatives to incarceration, $13 million for supervised release, and $8 million for reentry services. The most bloated areas of spending for DOC, 88.3% of agency expenses, are staff salaries, benefits, and overtime. There are approximately 901 current vacancies of uniformed DOC staff, yet even with these, the ratio of uniformed staff to incarcerated individuals is more than 4 times the national average. Right-sizing DOC by cutting these vacancies could free up $162 million in fiscal year 2025 alone. It is also necessary to hold uniformed DOC employees accountable for chronic absenteeism. As of December 2023, the number of uniformed DOC officers taking sick leave is nearly twice that of pre-pandemic rates within the department. Approximately 8.49% of uniformed DOC employees are out sick on any given day, which is nearly twice the rate of NYPD and FDNY, agencies that also have unlimited sick time. Relevant budget areas include justice-involved support housing and mental health safety net, increasing the Board of Correction headcount, increasing and funding alternatives to incarceration, investing in our youth, and keeping our communities out of Rikers Island for their own safety. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in the hearing today. The Brooklyn Borough President looks forward to working with you to ensure that we can keep our commitments to all New Yorkers and address the many injustices happening daily on Rikers Island. It's time to invest our public dollars to supporting our neighbors instead of incarcerating them.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and esteemed staff of this committee. My name is Amanda Berman. I'm here today on behalf of the Center for Justice Innovation. And I'm here to talk a little bit more about the critical need that we face for continued funding of alternatives to incarceration and alternatives to detention, which I know you know full well, Chair Nurse, how critical they are. They are critical to the goals of closing Rikers, improving public safety, and also producing much needed cost savings. And as you said, Chair, earlier today in your opening remarks, we should be doubling down in this moment on programs that have proven track records of reducing recidivism and promoting healing in this moment. At the Center for Justice Innovation, our work spans every borough of the city and the entire justice continuum, beginning with community-based prevention efforts through pre-arraignment diversion and pretrial supervision to alternatives to incarceration for both felonies and misdemeanors. And not only do we provide these services, but we also study them. We evaluate everything that we do to identify what works and spread best practices in the field to produce better outcomes. What do those better outcomes look like? For our participants, it means meeting their immediate needs to provide a better sense of stability and assessing their long-term needs and goals and connecting them to resources and services that are designed to set them up for longer-term success, whether that be part of their mandate with us or to follow up on a voluntary basis for them after their case is over. So this also includes mental health, substance use services, of course, education and employment, and housing, just to name a few. And throughout that process, we center the dignity of every person that we serve and the humanity of every one of our participants. And better outcomes are also captured in our data, and that data is often reflective of what we know to be the research and the data in the field more broadly around alternatives like this. So for example, our Brooklyn Mental Health Court works with participants who have serious mental illness and have been released to our program as an alternative to incarceration on serious felony charges. And we have a proven track record of reducing recidivism. Our active participants in that court are 46% less likely to be rearrested while they're engaged with us. And the graduates are 29% less likely to be reconvicted. Similarly, through our work at the Red Hook Community Justice Center, we've also managed to reduce recidivism, 10% for adults, 20% for juveniles, and also resulted in cost savings of $6.8 million a year. And finally, in our supervised release program, which we operate in the boroughs of Brooklyn and Staten Island, we serve nearly 9,000 participants a year to ensure that they return to court. I'll wrap up if you'll indulge me with just another moment. In supervised release, we are making sure participants return to court and then connecting them with services to make sure they have the stability we need. We have an impressive 90% adherence rate in that program, even as we serve people with the most serious charges. And I know that we have been in a moment where there's a lot of discussion right now about Rikers closure and whether it is feasible to meet the deadline of 2027. And as we see the population increase, and I think it's clear we know what the answers are. We have those tools. We know that these programs work and they can bring the Rikers population down. And it is just critical we continue to invest. So thank you for your time today.
There we go. My name is Barbara Hamilton. I've been working on city jail issues since 2008, and I am now the supervising attorney of incarcerated client services at Legal Aid. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here briefly about the need to expand our work within the city jails, as well as the need to increase programming within the city jails. Needless to say, people in carceral settings have significant obstacles at hand, and Legal Aid has worked to support and to improve those conditions of confinement in the city jails. And to further this end, Legal Aid operates an incarcerated persons crisis hotline and has paralegals posted in every facility to address the needs not only of our own clients, but everybody within the city jails. And through this testimony, Legal Aid is urging the City Council to invest more funding to expand our hotline services and our facility staff in each one of those jails. DOC has even filed a letter of support in our funding application to the City Council, and they recognize us as a critical resource and the need for expansion. And second, at a time when the city is supposed to be on a path to closing Rikers Island and creating smaller and more humane jails, divestments in programming for incarcerated people are actually contrary to these significant goals. And recent cuts during the last fiscal year to programming predictably had a decline for people in custody. And to date, service providers at Rikers are now working for free with limited services and limited staff. This, of course, is not sustainable and not sustainable for the future of the city jails in New York. And although the mayor has recently announced $14 million in programming, this is still $3 million short of the $17 million budget cuts that happened last fiscal year. And to remedy this, Legal Aid urges the City Council not only to reinstate the funding, but to look to increase it moving forward so we can further that goal of creating a more just system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse. My name is Sebastian Solomon, and I am the Associate Director for Policy of the Greater Justice New York program at the Vera Institute of Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We spend more than $14 billion on jails and police in New York City every year, yet many New Yorkers still do not feel safe. Continuing to overstaff and overfund our jails will not make us safer. Yet, once again, the mayor's preliminary budget for fiscal year 2025 shows continued overspending on incarceration instead of adequate investment in community-based safety solutions. It is past time to listen to the evidence and take a different approach. We urge the City Council to pass a budget that invests in community-based supports to prevent crime before it happens instead of just reacting to it afterwards. The FY 2025 preliminary budget maintains its astronomical funding for the Department of Correction, despite the city's commitment to decarcerate, close, and replace Rikers Island with a smaller borough-based jail system. DOC's budget is set to decrease by just 3.3% compared to estimated FY 2024 spending, remaining above $2.6 billion. Meanwhile, despite growing concerns about New York City's inability to care for people experiencing mental illness, substance use disorder, and homelessness, funding for the department serving these populations is set to shrink significantly more in FY 2025. The preliminary budget decreases funding for the Department of Youth and Community Development by 25.4%, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene by 20.4%, and the Department of Social Services by 14.9% compared to their estimated FY 2024 expenditures. According to the New York City Comptroller's Office, in 2023, DOC employed approximately 400 more corrections officers than people in detention. In contrast, in 2022, the typical American jail had a uniformed workforce roughly 1/4 the size of its jail population. The overstaffing on Rikers inevitably results in overspending. Personnel costs represent 88% of the department's bloated $2.6 billion budget. Although the decarceration and construction plans are behind schedule, New York City has a legal obligation to close Rikers Island by 2027. To do so, New York City must revamp DOC with staffing proportionate to the smaller capacity of the borough-based jail system and begin reducing budgeted officer positions now. Current government projections indicate that DOC intends to budget for 7,060 uniformed officers through the end of FY 2028, suggesting plans to offset attrition with significant hiring despite the decreasing need for officers. Eliminating these uniformed vacancies to bring budgeted headcount in line with actual headcount would save a total of $162 million next fiscal year alone. In addition to eliminating vacancies, DOC must rein in overtime spending, which is $157.9. I'll just skip through, but which is obviously way over budget from what it was supposed to be, and will be much greater than it will be than is expected next year. So instead of continuing to fund DOC's mismanagement, we've listed some alternative investments that we think the City Council should focus on. And longer term, DOC must also right-size its uniformed workforce to match the smaller footprint of the borough-based jails. Natural attrition is neither fast nor targeted enough to do so, and mass layoffs are not a viable option. The city must enable DOC staff to begin transitioning to agencies and sectors that provide the same economic opportunity and job security without the trauma of working on Rikers Island. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. Please do not hesitate to contact me if the Bureau Institute of Justice may provide further support.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you for spending all that time waiting. Thank you.
All right, I'll call up the next panel. Victor Herrera, Darren Mack, Ashley Santiago, Joanne De La Paz, Megan French Marcellin, Jennifer Parrish, and Yona Zeitz. We can start at this end of the table.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I just preface with something that I wanted to reiterate throughout the hearing today, and thank you for the committee members for allowing me to testify. I have the honor of representing a directly impacted woman who's a member of Freedom Agenda today, and I'm honored to read her testimony, but it would be remiss of me to not bring up Mary Yehuda today, who lost her life on DOC. A lot that came up today was how closely DOC and Correctional Health Services work. When we saw that Mary Yehuda, upon intake, was never checked for diabetes, complained from February 2nd until her loss of her life in May about shortness of breath, pain in her arms, and then DOC slandered her name and said her death was because of a fentanyl overdose. So I just wanted to uplift her name today. Today I'm representing a Freedom Agenda member who we will refer to as Miss B. She's chosen to omit her name because of her experiences. They continue to make her fearful that law enforcement will retaliate against her even though she has finished servicing her time. Miss B is a survivor of Rikers Island and the New York City State Prison System, or New York State Prison System, a deeply traumatic time in her life that she'll be forever recovering from. In her words, when I think about the time I spent in jail and prison, my mind never goes to anything my mom and dad, who I lost my mind never goes to anything positive that was done for me. On the contrary, I think of being away from my newborn son and my mom and dad, who I lost while serving time in jail and prison. I think of the corrections officers accumulating vacation time and getting new cars and homes while I was getting sexually abused by the people entrusted to be professional and provide care. I was punished for that addiction so much more than the big players who run the drug game and kept substance use going on behind the walls at Rikers. Me and my people who come from severely underfunded communities remain easy targets for broken windows policing and fueling mass incarceration when, for decades, our needs have yet to be met. Instead of the ridiculous amount that the city has spent to keep me locked up in traumatic conditions away from my son, my family, my community, that money could have been better funded to my healing and to address the root causes of difficulties I was experiencing. That money should have been used to invest in quality mental health care, crisis respite centers, education, and transitional and long-term housing. Except this city, year after year, continues to write blank checks for the Department of Corrections instead of the services that have been proven to work. The mayor's budget shows to me that several New York City agencies are going to suffer with less funding or cuts, such as the education system, the health department, and youth services, even the Parks and Recreation Department and sanitation. The mayor's budget promises to punish more poor people who have no access to resources who get arrested and sent to jail. The figures in this budget are also punishment to taxpayers and an unmerited reward to a grossly mismanaged department. New Yorkers are counting on our allies and City Council to divest from the Department of Corrections and invest in local communities, especially the ones in the poorest parts of our city. That is the plan to close Rikers that I fought for, and we know we can work with this council to make a reality. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Joanne De La Paz. I'm a member of Freedom Agenda. I live in Harlem, New York. I am a mother to 2 boys who are currently in Rikers Island and have been there for the last year and a half, fighting their cases. Both of my sons were there because of a judge set a bail amount that I couldn't afford. The back and forward from court days along is taking a toll on me financially. There is no way I can pay ransom they demand for my children's freedom. The city has spent close to $2 million so far keeping my children on an island where they are isolated from the rest of the city. There is more money than I ever saw invest in their well-being by our city government. And what kind of treatment do they get for the cost $500,000 per person per year? Since they've been there, they have been suggested to violence attacks like being stabbed 12 to 14 times. They've seen plenty of correction officers roaming around but not assigned to their posts. Most of the DOCS costs driven overstaffing. The ratio of uniform staff to incarceration people is more than 4 times higher than the national average. My son's awful experience and the rest of the people on Rikers Island who are sharing the same experience are prime examples of every day that's wrong with our city budget promises. We are the only jail systems in the nation where more guards than people in custody, and it's more we're throwing away while we cut funding from things on our community needs. Year after year, I hope that the city will find the resources and service that makes our community healthy and safe, like putting mental health programs and recreation centers. Instead, this city continues to make my son, daughters, brothers, nieces, and family invisible. And when the mayor is looking to balance his budget, the only system of care that he looks to cut. I really call the city council to pass a budget that will reflect community needs, ways to support and uplift our communities, not more punishment measures than leave our loved ones worse off. We cannot keep the torture chambers open. Please work with us, pass a budget that ends the special treatment of DOC and put the resources in place to close the torture chambers sitting in the middle of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nurse, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Darren Mack, and I'm a co-director of Freedom Agenda. New York City has committed to closing Rikers Island because mass incarceration is a policy failure, and so is banishing people awaiting trial to a penal colony built on toxic land. We have moved past debating if Rikers should close or can close. Rikers is legally required to close by 2027, and our city budget must put all the necessary resources in place to give the support people need, close the pipelines that feed incarceration, and shift to a smaller borough jail system. The average jail system in our country has one uniformed officer for 4 people in custody. If you applied that same ratio to the current New York City jail population of about 6,200 people, that would amount to 1,550 officers. Instead, DOC has 6,000 uniformed officers and is budgeted for 7,060. Yet, they still aren't providing basic services with people in custody, including recreation, laundry, and access to medical care. What are officers doing with their time? Based on many reports from the Federal Monitor, they are too often responding to incidents with overwhelming force, and many are still abusing sick leave. Mayor Adams' budget proposal shows a plan to maintain 7,060 uniformed officers in the Department of Correction into fiscal year 2028, when Rikers was required to close. The borough-based jail system and secure hospital units, even with the mayor's plans to increase the number of beds, would have a maximum capacity of about 4,000 people. There is clearly no need for 7,060 officers in that system, and the city could start right-sizing the DOC workforce this year by eliminating their 1,450 projected vacancies. You will hear the administration say they are expecting the jail population to rise. I can see how they would expect that when all of their policies are designed to create that outcome, including slashing $28 million from alternatives to incarceration and reentry programs, and refusing to fund supportive housing or mental health treatment to scale, despite the mayor's lip service to addressing the mental health crisis. But the mayor doesn't govern the city alone. This city council knows that Rikers must close, and you know that the safest communities are the ones with the most resources, not the most incarceration. In the full written testimony that we submitted, you'll see a full budget analysis from the campaign to close Rikers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Nurse and members of the committee. My name is Megan French-Morrislin. I am the Senior Director of New York State Policy at Legal Action Center. Today, I testify on behalf of the New York City ATI and Reentry Coalition. The coalition is a collaborative of 11 service providers with decades of experience. Coalition members offer a broad range of alternative to detention and incarceration programs, as well as reentry services to New Yorkers returning home from prison. Our non-carceral, say that again, non-carceral community-based programs include counseling and youth development, treatment-rich housing, and job skills training. Coalition members offer services specially tailored for specific populations such as women, young men, gender nonconforming and gender expansive folks, and people with mental illness. Collectively, we serve upwards of 25,000 justice-involved individuals each year. City Council funding for these programs has been immensely important, and that support will be even more critical this year as we prepare to continue to provide services amid the proposed funding cuts for our programs, and despite an ever-increasing need for our services. Accordingly, we are requesting a measly $1.1 million in additional funds for the members of our coalition. ATI programs improve public safety and build healthy, vital, and economically strong neighborhoods. These programs help move people away from criminal legal involvement by forging pathways to employment, secure housing, better health, and family stability with a wide range of interventions and programs. Our services have been shown to reduce incarceration and detention, lower recidivism rates, and help New Yorkers achieve stable employment, housing, and health. Additionally, studies have also consistently shown that these programs yield significant cost savings when compared to incarceration, while simultaneously reducing crime rates. The average cost of one of our programs is just $8,500 per participant. For what it costs to detain just one person at Rikers, we could serve at least 57 people through programs that don't just keep people out of jail, but also build communities. If we maintain, as our coalition does, that closing Rikers is essential to the public safety of this city, we must continue to scale the funding for these programs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victor Herrera. I'm a directly and indirectly impacted. I'm a leader and member of Freedom Agenda. And I'm gonna be honest, okay? I'm not gonna put a dollar sign on human life, okay? We talk about my brother, okay? My brother's incarcerated right now, and I advocated real hard for him, okay? For him to get diversion. And today, he's still on Rikers Island, 56 years old. Why? Because DOC and CHS collectively are obstructing his ability to get to his appointments. For CJI to meet their requirements, okay, for the diversion that I advocated with Kings County District Attorney's Office, who conceded to provide him the services that he needs for his dual diagnosis. I'm done with this dollar sign thing that's branded on every human being that goes through Rikers Island. We are not a dollar sign for profit, okay? Every one of those individuals are suffering in there. And I don't want to wait till the day that my brother has to wait for ATI, reentry, okay, that something drastic happens to him. He's 56 years old, okay? I am a survivor of Rikers Island. And lucky for me, I've been a member of the community for the last 24 years, okay, advocating for those who don't have a voice. This needs to stop. There is no more branding of a dollar value on human life. We need to give something about DOC and CHS and hold them accountable for what's going on. These appointments that they're required to meet, okay, they need to get to them. So CJI and diversion and the courts can do what they need to do to get these individuals the services they require. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nurse and members of the committee for holding this budget hearing today. My name is Jonas Zeitz, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Cattell Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. And we submit this testimony today to bring your attention to the crisis at Rikers and the need to immediately shutter the notorious and torturous jail complex. New Yorkers across the city, including our members, are deeply concerned about what's unfolding at Rikers, and they're also concerned about its enormous fiscal costs. As we've heard repeatedly today, the cost of incarceration at Rikers is over $550,000 a person per year, which is over $1,500 a day. And so why are we why are libraries, universal pre-K, summer youth program, educational programs, and other essential services being cut while the city continues to excessively fund incarceration at this deadly jail complex? As a lot of folks have said, the mayor is proposing a very bloated and excessive $2.6 billion budget for the DOC in fiscal year 25, while also cutting $28 million in alternatives to incarceration, supervised release, and reentry services. And we know alternatives to incarceration work. They are much cheaper, and diversion options are available right now to reduce the jail population. And reports by the Littman Commission and the Institute for State and Local Government have found that the closure of Rikers Island will save city taxpayers $1.3 billion annually, even after accounting for the implementing costs of the plan. Yet, we have a mayor with a jail-first approach that is costing taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars while threatening the closure of Rikers. As many of you all know in the room, for over 2 decades, the population of Rikers was actually generally on a downward trend, but since the mayor took office, he's worked to reverse that, and he's been successful. There were about 5,000 people in city jails when the mayor took office, and today there are more than 6,200 people in city jails, and they're not done. The previous DOC commissioner told the council that they are planning for the jail population to hit 7,000 by the end of the year. And it's been said that budgets are moral documents that reflect priorities, and the mayor's budget is morally bankrupt and shows that he completely intends to keep Rikers open. Adding another 800 people to the city's jails will, using these figures, cost nearly $500 million. This is outrageous, irresponsible, and clearly untenable to the plan to close Rikers. We urge members of the New York City Council to take drastic steps to get the city back on track to fulfilling its commitment to close Rikers. We have 3 points. First, cut the budgets used for caging people. The DOC's budget is bloated, wasteful, and must be cut. The city must also cut the number of people incarcerated at Rikers through increasing funding for ATIs, supervised release, and reentry services. And second, the closure of Rikers is not just a moral and legal imperative, but given the extraordinary savings that can be realized, it's a fiscal imperative for the city. And so the council must pass a budget that advances efforts to shutter the notorious jail complex. And third, we must maintain investments in things that we know actually produce real public safety: housing, healthcare, education, and jobs. And finally, with regards to Rikers and the human beings detained there and working there, there's one more thing the council can do right now, which is to pass Resolution 186, which calls for a federal receiver. While the council continues to work for fighting for a budget that will allow all New Yorkers to thrive, we urge the council to take immediate action to relieve the suffering at Rikers by passing this resolution. This resolution is a concrete step this council can take right now to address the crisis at Rikers. And until Rikers is closed, there must be immediate action to improve conditions, save lives, and invest in alternatives to incarceration and other non-carceral solutions that are proven to increase public safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Parrish. I work at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project. I'm a member of the Halt Solitary Campaign, the Jails Action Coalition, and the Campaign to Close Rikers. You would think that the city's legal obligation to close Rikers by 2027 would actually be spurring investment in preventive services and interventions designed to decrease the jail population. But instead, the mayor's proposed budget slashes funding for services that have demonstrated success in reducing incarceration, such as supervised release and alternatives to incarceration. And what's more, the mayor's budget includes no funding for developing a true community-based mental health safety net, which is desperately needed given that 20% of the jail actually 21% of the jail population now has a serious mental illness. We know that forensic assertive community treatment teams, known as ACT teams, and justice-involved supportive housing are effective, but the administration has chosen not to expand those services. It's vital that the council rely on evidence about what creates actual community safety and provides for individual growth and recovery. The Department of Correction does not promote public safety. We know that incarceration has little effect on crime rates, and it can actually lead to increased crime. Everything possible must be done to keep people out of this harm-inducing system. You have to look no further than the presentation that Health and Hospitals Correctional Health Services presented to the Board of Correction on February 27th. They talked about the psychological impact of jail itself and how that those conditions, such as being separated from the community, the disruption it caused, exposure to trauma, loss of control in that unpredictable setting, all of that leads to anxiety, mood changes, and causes people to have worse mental health conditions than when they came in, or to develop one if they didn't have that already. It's shameful that we have about 1,300 people who are diagnosed with a serious mental illness on Rikers Island right now. And what does that look like to them? I mean, if you look at the report that the Board of Corrections just recently introduced that was talked about in this hearing about use of chemical agents, what does it say about how people with serious mental illness are treated? 48% of the cases they looked at involved people with a recent history of being housed in a specialized mental health unit. That's not even the whole 1,300 people. They can't even all qualify to be in a specialized mental health unit. To be in a specialized mental health unit, you need to be needing serious care, and yet 48% of the ones were subjected to chemical spray, of the ones that they looked at. And 16% of the people who were sprayed in those cases were actually engaged in self-harm or had a ligature around their neck. That's shameful. In December, the Mental Health Project put out a report to address how all of these systems are really interconnected, and we need to fund services in the community for people with mental health. We need to fund services that get them out, like forensic assertive community treatment needs, and we also need to expand alternatives to incarceration that are specifically focused on this population. Thank you.
Thank you to that panel. The next panel will include David Long, Christopher Jeffries, Jay Idian, Akiana Smith, Megan Carr, Molly Bebe, and King Downey.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Nurse and staff. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is David Long. I am the Executive Director of the Liberty Fund. This testimony will outline our programming and how funding from the New York City Council can continue to enable our justice reform work while also ensuring public safety in the city. Since 2016, the Liberty Fund has successfully provided person-centered services and access to resources for the pretrial jail population using our court-based approach. As part of the Liberty Fund's model, our team addresses critical needs, helping clients meet their court requirements while connecting them to the best fit services, especially in housing and workforce development. The Liberty Fund's mission is to reduce the pretrial jail population in order to prevent the poorest New Yorkers from having their lives upended and their freedom sacrificed. Our goal is to provide support in order to avoid future interactions with the criminal justice system. We achieve our mission by providing pretrial services, including bail and robust case management, to any qualifying bail or ROR released on recognizance client throughout the pendency of their court case. The Liberty Fund is an independent 501c3 organization originally established in 2016 in partnership with the New York City Council and the Doe Fund, New York City's leading agency in reducing recidivism and homelessness through social enterprise coupled with transitional housing and supportive services, including workforce development. Over the past 8 years, the Liberty Fund has helped over 1,500 clients access community-based services, prevented 7,000 days of detention, and facilitated an annual cost savings of $5.1 million on the city's incarceration spending, and achieved an 88% client court appearance rate. More specifically, the last 4 years, our cutting-edge ROR case management program has served over 325 people in need of critical pretrial services, conducted over 12,000 court reminder and wellness calls, sent over 6,500 client updates to assigned attorneys, made 428 referrals to community-based organizations and providers, and maintained an 88% client court appearance rate. The Liberty Fund will provide our unique ROR case management program to approximately 250 unique individuals during the FY 2025 contract year, approximately 20 cases per year. We'll achieve this target through our formal referral partnerships with key defense agencies. Our model has 4 innovative features for impact. Its pretrial innovations are initiated at the most critical touch point for success. It's voluntary with non-mandated services, which ensure no additional restrictions are placed on clients to prevent further net widening as they stabilize their lives. It's person-centered services determined by the client to best meet their individual needs, promote personal agency, and connect to best fit services. And it's court-based. Low-touch interventions leverage during court appointments for effective time usage. In conclusion, I would say that the Liberty Fund has been part of the justice reform, and is a key part to hopefully closing Rikers and to give the services to the folks that are no longer incarcerated there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Christopher Jeffries, and I'm a youth advocate at Bronx Connect, which is an alternative to incarceration. As you can see, I don't have any numbers printed out. I wanted to speak from the heart today, because I have a unique experience. So I'm impacted by being on Rikers Island and in upstate prison. Also, I have experience of working inside of juvenile detentions for ACS at Crossroads Detention Facility in Brooklyn. And like I stated now, currently I am in the field of ATIs. So I can see the difference works with ATI. It's more effective, it's more cost effective. When I was a prisoner on Rikers Island, I was getting, well, the city was costing them over $500,000 to house me. But that $500,000 didn't benefit me at all. I didn't get any rehabilitative services. I didn't learn any new skills. I didn't get any mental health check-ins, anything like that. And the same thing with my time as a youth development specialist at Crossroads Juvenile Detention. They barely get schooling. They don't have any resources. The food is bad. The living conditions are bad. It's violent. It's unsafe for staff. But as a youth advocate for Bronx Connect, I see the success through our participants. I see them getting resources. I see them getting job opportunities. I see them taking places in our youth council where they get to learn about politics and how things work. I see them qualifying for grants. I see them not returning to jail after they complete the program. Bronx Connect has a 97% chance of the participants not coming back. That's way better than any jail that I've been in or worked for. And when people go through these situations and they come out unrehabilitated, they're subjected to go back. So when the mayor is making cuts, when the mayor is making cuts to programs that can directly solve these issues in favor of more jails, in my opinion, it just shows gross negligence, and it comes off as tyrannical. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nurse and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Jay Edidin, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Women's Community Justice Association. Like many of the people here today, I've come to speak about and on behalf of people incarcerated at Rikers Island. Specifically, on this International Women's Day, I want to bring your attention to the budget's impact on a population that frequently gets left out when we're talking about people involved in the criminal legal system, specifically the women and gender-expansive people incarcerated at the Rose M. Singer Center. As you already know, the Adams administration's plans for the upcoming Queensboro jail more than triple the agreed-on number of beds for women and gender-expansive people, from 126 to 450. This is happening at a time when mass incarceration of women is rising at an alarming rate, disproportionate to either the incarceration of men or, and this is the part that should make you particularly angry, rate of criminal offense. The administration has claimed that its expansion of mass incarceration is a matter of simple math beyond its control, and they make this claim in the same breath as a budget that includes catastrophic cuts to community services, including our alternatives to incarceration and detention. I want to return to the women and gender-expansive people currently incarcerated at RMSC. 77% of them are primary caregivers. 80% have some kind of mental health concern. Either of those facts alone would justify diversion from incarceration, and together they represent a mandate. And yet, thanks to pressure, again, from the current administration, judges and prosecutors at whose sole discretion those options are available are taking less and less advantage of alternatives to incarceration and detention, and sending more and more women and gender-expansive people to jail. So I'm asking you to resist that fear-mongering and to look at the actual crime statistics and the price, human and financial, of the city's embrace of mass incarceration, the destruction of lives and families, the waste of taxpayer dollars, and for what? A bloated, inhumane, and ultimately ineffective system. Look at the Women's Community Justice Association and Lippman Commission's Path to 100 report, which offered simple, direct, and effective interventions to lower the population of RMSC below 100. Look at the data on reoffense and how it differs between incarceration and ATIs. Mayor Adams, DOCS, and the NYPD will tell you that mass incarceration is the cost of safety. You and I know that it is not. I call on this committee to prioritize community resources and alternatives to incarceration and to resist the growing sprawl of the borough jails. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
I'd like to thank Chair Nurse and the committee members for their unwavering commitment to offering viable alternatives to incarceration. Thank you for taking the time today to hear this testimony. I'm Molly Beebe, the Assistant Vice President of the Families Rising program. I've worked with justice-involved young people for over 10 years and know how critically important access to trauma-informed mental health care is for young people. The New York Foundlings citywide program called Families Rising works with young people and their families to reduce family conflict, substance abuse, recidivism, and violent behavior in the long term. Since its inception, Families Rising has served 513 young people and their families. In fiscal year 23, 93% of clients who completed services successfully and whose court case has resolved have avoided a jail or prison sentence. Despite its success, the program is currently facing budget cuts due to the city's program to eliminate the gap. We estimate for every $100,000 cut in our funding, 16 young people will not be able to receive our mental health treatment. Clients like Kareem highlight the importance of alternative to incarceration programs and second chances. When Kareem, who was a high school senior at the time, was arrested for criminal possession of a weapon, he was referred to Families Rising. Shortly after his referral, he was rearrested. With the support of their therapist, the family strengthened their relationship and lessened Kareem's dependence on negative peers in the community. By the end of therapy, he received his youthful offender adjudication, graduated high school, and was headed to college on a full scholarship. If we want these programs to continue to serve and stabilize young people at home and with their families, we must invest in the professionals who provide these critical services and restore the budget cuts from the last financial plan. This work is important to us. Please see the Foundling as a partner and call on us to help address this issue. Please come visit and see the program's impact on the families we serve for yourself. Thank you, council members, for taking the time to hear this testimony today and for your continued efforts to fund alternative to incarceration programs citywide.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify. I also want to acknowledge that today is International Women's Day. My name is Akiana Smith, and I'm the Community and Court Navigator at the Women's Community Justice Association, an organization dedicated to improving the lives of women and gender-expansive New Yorkers impacted by mass incarceration. I'm here today on behalf of the Beyond Rosie's campaign and on behalf of communities in particular in danger of being negatively impacted by the mayor's budget. As of this week, at least 1 in 5 of the women and gender-expansive people currently incarcerated at the Rose M. Singer Center on Rikers Island is unhoused. 1 in 5. And the charges that the population faces are overwhelmingly for non-violent survival crimes, crimes they wouldn't have needed to even consider if they had access to resources to which every New Yorker, every human being, has a fundamental right. Over 77% are caregivers, and over 80% have mental health concerns. The mayor's budget prioritizes incarceration over essential services and alternatives. And if passed, it will create a New York where even more people are incarcerated because of the absence of those services and alternatives. This is not what justice looks like. True justice is supportive housing. True justice is accessible mental health services that allow people to stay in their communities. True justice is food. It is health care, and it is offering employment opportunities. It is prioritizing alternatives to locking away our mothers and daughters for the crime of surviving in this hostile world. Lastly, we would like to thank the chairwoman of the Criminal Justice Committee, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, the fierce speaker, and our majority women-led city council for sparking the changes needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nurse and council members, for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Megan Carr, and I'm a legal fellow at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. We advocate for health, disability, and environmental justice. And I'd like to talk about Rikers Island, which has been an environmental injustice from the start. The penal colony nestled in the middle of the East River was literally built upon mounds of trash as landfill was utilized to expand the island and make it suitable for development. It is well documented that this decomposing garbage releases high levels of methane gas on the island, and poor air quality on Rikers is further exacerbated by the many industrial facilities and polluting sources in the neighboring South Bronx and northern Queens, including multiple peaker plants and waste transfer stations. Rikers is required by law to close by 2027, but this administration seems unconcerned with taking the necessary actions to enforce the law and shut down Rikers. We see this through DOC's actions and in the proposed budget, which continues to prioritize mass incarceration over vital services that make us safer, such as housing, healthcare, and education. The requested budget for fiscal year 2025 is a continuation of this trend, and we urge the City Council to intervene. Far from actualizing the vision of a renewable Rikers, DOC seems intent on keeping Rikers open and perpetuating the carceral and environmental injustice that lives there. For example, the gas-powered cogeneration plant that powers the island has been operating under an expired Title V air permit since 2018, for 6 years. DOC has applied to have that expired permit renewed and modified, seeking to lift the emission caps on nitrogen oxides and fine particulate matter. Nitrogen oxides alone are harmful to human health, and when emitted can react with other chemicals in the air to form additional particulate matter and ozone, compounding risk for those that have to breathe this polluted air, the people that are kept on Rikers and in the surrounding environmental justice communities. We are deeply concerned about the attempts to pollute more at Rikers Island, which can and should be transformed into a clean energy and thriving green jobs hub, as the latest feasibility studies show it can be. We are also troubled that according to the DOC's own documents, this request for an increase in emissions is just to reflect what the plant is already currently emitting, meaning that they are already exceeding the limits of their 6-year expired permit. This shows us once again that the DOC believes they can act beyond the bounds of the law. DOC has budgeted over $3 million for maintenance of this power plant on Rikers. It's a lot of money, but it's just a small slice of DOC's staggering budget. The consultancy and other costs that DOC may be paying to pursue changes to the existing power plant are not shown in the agency's budget documents. Yet there are even more costs posed by this power plant and its proposed modification. There are the costs to human health of more nitrogen oxide and PM10. There are the costs to human life and dignity of detaining people on Rikers Island, a place that has become synonymous with cruelty and injustice. And if I may briefly conclude, beyond this enormous, unnecessary and costly proposed budget, there are the unknown future costs that come with every decision that locks in continued operations at Rikers Island and the human cruelty and environmental injustice that comes with it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilperson Nurse, and thank you to the council for having us here, and we appreciate the work that you've been doing. My name is King Downing. I'm the Director of Healing Justice for the New York, New Jersey American Friends Service Committee, also known as AFSC, an advocacy group that was brought together by the Quakers. We deal with criminal justice, incarceration. We go into the prisons. We have people who provide counseling. We work with youth who have been impacted either through their families or directly by holding camps and workshops for them. We were the first group to create, along with returning citizens, the Campaign to End the New Jim Crow, a series of organizations that formed around the country after Michelle Alexander's book. I'm also a lawyer. I knew that the statistics were going to be presented here, so I just tried to take a bit of a different take that reflects my personal experience. So I had 3 points, and so this idea of program budget cuts, we've been there, we've done that. So why are we going back down this road again? And my second point is, now we're going to move in that same direction, and the only reason why I could see doing it is we expect different results, but I don't think they're going to be, and I'm going to present some data. And the third is that there's some actions that I hope that we take along those lines. So to my first point, been there, done that. Before law school and before AFSC, a good number of years back, I ran a GED program that was right at the border of El Barrio and Yorkville. I brought a group of students down here who are all probably fully grown and have their own families now because there were going to be budget cuts to the Summer Youth Employment Project. So we came down here and testified, and if somebody said we'd be back here doing the same thing again, I'd probably tell them that they were crazy. So, of course, we did not win. We did not succeed. The cuts were made. And right after that happened, I was walking through our neighborhood, and I saw one of my students on the corner. He was a lookout for one of the drug posts. And I pulled him aside and found out that he was making $25 for showing up in the morning and working until past midnight. What would have happened if that summer youth job program had been there? I wonder now, is he alive? Is he incarcerated? Is he dead? What happened? That one job could have taken him out of that life in whatever direction that pointed to him. And at that time, the only evidence I had about this problem was anecdotal. Now, I've gone to law school, for better or for worse, and now the information that I get is more statistical and that type of evidence. So just quickly, the evidence shows the Alliance for Educational Justice show all of the statistical impacts of the budget cuts. And we can't go down that road anymore, and I hope that you all will take action around that. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the last in-person panel before we move to Zoom. If anybody is present in the room that wishes to testify and your name hasn't been called after I call this panel, please see the sergeant at arms in the back. So the last in-person panel will be Prime Friedman, Jason Ayene, Batman G, Tiffany Sloan, and Alex Stein.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Peace, peace, peace. My name is Prime Friedman. I'm an organizer, a reparationist, and I'm an American freedman citizen. So my perspective will be from the American freedman perspective, which means I am a descendant of persons who were nationally emancipated by way of the 13th Amendment because my ancestors built this country, New York City included, along with the other millions of people. I work alongside organizations like the U.S. Freedmen Project and the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. I'm also in here in support of, I'll say, the abolitionist organizations like Freedom Agenda and other ones as well, Community Not Cages and things like that. So I was listening the entire time. I've been here since the beginning. And unfortunately, I was hearing a $1 billion budget to incarcerate, to enslave, and to kill the people who live in neighborhoods like the Bronx, Harlem, Brownsville, etc. Now, that was very, very personal to me because those are the areas that I'm from, Harlem and the Bronx. I call it HBO, Harlem Bronx only. So that's why I'm here. I am most definitely negatively impacted, both directly and indirectly. I noticed how when the city council, they asked specific questions, and those questions, they weren't able to answer them. So that's very unfortunate. So I'll just get to the solutions because I see my time is limited. Close Rikers. Close Rikers. Close Rikers. Shut down Rikers. And I'll say abolish Rikers. Now that is just mandated by law. I would also include reparations for the American freedmen, state acts of atonement. We have a state assemblywoman by the name of Nikki Lucas who has proposed a bill, A07828B, and also prioritizing the youth. A lot of times I hear people say we have to elevate the youth, but many of the times they're not listened to, they're ignored. We have to grant access and opportunities for the youth and the families. I heard a lot of budgets and numbers talking about the millions and millions of dollars that were saved, but there were no millions and millions or quantifications of the metrics of the millions of families that would be saved, or the millions of mothers and fathers and the children that should be saved. So I think that we need to do some metrics on that. Stop discriminating against the people who were incarcerated because now they carry the state property badge or the badge of being a felon. So get the job done. We are at City Hall. The moral argument is clear, as well as the legal argument. So thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Adams, Chair Nurse, and distinguished members of the Council for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Jason Aline, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Exalt, an organization that since 2006 has been dedicated to elevating expectations of personal success for young people who have been involved in the criminal justice system. Our powerful combination of classes for tangible skill development to navigate the education and criminal justice system, placement and paid internships, and an alumni network of resources equips our youth with the tools and experiences necessary to avoid recidivism and reinvigorate their lives. At Exalt, we empower youth to see a future filled with hope, and we provide the roadmap to get there. Exalt serves criminal justice impacted youth between the ages of 15 to 19. Many of them come to us chronically disengaged from their respective schools, overage, undercredited, and reading at a 4th grade level. All of our participants have 5 staff members working with them throughout their involvement in a cycle. These staff members include a program coordinator, teacher, educational advocate, internship liaison, and alumni liaison. Although our program generally requires that our youth be enrolled in school, if they are not, our educational advocate works in collaboration with them to enroll them in a school best designed to support their academic advancement. In their first 6 weeks with us, they are immersed in our pre-internship training, which includes our culturally competent, responsive, and academically tested curriculum that rejuvenates their love of learning by focusing on content that is applicable to their lived experiences and curated in a way that is engaging. Our pre-internship program also provides all of our young people with professional skills training, such as resume building, mock interviewing, and digital literacy. With our curriculum as a vehicle, Exalt enhances 4 core skills: communication, resource management, critical thinking, and creative problem solving. Upon completion of the pre-internship program, our participants are placed in an 8-week paid internship in high-demand fields throughout New York City. Our core program participants are paid $18 an hour. Our list of internship partners includes a vast array of nonprofit, business, and government entities. While our students are actively engaged in the educational and employment components of our core program, Exalt's Court Advocacy Department supports those that arrive to us with open court cases navigate the complex landscape of the criminal justice system. Our advocates build deep partnerships with major stakeholders that comprise the system, including district attorneys, parole officers, and judges. Exalt has been able to garner remarkable results with the young people that, in many ways, society at large has failed. We are proud to say that 70% of the young people that come to us with open cases have their sentences reduced or dismissed. 95% do not recidivate 2 years after graduating from our program. 98% are on track to graduate by age 20, and 100% of our young people become more employable.
Currently, EXALT is in the midst of a 3-year strategic plan that is focused on increasing capacity, strengthening our alumni program, and establishing an EXALT Learning Institute. Historically, our organization has relied heavily on the philanthropic sector, with 90% of our organizational budget coming from foundations. As we look to deepen the impact of our work, partnership with government is of the utmost importance to our growth as we look to change the landscape of juvenile justice here in New York City. We ask, as you prepare to make budget decisions that best advance your criminal justice goals, that you support EXALT and the work we do to help facilitate the greatness in our young people. We thank you for your leadership and dedication to addressing how the criminal justice system impacts young New Yorkers. Thank you for your time today.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for the first time today. My name is Tiffany Sloan, and I am from the From Punishment to Public Health initiative at John Jay College. P2PH works to transform the infrastructure of public health and public safety. We do this by convening stakeholders across the system of care, drawing on their expertise to build and scale equitable solutions grounded in the health and well-being of families and communities. Throughout my journey in the city, I've witnessed the advantages of public health-oriented initiative. Conversely, I observed the detrimental impact of over-policing and mass incarceration, particularly within African American communities. This city is more dynamic than any other place in the world. I myself moved to the city to continue my education. Despite the advantages of the city, many New Yorkers are still struggling to get back on their feet after the COVID shutdowns, and it's important that we continue to support the most vulnerable members of our community. A lot of New Yorkers are understandably concerned about the spikes in crime during the COVID years, but it's important to recognize that 2023 was not 2021. Violent crime is down 14%. To effectively decrease involvement in the criminal justice system and subsequently lower mass incarceration rates in the city, individuals must have access to fundamental necessities such as housing, employment, and health care. These needs must be addressed as a priority, regardless of any prior involvement in the criminal justice system. When this body voted to close Rikers by 2027, it acknowledged that the status quo of mass incarceration and surveillance has failed to protect marginalized communities from the root causes of violence. This year's budget is a chance to renew that commitment to the families and communities most impacted by poverty, violence, and housing insecurity. This budget debate is a clear message to our neighbors in need. Do we expand access to drug treatment and harm reduction services, or do we revert back to trying to punish our way out of addiction, a strategy we know results in stark racial inequalities? Do we invest in community mental health resources or more involuntary commitments to locked hospital wings and rows of cages on Rikers Island? Do we increase the number of pretrial programs and alternatives to incarceration programs, or do we continue to increase jails and prison populations in facilities that are not properly taken care of? At P2PH, we are lucky to be surrounded by organizations and advocates that work directly at the heart of these issues. Our cross-sector advocacy group convenes stakeholders from mental health, housing, substance use, and criminal justice reform to focus on areas where public health solutions can play a leading role in creating more equitable and dynamic communities. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we look forward to sharing additional resources for your consideration in our written testimony.
What's up, Council? It's me, Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I know you guys know who I am. Obviously, I'm world known, and I'm also very close friends with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. And it's sad that you guys are allocating all our resources to arrest the president, but you guys are doing nothing about the Venezuelans that are cooking rats on the street. So I have the man himself. President Trump, are you there, sir? Let's see if he's there. Hold on. Are you there, President Trump? Oh my gosh, I don't have him. Let's see if he answers. But no, seriously, you guys are spending all these resources trying to arrest the president when we know that the city is crumbling. We know that crime is at a rate where all these people are talking about. President Trump, are you there?
Well, of course, we know that the city, I'm not supposed to be there. I'm not supposed to come there, and because they have a judge, a terrible judge. His name is
You have testimony for this?
The president. So
I don't care about that, President. Do you have testimony?
Sandy, yes,
I would
the president. I'm
ask
here
that you
representing the
please
president. Hey, Sandy, have
stick
some respect.
to the testimony.
Hey, you're just a dumb city councilwoman. Have
I
some
just
respect.
don't want
yeah, I know.
the
dumb
video.
City councilwoman. Hey, President
I don't
Trump,
want the
just
video.
go ahead. She's too stupid.
You can fill your thing. You can finish your
okay.
testimony.
People are going to do what they're going to do, and unfortunately, what's happening is terrible. They don't want to hear me talk about the
I would
fact
ask that you
anger on his
please
teeth
stick
that look
to
like
the
candy
topic
corn.
for today's hearing.
They're coming after me, and it's awful to see what they're doing. You know, you saw Peekaboo Letitia James. She got peekabooed by the FDNY yesterday. She got peekabooed. She got booed worse than I did in Philadelphia, and it's a shame to see what happened. And they love me in
Do you
Philly,
have
but
any
they just
testimony
wanted to use
that's
me.
related to the topic at hand?
Hey, you're too stupid. This is the
Okay.
president. Have some respect.
I need to know, do you have topic, testimony
President,
related to the
What are you
topic?
going to do? What are you going to do about it?
No,
bud?
don't worry about him, sir. Don't
Hey,
worry about
I'm
him,
the
sir.
president. The
Sergeant, can you
president's
please,
here. Hey, the
excuse me,
president's
can you
here.
please
I'm
ask him to leave?
This is
Please
the
ask him to
president.
leave.
Listen, do you even know who the president is?
Please
Hey,
ask
I'm trying
him
do
to
a speech.
leave.
I don't know why. Hey, listen, Sandy, I'm
Sergeant.
going to sue you. What do you mean? I'm here trying to talk. The president's trying to talk. I don't know what's going on.
Do you have something
Yeah, I'm trying
related
to
to
testify
this topic?
The crime in New York City, Sandy, but you're too stupid to know that I'm here to talk about the crime.
Sergeant, please. Sir. Sir. Sergeant, can we please have order here in this courthouse? You have nothing on topic. You have nothing on topic. You have nothing on topic. No, you don't. You have nothing on topic, sir. Run the rest of the 6 seconds, please.
On this mic. No, y'all are ridiculous. Yeah, hey, President Trump, are you there?
Of course, I'm listening to it. What a crazy thing. It's a witch hunt. You know, they don't like you. They don't like
No,
me.
no, I didn't get my 3 minutes. I didn't get my 3 minutes. No, I didn't get my 3 minutes. President Trump. Wait, what? This guy interrupted my speech. Why are you grabbing me?
You wasted your time.
Am I under arrest then? Why?
Think what's happening. You know, they would do the same thing to me. They'd throw me at Rikers Island. I'd make. Now these people are doing horrible things to you.
What? I don't understand. For what? President Trump. They're screwing you over. President Trump. Here, let's see if we can get on this microphone. I didn't get my 3 minutes. Sandy, I'm going to sue you, Sandy. I'm going to sue you, girl. You're going to lose again. Sandy, you're going to lose again. And you got that haircut. Where'd you get that haircut? Sally's Beauty Supply?
Absolutely, dear.
Is that where you got it, girl? Oh, why don't you go arrest her and just slap me?
Hey. When you're ready.
Howdy, I would like to de-escalate this toxic tension with my beautiful sign. It says, "We, the youth of New York, want you to invest in our future." You guys can see it too. Thank you. Howdy, my name is Batman. But I'm not Bruce Wayne. I'm here representing myself, an Afro-Latina fighting for the liberation of Black and brown people by any means necessary. I am a youth advocate at Youth Represent. We facilitate outreach to youth, hold spaces for youth to express themselves, and promote positive change in communities. Outside of Youth Represent, I advocate for social and racial justice. I am a child entertainer and birthday planner / organizer for kids and adults, an eccentric artist, and passionate longboarder. Unfortunately, most youth and young people lack the ability to receive or retrieve proper and positive resources to sustain themselves in society. We desperately need programs and services that target these specific needs, such as the youth's physical health, mental health, after-school programs that engage their interests and promote positivity, such as tutoring, extracurricular activities, art and music programs, job opportunities that focus on resume building, job hunting, interview prep, and how to write a check, and food services. These are the things that the city must invest in to keep us safe instead of pouring more funds into policing, detaining, and jailing young people. Alternatives to incarceration programs such as Exalt, Youth Represent, and after-school programs grant youth the opportunity and another chance to change their adverse situation into a pragmatic and beneficial one. Exalt is a program that youth up to the age of 19 can be sent to instead of being locked up, and they provide courses that prepare youth for real internships. Youth Represent is a nonprofit that provides free legal services to young people up to the age of 25 and also provides opportunities for youth to learn about laws and advocacy. By investing in programs like these, it gives youth the opportunity to find a healthy way to express themselves and learn to be better members of society. With the help of these programs, it will not only inform youth of better opportunities, but place these young people in the positive environments necessary to be their better selves, as well as being able to sustain that positive motion moving forward in life as to not need to fall back into a toxic cycle this unjust racial system has created. Mental health, especially for young people, is another salient factor to invest in because not every child or young adult has all the resources at home to succeed in school or society. With the absence and lack of investments in programs in mental health that helps in centering to engage youth to be the best version of themselves and offer a system of support, they are doomed to repeat unhealthy patterns such as emotional outbreaks and or lashing out from bottling emotions, isolation issues, bullying, delayed learning and comprehension skills, and seeking other outlets to express themselves that they may or may not know is unhealthy. By investing in important programs like these, it is undoubtedly proven that it will increase mental stability, help young people focus on goals in life, and becoming excited to show up and learn. My experience receiving support with mental health and wellness services with Youth Represent has personally changed my outlook on life. I left a hostile environment and became homeless due to unfortunate circumstances. Youth Represent was able to support me financially by helping me buy groceries so I could eat. They helped me build my resume and apply for a new state ID so I could be eligible to apply for job opportunities. Most importantly, they helped me provide counseling to get me through my current housing transition. And due to the support of Youth Represent, my mental health is feeling optimistic and bright because I'm being constantly encouraged to be my best version of myself. I no longer waver in my emotions and feel sad without any options to help myself. Thank you for your consideration and time listening to me today. I hope that everyone listening here today does not just consider investing in programs for youth, but comprehend the urgent need for the city to start investing in the future of its youth in a positive way. The youth will eventually grow to fill the seats of those who retire. How much time and effort we invest into their growth as members of society will impact the state and the country. How we treat the youth in the present time is how we treat the future of our nation. And I close with this sign that says, let's create opportunities for our youth.
Thank you, dear. I think that is everyone in person. If we missed anyone, you need to let us know in the back. We're gonna move to Zoom.
So for the virtual panelists on Zoom, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. I'm just going to list off the people we're going to start with. So we're going to go with Tanisha Grant, then Ronald Day, then Daniel Gerard.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chair Nurse, for this important committee meeting. We appreciate your efforts. My name is Tanisha Grant. I am the Executive Director of Parent Support and Parents New York and Moms United for Black Lives New York City. Today, I want to give testimony about family separation that happens when parents are unlawfully incarcerated. There are many children suffering behind their mothers and fathers being on Rikers Island. This leads to much generational harm and a vicious cycle. I ask that this committee and the City Council continue to hold the DOC accountable and ensure that Rikers Island is closed. I also ask that money be put into the budget to support our parents with services when they come home and resources to stay with their families. Parents deserve a productive way to re-enter society and stay with their children and their families. It is very, very important that we invest in our parents. If we invest in our parents, then we are invested in our children. We often know that when you have a parent that has been locked up, that sometimes that cycles over to the children, repeating that vicious cycle. What if we took all of this money that we give to the Department of Corrections, that we give to Rikers Island, and really invested in our families? As I heard before on testimony, it is the communities that have the most resources that have the less crime. So again, I implore everyone to think about how parents are affected and how youth are affected when their parents are held in jail for a long period of time for no good reasons. That is the end of my testimony. I will be submitting written testimony. And again, thank you so much, Chair, for holding this important hearing.
Thank you. Next up, Ronald Day.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Council Committee Chair Nurse and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice, and thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Ronald Day, and I'm Senior Vice President at the Fortune Society. I bring a unique perspective to this discussion, having spent 1 year on Rikers Island in 1992. I've been with the Fortune Society for over 9 years, managing various units, including discharge planning, employment services, and our research and policy centers. The Fortune Society, with its 56-year legacy, is committed to supporting successful reentry from incarceration and providing alternatives to incarceration. In fiscal year 23, we served over 11,000 individuals across diverse programs, including nearly 2,700 people in our city jails. While we were heartened to see the administration's recent announcement about enhancing programming and services for people in DOC, the services described and the $14 million in funding do not amount to a full restoration. It is also not clear, even after the testimony offered today, what services the $14 million will pay for. Before contract cancellation last year, Fortune and our sister providers collectively engaged with nearly 1,700 people on a daily basis across 200 housing units in 7 jail facilities, in group sessions, hard skills training, and other supports and activities. DOC claimed it could provide identical programming with in-house resources. We know now, and we knew then, that that was wishful thinking. Thank you for your time and consideration. Recognizing the challenging financial decisions the city confronts, it is imperative to adopt a forward-thinking perspective for the enhancement of our shared safety and well-being. We must remain vigilant against exacerbating racial and social economic inequalities. Investing in proven strategies not only aligns with fiscal wisdom, but is also a moral necessity that fosters economic justice, advances racial equality, and upholds our collective humanity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today, and my testimony will be submitted in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Danielle Gerard.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Nurse, Councilmember Brewer, who I know was just there, and committee members. Children's Rights is a national advocate for youth in state systems. My name is Danielle Gerard, and I'm a senior attorney here. We are also a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition. We advocate on behalf of young adults on Rikers. As you have heard repeatedly today, New York City operates both the most overstaffed and excessively funded jail system in the country. Despite the enormous sums poured into the system, countless reports show that incarcerated persons are subjected to some of the most dangerous, degrading, and inhumane conditions in the country. We need look no further than the Nunez Monitor's regular reports and the February 28 report filed in Benjamin v. Molina detailing vermin infestation and sanitary violations on Rikers. Serving time on Rikers can also be a death sentence. Since Mayor Adams took office, 30 incarcerated people have lost their lives there. Rikers must close by 2027 in accordance with the law, yet Mayor Adams' proposed budget will undoubtedly reduce the chances of this happening by cutting funds for alternatives to incarceration and reentry services and failing to adequately fund community resources such as supportive housing and community-based mental health treatment. The proposed cuts pile on to the recent elimination of $17 million for programming and social service provision in the city's jails. The cuts that the administration is proposing will uniquely impact young adults incarcerated on Rikers. Evidence shows that incarceration reduces youth's success in education and employment and also leads to lasting damage to young people's health and well-being. Evidence also shows that alternatives to incarceration lead to equal or better outcomes for youth and adolescents, all while costing far less than incarceration. Reducing funding for alternatives to confinement and reentry services makes no sense morally, ethically, or fiscally. Negotiating changes to the mayor's proposed budget provides an opportunity to move the city in the right direction, all while right-sizing the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. Instead of allocating $2.6 billion to the Department of Correction, we urge the council to provide sufficient funding for alternatives to incarceration, supervised release and reentry programs, supportive and affordable housing, and community mental health services. We urge the council to fund the Board of Correction adequately so it can provide meaningful oversight of the abomination that is Rikers. We look to you and Speaker Adams to negotiate a fair, just, and reasonable budget that serves all New Yorkers, including young adults and everyone else incarcerated on Rikers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I refer you to our written testimony for further detail.
Thank you. Next, announce the next participants: Kelly Grace Price, Amanda Granger, and then Eileen Marr. Kelly Grace Price.
Starting time.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. You caught me off guard there. I'm so happy to follow Batman. Those are kind of some hard, big shoes to follow. And I'm very disappointed I can't be there today for your first criminal justice hearing. Councilmember Nurse, I'm very excited for your chairmanship of this committee. Jeremy as well, I'm sorry I missed you. I'm in a hospital waiting room waiting for a doctor's appointment, so I might have to log off if security catches me. But I just want to say, to preface, congratulations to all the women bosses in the room today. I don't think there's ever been a criminal justice committee hearing where the commissioner of DOC was a woman, the commissioner of parole was a woman, the chair of the council was a woman, and the executive director of DOC was a woman. What a great look for us New York City gals today. I just wanted to take a moment to celebrate that, if it hadn't been already. I missed a lot of the hearing, but I caught most of it, and I just want to say, please, stay on Assistant Deputy Commissioner Torres. She's been promising a hand list of programs for years now. Every time she shows up, she's asked for it, and please share it when you get it. We'd be very interested in having that. I'll turn in my copious written testimony, but I just tick off a few of the highlights from it very quickly. Again, I'm Kelly Grace Price from Clothed Rosies. If you don't mind, I'd like to reemphasize a few things I emphasize every year at this budget hearing, and I have since 2013 when I started coming to them, when it was still the Fire and Safety Committee. We need budget parity with the Board of Correction. Please answer all of the executive director's budget requests. I can't emphasize enough how important that is. I support all of her budget requests and urge the council to expand on them. We still don't have enough BOC employees to do the work of rule-making audits. We haven't had a PREA audit since 2019, and even then it was partial. People are being raped and sexually assaulted, and we have no one to do the work of the audits. I fear the same for whatever resolution comes with the solitary confinement rule. We'll have no one to do the audits and to hold the department's feet to the fire in implementation. I'd also like to emphasize that as the BOC charter is being rewritten or revamped because of some legislation put through by the former chair of this committee involving reporting on deaths on the island, there is an opportunity to go back and look at the BOC charter for parity. I want to just move along quickly. As far as access to cameras, I heard Tina Longo from Legal Aid say this. I've heard her say it this.
Time's expired.
Thank you for your time. I'll include my written comments, but I just want to say New York City sends 7% of the world's female cage population into cages, and we need to do better. Thank you so much. Kelly Grace Price, close royalties.
Thank you. Next, Amanda Granger.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and committee members. My name is Amanda Granger. I'm the Senior Director of Communications at CASES. We're one of the leading providers of alternatives to incarceration in New York City. And we're so honored to be here today with so many of our partners and allies. We specialize in working with people with serious mental illness and criminal legal system involvement. Every year we provide hope and healing to almost 10,000 New Yorkers. The vast majority of them are low-income Black and brown people in over-policed and under-resourced communities. We are perhaps most well known for the Nathaniel Assertive Community Treatment, or Nathaniel ACT ATI program. This is the city's first ATI for people living with serious mental illness who have a felony arrest. And through Nathaniel ACT, participants are able to access the treatment and support they need, which leads to healthier and safer communities for all of us. I'd like to share the story of Michael, which is not his real name, but he's a recent Nathaniel ACT graduate who came to CASES after being charged with a violent felony for an incident while he was in a psychiatric crisis. As a child, Michael was adopted from the foster system. In school, he was bullied, and despite frequent panic attacks, he still managed to enroll in college. Unfortunately, he began drinking and using drugs as a coping mechanism, eventually becoming homeless and dropping out. He soon began experiencing symptoms of serious mental illness, including disorganized thinking and hallucinations. Our Nathaniel ACT ATI team worked with Michael for 3 years. They supported him to complete a substance use treatment program, obtain permanent housing, and find full-time employment. Today, he enjoys concerts and cultural events, he designs his own clothing, and he has friends who love him for who he is, and he's committed to staying in treatment. Michael's success story is not unique. 2 years after completing Nathaniel ACT, 93% of clients have no new convictions, and 100% have no new violent felony convictions. Participants achieve a 70% reduction in homelessness and a 49% decrease in psychiatric hospitalizations. And given the cost of a stay at Rikers or an inpatient facility, which we all know, Nathaniel ACT has saved the city millions of dollars. Nathaniel ACT currently has a wait list, and with the Rikers population growing, now is not the time to make new cuts to ATIs, reentry, and supervised release programs. CASES asks that the council fully fund the ATI Reentry Coalition initiative requests supporting programs like Nathaniel ACT, and that the city restore cuts to programs like our Impact Youth Mentoring Program, which was cut by the Department of Probation, as well as Fortune Osborne's work at Rikers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Eileen Marr.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eileen Marr. I am a civil rights union leader from Vocal, New York, a social worker, and a survivor of the acute human rights disaster that is Rikers Island and DOC, where I spent over 420 days as a detainee, AKA hostage. By law, Rikers must close by 2027. This budget that our overly punitive and carceral mayor lauded in the press last night cuts millions in scientifically proven services that are necessary to end most mass incarceration and close Rikers Island. Most importantly, ATIs and reentry services, and possibly elevating the detainee population up to 7,000 human beings who have not been convicted of a crime, yet are detained, AKA incarcerated. Clearly, our mayor has little regard for the city law mandating Rikers closures, just as prominent DOC and COBA members have repeatedly voiced over the years. While allegedly this budget proposal reinstates and creates additional and enhanced programming, I can say that this quote unquote doesn't matter. For decades, DOC corrections officers and staff have notoriously ignored programming and mandated programs such as law library, religious services, education, court, medical, and recreation at their own whim. What I mean is if the officers or staff don't feel like escorting or holding the program or monitoring a service or program, they simply don't. Hence, methadone, medical, education, and other medication services such as insulin and finger sticks. Many others are remaining non-existent. The problem lies in the incompetency, ignorance, and sadomasochistic proclivities of the officers. They simply do not care, nor do they wish to care, or even do their jobs at all. It seems that the only time they quote unquote work is when torturing detainees, example, the use of pepper spray, violating the state and city laws barring solitary confinement, raping and beating detainees without provocation, and of course, the age-old pastime of New York City DOC, the trafficking in of weapons, contraband, narcotics, and now with the added ingredient of fentanyl, carfentanil. Violence reduction in the facilities can only be achieved if the COs discontinue choreographing said violence. Even though there are literally rooms full of stored toilet paper and sanitary napkins, these items continue to be scarce for the detainees, never mind mattresses, because the COs have repeatedly stated that they just don't feel like getting the items. These were issues when I was at Rosie's. They were issues 50 years prior to that, and they are currently, as was intimated to me this week, by current male and female detainees, and by 3 anonymous COs who work in the DOC facilities currently. It is transparently obvious that New York City DOC is incapable of doing any
Time's expired.
of their jobs. Can you just give me like 1 more minute? Retraining does not work. For example, the academy trains them not to traffic in contraband, rape, detainees, beat, so forth and so on, but they do it anyway. The new commissioner murdered 2 detainees her first month on the job. Mr. Williams and Mr. Luna that we know of. Those are the only known names that have been released. I really just don't trust the numbers anymore. Control of the city jails must be turned over to someone such as a federal receiver or really anyone that's not New York City DOC. ATI's reentry and real programming must be implemented and actually provided properly. Close the island, decarcerate, remove New York City DOC from all and any facilities, and replace them with properly vetted, psychiatrically evaluated, humane correction officers and staff. Increase ATI's reentry community-based programs such as mental health, education, violence interrupters, career training programs, housing, and supportive housing. Become a catalyst not in the plague of maintaining a mass incarceration pandemic, but in creating positive change in services that ends mass incarceration and serves as an example to the world. Oh, and court food is, as it has always been, has been a honey sandwich or a cheese sandwich and sometimes milk. Fruit is a fantasy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll hear from Luann Blubauer, then Nicole Farrelly, and then finally Laura Stevens-Davowitz. Luann?
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Nurse and committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Luann Blauber, and I am the Vice President of Vocational Programs at Good Shepherd Services. So I oversee several programs that are funded by the Department of Probation through the Works Plus contract. And I'll highlight the fact that they resemble the recently shut down Next Steps program in terms of size and funding dollars. So I'm very concerned about the future direction of this agency. I'm here today to underscore the value of these small community-specific programs that support vulnerable populations like justice involved or out of school, out of work youth. So enormous programs that serve large numbers of people with one-size-fits-all outcomes might seem like the efficient solution to challenging issues like poverty and recidivism, but they're not, because those who are most at risk, disconnected from school or work, lives disrupted by the legal system, living in communities that are suffering from the long-term consequences of systemic racism, may not have the resources, soft skills, or even the baseline stability required to engage with those kind of programs at all. If we want to move the needle on poverty or on community violence, on recidivism than small, hyper-local, high-touch programs delivered by organizations with deep expertise, deep roots in communities that we serve. Those programs are the answer. Programs that allow us as providers to give intensive levels of support to those most at risk of falling through the cracks are a crucial part of the solution. Our programs start by connecting with young adults because we know that for young adults, supportive, transformational relationships trump every other intervention, including high-tech CGI gadgets, right? So in addition to standard work readiness content, we highlight outcomes like showing up, attendance, because attendance issues are the #1 reason young people lose their jobs. And we highlight social emotional outcomes because dysregulation on the job isn't conducive to job persistence. So our programs support young adults in building stability along with building their capacity to be able to take advantage of career level training. These small programs are a vital link in a system of opportunities because without them, those who need the resources the most are the most in danger of being left behind by one-size-fits-all programming. And we will never be able to move that needle if we refuse to invest in the people who are most at risk. Please help us protect high-touch, community-based programming with realistic outcomes that serve and support vulnerable youth across New York City. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next, Nicole Farrelly.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Farrelly, and I'm a Senior Mitigation Specialist with Osborne Association's Court Advocacy Services, providing defense-based advocacy for indigent clients. Osborne serves 10,000 participants annually and has provided court advocacy services for 30 years. My written testimony details Osborne's funding requests and calls for the closure of Rikers, the restoration of the $17 million that funded programs on Rikers until it was eliminated last June, and the restoration of the $2.5 million for the Next Steps, a 9-year-old program providing mentors and services to young people that the Department of Probation eliminated with only days' notice. We are requesting increased investments in programs that keep people out of jail and prison and support them when they are coming home. The effectiveness of ATIs cannot be overstated. In 1 year, we reduced sentences by 1,300 years, saving taxpayers tens of millions of dollars, and 98% of our clients avoided detention by meeting their court requirements. The cost of 1 year on Rikers is $556,000 per person. For that, ATIs can serve over 30 people and yield life-changing results that make us all safer. As compelling as these numbers are alone, I want to tell you about 2 of our clients. It's important that we remember that every one of our more than 6,000 people on Rikers is a person with a story. When I met Mr. Lopez, he was 30 years old and 6 years into his 10-year probation sentence. He was on Rikers for violating probation because he missed appointments and dropped out of required treatment due to a painful back injury that left him almost immobile. He had committed no new crimes and was a loving husband and father to 2 young children. On Rikers Island, Mr. Lopez's physical health deteriorated. He was in severe pain and became wheelchair-bound. He never received his promised MRIs or pain medication. In one meeting, he told me, "This place is literally killing me. I would take hundreds of years of house arrest rather than be in here." With our advocacy, he was restored to probation after spending months deteriorating on Rikers Island. With proper supports now in place, his probation requirements adjusted to accommodate his physical limitations, he is re-enrolled in treatment, is back with his family, and is living a law-abiding life. Another client, MT, is a 23-year-old non-binary individual who is facing 25 years in prison. We gathered background information to understand their needs and presented them to the court. MT had significant childhood trauma, faced many challenges, and had a difficult time on Rikers Island. We found a residential program where MT was accepted, achieved sobriety, and thrived. We advocated for a reduction in their charges and a non-incarcerative sentence with a longer-term residential program as an ATI. The judge and ADA agreed. MT has maintained sobriety for over a year, completed vocational training program, and is now employed full-time. They received a housing voucher and are looking for independent long-term housing. The court recently decided that upon completion of the program, MT will be able to replead to a misdemeanor in May. Without court advocacy and community-based programs, MT could have spent decades in prison towards what gain and at huge
Time's
human and
expired.
financial cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Laura Stevens-Davidowitz, and then the last person will be Palea Patterson. Lauren?
Starting time.
Hi, thank you all so much for giving the Legal Aid Society the chance to address the preliminary budget for the Board of Correction. We strongly oppose the proposed cuts to this small but vital protector of the people held in the city's jails. Jails present a challenge to democracy. Behind closed doors, the government exerts maximum control over someone's life. To ensure accountability in the exercise of this power, the city charter gives the Board of Correction authority to monitor the city's jails. The board is, in effect, the public's only window into the closed world of corrections. City lawmakers and residents and families of those in custody depend on the board for reliable information about the jails. Amidst the mounting Rikers death toll and DOC's inaccurate or shifting explanations, the board has provided high-quality information about the often deeply disturbing circumstances leading to each death. Recently, the board issued an in-depth analysis of DOC's use of chemical agents against people who present passive resistance, argue with staff, or attempt to inflict self-harm. And it released a report on a destructive fire in 2023 where people remained locked in cells whose sprinklers had been turned off. The board also regularly releases data about restrictive housing, young adults in custody, and efforts to stop sexual abuse. Notably, for most of the past year, the board provided its oversight despite City Hall's decision to cut off its access to jail surveillance videos, a violation of the city charter that was only reversed after the board took court action. The board cannot perform its role without a fully funded and well-resourced staff, and the city needs a watchdog over its jails now more than ever. The council is well aware of DOC's failures to provide basic services and to keep those in custody safe. The council must ensure that the board's pivotal role is sustained with sufficient funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Palea Patterson.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Nurse and the members of the Committee on Criminal Justice for the opportunity to testify on a preliminary budget hearing for the Department of Probation. My name is Palea Patterson, and I am the Vice President of Justice Initiatives at Good Shepherd Services. Good Shepherd Services is a provider of community-based youth justice programs, cure violence, family enrichment centers, and community partnerships programs, as well as community centers and after-school programming. When I last testified before the committee in September, I was demanding that the Department of Probation reinstate the Next Steps Mentoring Program, which the Department of Probation abruptly terminated in August of last year. Today, I am urging the Council to restore cuts to the Arches program, which were announced in the November plan, and to protect programs that support youth across New York City, such as Arches, Work Plus, and many more. I heard testimony today about the need for educational and vocational opportunities, but a failure to recognize the impact that credible messages, positive adult relationships, and mentoring have on youth that help them navigate the challenges they face to attain these opportunities. Credible messages not only help youth cope with and navigate the daily challenges of their lives, but also provide youth with tools that can later serve as a foundation for future success. In a time of financial crisis, young people should not be under attack. The city has decided to remove critical services that will have a negative impact across the city. Young people are facing so many issues, and they are asking us to reinvest in them, not take resources away. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I'm just going to note for the record those who signed up to testify today, and those names are Michael McQuillan, Tanya Krupat, Trinity Morales, Candy Johnson, Julian Calvin Harris, Mary Lynn Werlwas, and Julian Calvin Harris. And that's all.
Okay, thank you to everyone who testified today and stayed and testified online. Thank you to all the staff here, including the sergeants, the tech folks, everyone here. This concludes our preliminary budget hearing.